It's actually cold down
We
here.
live, baby. We live, baby. Why everybody so quiet?
I don't know. We thought you were about to say something.
Oh, why was my supposed to be always the one to say the most profound shit?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I was
we need an opening
I thought you
line,
was about
something
to say,
with
welcome to
pizzazz.
All right, folks. Welcome to the motherfucking 2025 March of the Record Books. We in the motherfucking building. What's happening? What's
yay.
going on?
Yay. Third year in a row. Thank you for all you guys participating and joining us again to the best sleepover at your grandma's house virtually.
What did you smoke some weed today? All this giggling.
I mean, that's so cute. The best sleepover at your
or
grandma's house is
that's that.
hilarious.
This is
Yes.
this
We the
this the
cousins,
greatest weekend
Tara.
ever. This is the
Okay,
greatest
so have
weekend
we?
ever.
What time do we really start?
We are
We just
now
did.
starting.
Oh no, we can't have just started because
Oh
like
yes,
there
yes,
was.
yes, yes, yes.
Now,
Yeah,
Oh,
we're we're,
okay.
we're
Have we
here.
it,
been talking? How long is the silence that you can have? Because I feel like we might have just already missed the mark.
No.
2.5 seconds.
Yeah, we haven't gotten it out yet.
Okay,
We've been
all
going
right,
pretty steady.
no, it's only
right, okay. Well,
We got
Raw,
two
why
and
don't
a
you tell
half
us a little bit
seconds.
about where you at, Raw? Where you
and
at? What you doing?
I haven't done
So
this
right
in a long
now,
time. Excuse
I am at Podfest. This is one of the biggest podcasting conferences. I guess in the U.S. I can't even say in the U.S. because they actually do these in other countries as well. And they do. I want to say they do two of these a year, but myself and DC
me.
always come down to this one here in Orlando
Asia.
here in January. One, it gets us away from the cold a little bit, but two, we come in here, we mingle, we meet folks, we laugh, we joke, we chop it up. It's just a great time, and it's one of those situations where you in an environment around so many like-minded individuals. It's kind of inspiring, if you will.
I love
That's
that.
Um,
beautiful.
it's very
Yeah, I love that
inspiring
too.
because and I'm gonna try to see if I can
Kind of.
see if I can catch one of the meetups real quick because there was a meetup going on for all the black content creators down here. So we got somebody Elise, aka Thrifty Rose, aka Auntie Outside. She
Stop playing. Okay, so I've been calling her Alice. It's
eh,
Elise.
yes, it's Elise. But hold on, watch this. I got a surprise for y'all. So remember how Cardi B was talking about getting her
This
teeth fixed?
Yeah.
This the doctor that did them.
Wow.
Hey.
Hi.
So
That's
right now we are doing
amazing.
something called a March to the Record Books, and every year we do this, and we go 50. We're going 52 hours straight this year. So right now they can't hold on because you.
put those on the.
Yeah. So that's exciting. And look at her big old pretty
Yeah.
smile. I
I
believe it.
know.
Anywho, his podcast is different.
So how long y'all gonna be down there?
It's crazy because this is a legal
I think
building
DC's having his own conversation. That is so funny.
till
I
tomorrow.
think
We've been here since Wednesday.
Wednesday.
We got
Okay.
in.
Till
I got in.
tomorrow. I need to come to one of these. I want
I
to
thought
meet
you
some
knew.
exciting new people, some refreshing people.
Yeah.
So, Amron,
yes.
what are you expecting this year? What are
How's it
you
going?
hoping for this year?
This year
Just
I want
relax.
more collaboration. I want positivity. That's my
Okay.
biggest thing this year. Matter of fact, I
Mm,
want to go ahead and say that right now. So, this year's March to the Record Book, I definitely understand everyone has different opinions,
Right now
everyone
we
has different backgrounds, and it makes everyone unique. But this is a positive event. Ain't no beef being cooked around here, all vegan. So,
I'm with it, with it.
just,
that is so
just,
funny.
just not with it. I love and respect all of y'all, but if it gets weird, people will be removed. Just simple as that. It's
Okay,
just will be
absolutely.
I'm
easier
with it, with
for
it.
the progress of the show.
Absolutely. I think
I'm
what
with
would
it,
be
with it.
best for all of us is if we kept this in mind. It's okay to disagree. It's perfectly
Hmm.
okay. And when we speak our part, when it's our turn to speak and we give our opinion, just give your opinion. Your opinion does not have to down somebody else's opinion. You don't even have to say out loud that you disagree with their opinion. You can just
Facts.
state your point because guess what? Everybody that's listening to us, somebody's going to resonate with all of us. And
Hmm.
somebody might resonate a little bit with every last one of us. But this is about teaching people
Now,
how to think freely, form your own opinions, and be uniquely your own self. So if we keep that in mind, I don't think we'll have any problems.
I hope so. It's just, stuff
I do
gets
know.
weird.
I do know. I'm excited. So who else is
Ooh.
supposed to be here from 12 to 4?
Right now, what it was this little block was supposed to be DC and Raw, basically hitting up the Black People hallway and having them
Okay.
meet like different creators. Then from 4 to 8, it's gonna be partly me, partly Troy, doing like a little, you know, just a little vibe.
I thought it
Um,
was supposed to be the ladies layer
look, what
from
had happened was, I got like 2 jobs right now. And
I
I have
love
a
it.
shift that somebody would not take. So I was able to get like part of it taken. So I got to go somewhere, then come back.
Okay. Okay.
So I was originally going to pass the baton to somebody else, but stuff got weird. I felt weird about that. So Troy was the best other option.
Okay. 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 Yeah, I see y'all all clicked up now. I get it. It's cool.
No, me and Troy just got close with the magazine. And definitely, if you
I
guys
think
are interested in definitely checking out a beautiful, beautiful population of wonderful writings by great Black people, check out Upsurge magazine.
yes, and I have been sharing it. I know we put the all call out for artists. When at the college I worked at, I started off in the art department. So I
Okay.
have current artists, but I also have those students who have gone on. We have a student who went to Yale for art. I didn't even know that was a thing. However, I
Okay.
put the all call out to the artists that have graduated. I have some girls that are in New York, who went to SCAD out there in Georgia. And so I was like, hey guys, you are still creatively working. Go ahead and maybe go ahead and reach out to Troy and see if you could talk about your experience, first of all, in the art field, because a lot of people don't know this. Right now, anime is so huge that a lot
Mhm.
of the art that's being taught in schools is for that. But you still have a lot of girls, Black girls, who want to do comic books, and that's something that it isn't as popular as it used to be.
Yeah.
So they have a fight, they have a story, they have the struggle, and they have the perseverance and things that they could talk about. So I sent that at Troy's post to everybody that I still have I'm in contact with, and told them to continue to share it too, to open it up to the artist community for you guys. I like the magazine. I've read it. I've
Thank
looked at it.
you.
I think it's amazing. I'm proud of you guys. And I told, like, Troy to me is God. What can he not do? He's
Exactly.
written 475 books. He has the magazine now, podcasting from horror to love journal. Just the dude, I just like his mind. I really
Me
appreciate
too.
him. So I'm happy for
Who are
you
you?
guys. That's
Who are you
amazing.
talking to over there, DC?
That's what I was wondering. Who that white man over there? I didn't want to say that,
Oh
but
my God. What was that? I was
who?
wondering
Oh,
too.
I attract all kind of
this is true.
be out here. It's Podfest, baby. You got it. It's Podfest.
I need DC to get a better microphone. I swear he always the
Yeah,
lowest person on the planet.
put the mic closer to your mouth. Pause.
I said we at Podfest, you know what I'm saying? There's people all over the place.
So what y'all talking about? What y'all rapping about? You're supposed to be letting us know this.
Right now, there's a lot of people just walking.
Put the mic back to your lips. No
I'm telling you about
pause.
a new microphone that has a laser. So once you get it close to your face, there's this laser that will. No,
The
thank you.
Absolutely.
mic that
No
laser
problem.
in
So,
your mouth.
anywho, there's
Pause.
a new microphone that they have out that this guy was telling us about that you
Okay.
can. Huh?
He
There's a
gotta
laser
stop
on it
pausing
that
like that.
will
He's
see where your
freaking me
face is at.
out.
I know that's what
He's
I'm.
doing
He
that.
keep doing that.
He,
So there's a
he is
microphone that you can that has a laser, so it will see when it's close to your face, and it will mute you if it's too close, and it will keep the sound
Oh,
going. So when you back it up, it will unmute, so that way you can keep talking
So it's a
without
mic with a
having it too
red beam
close or
on
too
it.
far away.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I've seen
snipers, right?
cameras like that. The cameras
And
that will follow
the
you
reason,
wherever you move and all of that stuff. That's weird to me. It scares me.
Yeah,
I think
I know
that's
the Apple
cool if
cameras
you're
is like
doing
that.
like outdoor stuff.
Maybe, yeah, running around chasing yourself. Yeah, absolutely. Making it look like something else is after you. Sure. You guys are weird. I like technology, but some of this stuff is becoming too much. Again, I've seen iRobot and Terminator, and I just need y'all to calm down a little bit. Just a little
So
bit.
speaking of that, actually, this is a good question because you do wear glasses, Tim. So are you interested in the AI glasses? Because I think that's
Absolutely
cool.
not. I don't even know what they are, and I'm telling you now.
You don't want robot eyes?
I do
That's really
not,
what
because
it
I
is.
see what they're gonna do is they're gonna drill into your head, and you for real, you're gonna have robot eyes, and then every other part of you is
No,
gonna be a robot too.
they
I'm not
give you the
interested.
sight of a falcon.
Yeah.
What the heck? You know what? I don't even want to see that much. That's probably more crime I'ma see, more unattractive people I'ma see, more trash on the street. No, thank you.
Yeah, and they
I'm
give you
Or
a,
X-ray vision so you can see through people's clothes. I'm
oh,
actually gonna
see,
stop.
get some.
I am
I'm
not a
definitely getting
pervert,
me
so
some.
I really don't want to see that.
I'm pervious maximus. Fuck you talking about?
We know that, Pervy Sage. We are fully aware.
I'm
I don't
definitely getting
think.
me a pair. Don't walk past me.
Yeah, I
That's
don't think I'd
ridiculous,
want the world to be like a nudist colony. I think that would
right?
make me uncomfortable.
I would love that. I
Expect
would
no,
love
because
that.
the people who prefer to be nude most of the times are the people that I don't want to see nude.
True.
How do you
Very
Just
know
true.
me
until you go
personally.
there
That's just
where
my
they at?
personal opinion.
Yes. But
How do
He's
you know
still
you don't want to
standing.
see them until you see them?
So
Oh
DC,
no,
you gonna buy that
I
man
know.
mic or what? I feel like that's what he's trying to get to happen. We gotta buy the mic. What we doing?
Yeah, he trying
A
to serve you some
bottom
mic.
mic.
He trying to serve you
No,
a mic,
buy it.
DC. DC, he
Hey
trying to serve you a
Raw,
no,
mic.
I'm not buying that. Nah,
Raw, how did you
I'm not
figure out
buying
that was
nobody.
Cardi B's dentist? That's like a random thing to figure out.
I didn't
She
figure
told
it out. She
us.
told us.
Ah, okay.
She told us.
So what we do every year. I was trying to get Elise on, but she was a little busy. So what she does is every year she sets up. She calls it the melanated meetup. And what
I
she
love that.
does, everybody
Melanated
links up,
meetup.
and it's all the black creators. They come and we all in one room. We all introduce ourselves and get to know each other. And actually, me and DC met Elise last year at Podfest. So when we was here last year, is how we met. And you meeting all these people, you build those connections, you making links with different people from other places because places like this, you gonna run into people that you'll never probably run into. So we meeting,
And so
folks from
how
other
many
states and
collabs
cities
have
and
you
all that.
done? Based off the people that
Uh,
you met last year, how many collabs did you do?
Based off of last year, I want to say 7.
Okay.
Me, it was about 20.
Well,
Yeah, for me it
DC
was.
collabs
I was a
five
little
times
deeper
a
because I
week.
did
So
about 20. I met about 20.
But at the same
that's
time,
good.
just
I'm in
because
high popular
just
demand.
because you meeting a bunch of people don't mean
Thank
you always gonna vibe with everybody. So that's what
Right.
makes it good because you
True.
like what we do is
Yeah, I
like
don't
even
work
like
with all of them.
the first night we do karaoke at the end of the night. So now everybody's in there drinking and talking and chopping it up. So you kind of get a chance to see people's personality a little bit as well. And it's not just it's outside of, hey, let's talk about podcasts and let's talk about doing this and doing that. Now you actually getting to know these people as well. So it's a dope environment to be in. And I think every podcaster should attend at least one, maybe two. I ain't gonna say every year. I plan on trying to do at least 2 a year at this point myself. That's just me. But people should attend at least one at some point, just to be in that atmosphere, because it changes your perspective on podcasting when you be around all these people. Because again, you're around a bunch of podcasters, and it's podcasts of all types.
I
So it's
think
not
that's
just
important for us to be around. What I'm really excited
And
about doing
sizes.
is
When you
finding a
have
bunch of
some,
people who aren't like me. I think I know a lot of people who, do a lot of similar things, but it's interesting. That's why sometimes I watch the wrestling shows and the horror shows, because it's not something I would ever want to do. And it doesn't make me want to jump into that. I just think sometimes you know how you smell, Amron, you may know what I'm talking about. You know how when you smell a bunch of perfumes, you smell the coffee? It's to
Yes.
reset your palate. I want to go out here and watch some other people do some other things that I'm not necessarily interested in, to kind of sort of invigorate me to want to do something more exciting in the field I've already chosen. So I would
that's
like to do something like that.
I
that's
get that.
facts, right? And that's like I said, that's one of the best parts because you meet people that do so many different types. Like the dentist, her podcast is
you'll get
literally
that
all
here
about
because there
dentistry.
are a lot of different. I mean, I've had
And she
dentists.
visual?
I'm not 100%.
Because
I
I'm
wouldn't
like,
doubt
how
it
you
though.
talk about teeth without no
That's it.
pictures?
Yeah, like
Yeah, I
I
think
want
so.
to say it, but
She
yeah,
said
she
she
does.
is. She's that visual.
Well, you
She
know
does
she
No,
what?
she
good
does
because Cardi
visual.
B be literally biting, using her teeth to bite through the crab legs.
She
She
does
don't use the
visual. She
cracker no
does
more.
audio.
So whatever
Mm-mm.
she put in that girl mouth be about that life.
Yeah.
That's
So
interesting. And she black. I
Hey,
love it.
I know. But I'm really okay. DC and Raw. Why y'all let me call this girl Alice for a whole year and ain't nobody stopped me and let me know her name was Elise?
How she spell her
everybody
name?
calls her that though.
Everyone calls
Everybody
her
She
calls her
Alice.
spells
Alice.
it like Alice, then nobody
Because I
would
was
know until
calling,
she told
I
them.
was calling her Alice every now and then.
Yeah, everybody. She says everybody call her that. So she's
But
so
that's the
used to it
thing.
that she
She
don't even think
said that
about it.
because it's spelled like Alice. It's
Yeah,
spelled
See,
I'm a
I
like
wish
big
I
Alice,
had that game because if you pronounce my name
but
wrong,
it's
I'm on your
Elise,
neck.
and I never
yeah,
knew
me too,
until
Tara. Say no, it's pronounced this way.
I heard somebody call you Enron, and I said they just so silly. And I know it
Yeah,
was because Enron was like a huge thing back, and I just was like, "There's no way you looked at her name
okay.
though, and that's what came out your mouth."
I get all types of stuff. I get Amaron, Amrin, Ambrin.
Yeah,
Um,
I can see. No, I cannot see Ameren. If you're paying attention to the letters, I don't see that. But
it,
when I remember the first time I heard it, I said, "What the hell type of name is that?" And
it's
then I said,
Norma
"I'm gonna ask her."
backwards.
It's who?
Norma backwards.
So who is Norma?
It was a great aunt,
Okay, I
and
went to
that's
school with a
part
girl named
reason.
Norma back.
That's why Ava's name is Ava too, because it's backwards. Ava.
Becker. Yeah. What's that? A cook? What's the name of that? It's a something. I know the word, but there's a word for the things that you know that you spell like noon. How? That's not an onomatopoeia, is it? Whatever. There's a
I know
word
what you're
for
talking
it.
about though.
Yeah. And so I went to school with a girl named Trebor because she was the
I
ninth
know
baby and the final baby of
where.
all girls. And the dad's name was Robert. And that's why he did that. And she also was the most tomboyish, played the football and the baseball and all of that stuff. She tried to give her dad the son that he was never going to have. But her
Oh,
name was Trebor. And I was like, I would sue my parents at 5 years old. I
Trebor?
would sue my parents. Yep. That's Robert
That
backwards.
ain't cute. There's nothing sexy about it. And now coming to the stage, Trebor. Shake that ass, Trebor. Let me see what you got.
Well,
I
That
she
would
is
try
didn't
to
want to grow
dress
up
it
to be
up.
a stripper. She's a school
that is not
teacher.
you
You're
cannot do
so
anything
gross.
named Trebor.
Everybody calls her Trey.
Gotta
They
be a
just
school
the
teacher with the name
TRE for her.
Trebor. There's no other job. Okay.
Lord have mercy, help this man. He
Yeah,
don't make
that's
no
cool.
sense
But
at all.
Trebor, that ain't it. Sorry,
So,
Trebor.
Imran, tell us more
Send me the
about the
link so I
segment
can
that's coming
share
up
it.
with you and
Appreciate
Troy.
you for coming,
Hold on, real
Trebor.
quick. Share the link with me so I can share the people to watch. Emron, while you
Okay,
saying that.
hold
But
on.
go
Let
ahead.
me.
Yeah, we gotta get
I'll be
that
right
done.
back.
Talk about your women's empowerment movement. How y'all go man bash for fucking 4 hours. Go ahead.
No, we
Explain
are
it
She
to
not
us.
just
man
said
bashing.
the ladies thing isn't even going to happen, and we were not going to. This is a positive thing. We can't bash men for
Yeah.
MLK.
Positivity means bash men, bash men,
Why ain't
bash
the
men.
why ain't the
I would never
why
do
ain't
Well,
the
that.
it's
Number
hashtag?
pretty
one.
equal. If you're looking at the podcast across the world now, it's pretty
Oh,
equal.
so
Y'all
real
got
quick,
y'all podcasts
real quick.
bashing us. We
Can
got
I tell
those
y'all the
bashing
story?
y'all.
Nah, we
Meanwhile,
uplift y'all,
everybody's
man. We show
smashing
y'all.
everybody.
We show women
Can I
empowerment, and
tell
we
y'all the
tell them
story
how
real
we
quick
love
though?
them and all that, and then y'all be like, "Oh, y'all men ain't
Oh,
shit. Y'all don't want to pay for $1,000 dates. You cheesecake eating sons of bitches." That's how y'all treat us, man. I feel some type of way. I just want y'all to
I
know that.
refuse to
All of
be
y'all
lumped in with
listening.
people like that. I'm not doing it. We can go for a walk in the park on a date and not spend a dime. So I just don't
Man,
accept that
I
mentality.
feel like I feel like the perfect date is you coming over to the crib for Netflix and chill. That's a perfect fucking date.
I'm sure it
That's
is because
that's an
you're
amazing date.
ridiculous. That's
What? You ain't
you need
gotta.
to get to know the person before the Netflixing and the chilling,
I
please.
didn't
Thanks so
see.
much.
I didn't say I had to cram. I just said come over, Netflix and chill, not Netflix and bust your
So
ass.
we all know what Netflix and chill means. Now you acting like that woman that told Senator Crockett to step outside. You know what that means when you say we could take this outside. Now you're trying to pretend that you meant to have a conversation. When you say Netflix and chill, I know what you mean. There's a
Yeah, that
whole
means we're
movie.
watch
gonna
a
come
good
over.
watch a
It does
We're
good
gonna
not
watch.
movie and
mean
sit down.
watch TV.
We're gonna watch some
That does
Dragon Ball Z,
Netflix is
and we're
TV.
gonna eat some fucking Chinese food. That's what it sounds like to me. That
And
sounds
that's
like
what
a
you would have
great
said.
fucking
You would have
day.
said, come on over to my house. We can watch some TV. We can eat some Chinese food. Instead, you use the slang term for smashing. That's what you
It's
did.
So
kind of
what if?
so words have power, but that mean we can take it back and use it how we want. I'm reclaiming
Facts.
Netflix and chill to use
You
Netflix
know,
and
that's
chill.
what's so
Goddamn it.
weird to me about men. You guys are the creepiest people in the world when it comes to
How
just
are
making stuff up.
really women
You
ain't
just you
creepy?
just wanted to
Women
DC,
ain't creepy.
you know he meant what he meant. And you gonna sit up
I
there and
don't
try
know.
to
I'm
save
not
him
in
right
That
his,
now.
I'm
pussy
not in
did.
his mind. I don't know what he's thinking. I'm just going
I
off
Sure.
what the
literally
movie said.
said chill. I didn't say Netflix is smash. I said Netflix
The
and
saying
chill.
is Netflix and chill. Netflix and chill means to smash, is what I'm telling you. And you know that.
That's
You
not
know it.
necessarily true.
Okay,
Not
sure.
really. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
You
I
know
had
what,
to move
DC? Honestly,
location.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm very disappointed
why?
in you at this moment.
Really? All the shit I
Welcome
said,
back,
that's what
Amron,
you've
because
been
the
complaining about?
foolishness just I can't.
Tara,
I
Tara,
heard it.
all the shit
I
I
heard it.
said since you've met me, and that's the part that disappointed you that
Yes,
I co-signed that. I've said a lot
absolutely.
worse than that, Tara. I have said a lot worse than
I
that.
might have
From my
agreed with
first
some of those
and
worst
best Tara.
things,
You have. Actually, that's what's sad. You have. The fact that you agree with some of my bullshit, and that's the bullshit you don't co-sign. Come
but
on
that
now. We got
doesn't
to cover.
matter today.
It
Today
is
we're talking
2020.
about you
It is
backing up
2025.
Raw, who we all know
Tara,
is probably the
Tara.
curviest person we've ever met.
But it's 2025. Why can't words just mean what people want them to mean? Why we gotta go back with the old connotation of stuff? Why can't Netflix and chill in 2025 just me Netflix and chill? Why I gotta be
Because
something
it
like
doesn't.
First off,
It
Netflix.
don't.
pause on that.
you
First
don't
off,
want it
pause on
to?
that
We
back
can
and
take back the
rub
word.
shit. You
The
ain't
word.
fucking slick.
It
You
don't.
ain't fucking
It
slick.
doesn't. It never has. Nobody has stood out and said, "Okay, for 2025,
I
this is
guess
what this gonna mean now."
But the
But
issue
if
I
you
have with
make that
Netflix and
announcement, we'll
chill,
accept that.
we doing it now. This is the new
No,
start.
we don't even get to watch the movie though.
I just said
Like,
it.
I think it needs to be more outside activities.
You
thank
do.
you.
You can
Take
hear
a
it.
walk in the park. Go bowling. Go shoot some skee ball. Go walk on the beach if you live by one. Do some
Skee ball.
stuff outdoors.
Y'all ever been bird watching?
The beach.
So
Hell
no.
no. The last nigga went bird watching got the cops called on him. I'm good.
But you know what? He also won an
You can't even
Oscar or
bird watching.
something. He actually made a bird movie thingy and won an Oscar. So shout out to him.
Discovery Channel.
I forgot his name.
Discovery Channel gave him a show, and Robert something Treeball. But Discovery Channel did give him his own show, and he did just win an Emmy because of that. So I think that's dope.
Awesome.
And I think
So,
we're all froze, but
he took lemons and made lemonade. I love that.
and you.
I
Absolutely.
like birds.
I do too. You know what? I have a
It
male and a
works. I mean,
female
it
cardinal
works
that
for everybody,
always
but
come
I'm
back
glad
every
people get
spring,
out of
and
there.
they're always outside
And,
my house in the bush.
better for it.
That's good luck.
That's what I think too. I think so too. And with St. Louis, us, having the Cardinals
How you know
baseball
that's the
team,
same one?
I've always been obsessed with Cardinals. I prefer Blue Jays, but I still love Cardinals.
I forget you're in St. Louis. Have you seen Pop the Balloon, St. Louis? I'm concerned about your area.
Listen,
Tara, are you still saying
I'm concerned about my area, which is why I often try to not say I'm from St. Louis, but it's, good Lord Jesus, help me. This is the state of people right now. And most of them are just doing it for likes and clicks and views. Most of these people cannot be that deplorable. No, yes, they can. It is what it is. I don't know, but I've seen it. I saw it one time, and that was enough for me to know I was never watching it again.
So I was here Wednesday.
Okay, good for you.
Why not? What was wrong with it? Were they aggressive, mad aggressive, or was it just really weird?
See, I've seen some of the episodes.
Well,
is he talking to me or is he talking to himself? Because I'm truly confused right now.
What?
Lord
DC,
Jesus,
maybe
help us
we
all.
should be able to see you because this is very confusing
Yes,
what
please,
you're doing.
Jesus.
A
I'm
little
just talking
bit.
What
so
are you
don't
doing?
nobody get fined.
Okay, well then shut up when somebody really starts talking. I mean, be quiet, hush, when somebody really starts talking, because that doesn't make any
I
sense.
don't want to be seen.
What are we doing?
We hadn't. But the episode
Is
I saw,
Rob really sitting that still or is he frozen? Because now I'm scared.
I don't know what Raw
He's
doing.
not moving at all. There's no way he's not frozen.
He's frozen.
Which episode did you see though?
I saw the one where the dude was on SSI, but the issue thing was
I can see him.
he did this what do you call this nonprofit from putting guns down, gloves up. That's when he started. And at first I was like, okay, he's a positive black man, everything good. But he was really weird with the women because he openly stated, I only get a check, I don't make a lot of money, but I get free housing, and you should want me because of that. And it's just not that bad for me right now. That's not a plus for me.
Ooh.
And the goal is to forget right now. I never wanted to be that bad that I'm coming to you for your housing. That's for me, that's usually what dudes do with girls on Section 8. That's not my move. That's not sexy to me.
Yeah, girl, he got free housing.
But you know what? At least he was honest. At least he was honest.
He was very honest. I only have, X amount of dollars. but I got free housing. And he only liked women who had nail polish. Like if you didn't have anything on your nails, he was like, he can't deal with you. It was really weird.
Did everybody
Yeah,
pop
that
their balloon, or did
sounds
he
weird.
match?
He ended up matching. That's the crazy part.
You know, there's
Wow.
somebody for everybody. They
Shout out
don't
to
just say
everybody.
that for no reason. There really is somebody for everybody.
And you know who the comedian Adele, that's who the girl looked like.
Givens.
Giving.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
Well, you
I
know,
mean,
Oh.
I think she kind of
okay,
cute,
sure.
you
Mhm.
know.
Okay.
I don't agree, but
Sure.
you know, everybody
And
has,
I want to
something
feel
that they like,
positive around. I'll tell you that.
I mean, I don't, cute is
I
a
love your
perspective
positivity,
thing.
bro.
It is. It is. Because I think, like, for me, all the serious relationships I've been in, like in my adult life, real relationships, when I first saw the person, I didn't go, oh my God, I need to have him. We got to know each other and were friends or coworkers or had gone to school together or something. And then over time, they just became attractive because of the personality. I'm not moved, except for Jason Momoa. We already, and now Aaron Pierre, Lord Jesus.
Oh
Except
yes,
for
that's
you, girl,
Mufasa. Yeah.
listen.
Oh,
However, even in discussing stuff like that, like for single women who are out here looking for a mate, I'm always like, are you not weary when somebody's that pretty though? Because every other woman in the world is vying for your position. I think that type of headache would just bother me.
That's a thing. I watch a lot of like dating coaches things now. And that's a thing. I think Shara, and her name's Shara.
I
Shira.
don't know.
Okay, anywho.
Shira.
Well, she's really big
who
out
that?
there. Shira,
Man, what's good?
you know Shira? No?
What is she on? Like, are we talking about Shira from like
Me?
He-Man?
No, Shira, she's a black lady. She teach girls how to get somebody.
Oh
And
no,
what to
ma'am. I
look
don't.
for
I
and what
don't. I
not
don't
to.
need help like that. So I don't know
Just
people
What
who do stuff like
here's
that.
hit somebody.
But it's really no, she does it in a very loving way. She does it as perspective as like an older sister talking to a younger sister. Because a lot of women sometimes don't know. Like they don't know the red flags to look for. They don't know, like, girl, that's not a good idea.
They know.
So
They
she's
know.
go ahead, Raw.
They know. They
I
know the
don't
red
think
They
so.
do
flags.
know.
They
They know.
choose to ignore them for the sake of fun.
I
Or
don't
for
think
the
so,
sake of
Raw.
having somebody. Some people in this day and age,
And
people are
Ignore.
afraid to be
and
alone.
and for the sake of I could fix that nigga. I could
Yeah,
change
Oh,
him.
that's a
I've
big
done
one.
that. I've done that. I
Oh,
thought I
that's
could
a
be
big one.
That,
thought
that
I
I'ma
could
part.
build a
change him
bear.
to the man I want
Yes,
him
he'll
to be.
change for me. He just hadn't met the right one, and I'm the right one. He'll change for me.
And then be mad as shit when they walk in the
Word.
door and they best friend topping off their boyfriend.
My
Well,
best friend would never. I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you to all
my
my
best
best
Yeah.
friend
friends.
did.
You don't know
My
that.
best
You
friend
Oh,
don't know
absolutely
that.
did with my husband. So yeah, that's
Nice.
possible.
Oh,
did you fight her?
oh,
We said today we're gonna
nice.
be positive. So
Okay.
Did you fight?
Violence
I
don't
was
solve
curious.
anything.
Did you fight
absolutely,
her?
I
Is
had no
the
choice.
million
I
dollar
walked in on it.
question
It's
that
You
Karen
different.
had
had a
me
choice.
wondering.
You had a choice. You could have walked
Well, I
away.
chose the
You
right choice.
chose
Yeah,
What you
just
violence.
say, DC?
No,
I just, slapped her with love.
you
Yeah, I
chose
would
the
have
right
did that
wow.
too.
choice. You chose
That's a
the right
natural
choice.
reaction.
No, it's not natural to
That's not
put your
all I
Yeah,
hands
did.
on
sometimes you gotta,
somebody.
That is
sometimes you
with
got,
your husband. That's a
sometimes
natural
you gotta give
reaction.
somebody the
No,
positive vibe.
you could have walked away. You could have said,
Nope.
"Hey, you know what?
You know what,
Thank
Raw?
you,"
I'm so
and walked
proud of
away.
you. I'm so proud of you. That's not what I thought you was gonna say. I thought you was gonna say
Well,
I could have did something else,
Wow,
like join, because you're a weirdo like that.
me neither.
well, I know
And
you scared to
I'm looking at
eat
him and
yams, so
still
why would
don't
I
believe
say
you
that?
just said that.
Did you say scared? Like I would
Yeah.
never share my husband with somebody. That's
Oh,
different levels of crazy.
Why?
I'm also not attracted to
oh,
women in that way. I mean, I
Well,
think
that
they're
is
pretty, but I don't want one.
technically that's selfish. That's kind of a selfish mindset, but it is what it is.
That she don't want to.
See,
Okay, I ain't going
we
there with
can't
you,
have
Raw.
positivity with
We
Raw around.
all
It's
we all
impossible.
watched we all watched Barney, and he taught us how to share.
Oh my God.
No.
I'm just saying.
That's not
we
what he
all
I'm
meant.
watch
just
Barney.
what he
Taught
said.
us
Share.
how
He
to
didn't say
share
what. He didn't specifically say
is
what
a
to share.
wild statement, boy.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I don't think that if
So the
you
nigga
went
taught us
home
to
one day
share.
and
He
your
just
wife
meant a
said,
bunch
"Hey,
of
here go Byron over here, and I want you to share me," what's that conversation going to be like?
What is it gonna
Exactly.
be?
That's what I
What
thought.
is what conversation gonna be like? Say it again.
If you
Byron.
come home and your wife standing in there with Byron and she tell you she wants you and Byron to
What?
share her, what's the
He
conversation gonna be
already
like?
he already in the house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we sharing. He already
You're
there now. We
lying.
sharing. No, we
You're
definitely sharing.
lying.
No,
Mm-mm.
it's going
That's
all the way
ridiculous.
down. And then as soon as we get done, I'm packing. That's all. If he
What is
already,
wrong with you?
it's one thing if we have a conversation and you come to me and say, "Babe, this is what I'm feeling," and we decide that. But when you brought somebody home, oh yeah, we sharing because you was going to do it anyway. So let's
But what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying
We're
is
gonna
I can
have
you'll
a
be
see that.
okay with
grand
her.
old time.
You'll be okay with the conversation not being with her going, y'all going to pick out a woman. You'll be okay with two dudes. Like, I mean, you and another man.
Would I be okay with it? No. Now, if
Oh,
you
But you
ask
well.
just
me, I'm gonna
said,
tell you. If you ask me, I'm gonna tell you no. But at least we
Ah.
had the conversation and you got it out your system. Now, if I come home and he's already there, then that means it's a different conversation that we having at that point. So we're gonna share. We're gonna have a great fucking time. I mean, a great fucking time. And then I'm out.
Premeditated.
And then
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm
so
packing
DC,
everything I can pack and I'm gone.
DC, I'm curious. Same question. You doing a letter H?
Ah, the hell's a letter
DC's like,
H?
no, we're not doing that.
Because it's
Not
like
at
two
all. He's
men
just
and a woman
leaving.
in the middle. Get it?
I
A
don't even know the
H.
alphabet. Hey,
Capital H. You
I
get it?
don't know the
It's
letter
a
H.
visual.
I do not. Amron, you can keep throwing your hand game signs up. I'm not getting it.
Well, that's good. That's commendable
I
because
don't
I
know
wouldn't
what you.
share either. I'm not interested.
Nah,
Okay,
Not
so
there.
yeah,
where
I'm
are
Not,
the
gonna go.
interviews?
not even for
No,
Who are
like
with
you
that
30
guys
letter.
minutes.
interviewing?
I don't
Who are
know
you
because the
guys
hallway takes
interviewing
care.
for us?
Who are
The
we
hallway
interviewing?
emptied
You.
out
Tara?
real quick. I'm gonna see if I can
You
push
know
I
some
what?
mean,
people
Y'all
out
want
of
to
this way.
interview me, DC.
the
I get
hallway's kind of
invited to
empty. I
one
don't know
show of
where.
yours, your birthday show. So don't come to
Right.
me with that mess.
I ain't
That's
been
all
on
I need
Uh-huh.
too,
DC
Tara,
Tara.
show. I ain't been on DC
Tara, can
show
we
in
talk about
5
this?
years. What you trying to say?
I mean, I understand why he
Hey,
wouldn't have
we're
you
not
on
about
his
to
show. We're
turn
talking
this
about
into the
me.
bad hour. Like, we're not about to. Oh
Oh,
God.
he
DC
ain't
So
got
don't
no
even
Tara,
answer
can
for
I
allow
that.
ask you
me on his
something?
show anymore.
Like a real question.
That was a real
Ah, shit.
question.
Now I gotta ask. Now I'm gonna have to invite everybody just to make everybody feel good because that was a good shot because that's what we did. But anywho, no. Would you like to come on more? Because you be busy, so I don't know how
When
your
you get,
schedule look. Y'all,
I ain't mean to
Who
interrupt
be
you,
everybody
but
busy?
got
Who
when
be
you
y'all.
get
You got
busy?
done,
4 shows.
walk down
Amron
there.
got 5. Raw.
We're doing our live stream right now. Just
Huh?
walk down there. It's right there. That table's right down there. So walk down there when you get a chance. Gotcha.
Is it out
Uh huh.
tonight?
Say again.
Is that
DC, who be
who is that?
busy? Tara
Anywho,
Michelle be
but no,
minding her
Tara, you want to come
business.
and do that?
I don't
Yeah,
know,
you can
but
invite me.
Oh, my bad. I got you. I got
oh, I done took
you.
thousands of
I
pictures.
had
No,
to
you
You
take
are
a
haven't.
little bit
always
of a
welcome.
So
break.
here's what I
I
do
had to
want y'all to
step
do
back
though.
because
It's
life
a
was
table
life.
down there. It's two
I get
weird
it.
looking dudes down there sitting at
And
a
I don't want
table.
to see
We
Amron.
doing
You
our
want to be
march
with
to the
you
record
and
books right
Troy
now.
and Eric.
So
I look at all the
go
stuff
down
y'all put on
there
y'all
and get
plates
on the
and
mic.
go, I have all white hair. There wouldn't be a piece of y'all do too much. For me, I just want to focus on one or two things I'm really, really good at and I actually have time for and try to do them to the best of my ability. I still got 2 kids full time at home.
Who's
One
doing
that
too
What
comes
much?
home from
name?
college, always needing
Name two
something.
things you good
I
at.
got the YouTube channel, I have a relationship. So to me, it's just like, when would I have time for peace or solace or to perfect my craft if I'm spread so thin? I don't know how y'all do it. I
I'm
can't
gonna
do
be
it.
honest with you.
I
What
need
happens
everybody going
is
that way.
everything sounds like a good
Just
idea.
walk
And
down
I'd
the
be
hall.
like,
You'll see everybody.
yeah, yeah. And then it'd be like, oh my God, I'm doing 75 different things.
Yep,
Oh, it's
So
Detroit in the house. Look at y'all.
it's juggling.
So
It's
let me ask,
juggling.
it
hold on.
is.
Y'all
And when
don't
they
show
when
up
it
for
started
this.
to crash
Y'all
down
show
on
up
me,
for
I
this,
just
but y'all
pulled
show
back.
up for this.
I had to
We
tell
set up
people,
down
no, I
there.
can't do no more shows. Ken
Walk
was
that
so
way.
mad at me. Smash.
Yup.
I think
It's two
Smash thought
weird
I
looking
was his
dudes on a microphone. Go down there
unofficial
and talk to
co-host,
them.
so he could just call 5 minutes before his show,
You
and
know
I
what
was
they
gonna
look like.
jump for him or something.
But you
But
know what though? I
Oh,
like the dynamic of you and Smash because you're so different in opinion sometimes.
yes,
It makes a
I
good
like it
show.
too. But to get to you have to really hate yourself to keep hanging around him a lot. That shows that
No,
you
that's
do
a
not
fact.
like yourself
That's
if you
definitely a fact.
continuously keep him around. You gotta
That's a
breathe a bit.
fact. Smash
Smash
is
is a
my
lot
guy,
to deal
but
with.
being around Smash too much mean you are a fucked up person.
attitude.
Well, he's coming soon, y'all. So it'll be fun.
Hey, I
I
did
mean, in
not need to
small
know that, Emma.
doses.
I did not need to know that.
I meant to the party. You know what I
You know
meant.
what?
Ah,
Why
okay.
are you like that? Like, why? Just
Ooh, like
gross.
what?
What I heard,
You,
I'm
you
a
know full
nasty
well what she meant.
motherfucker.
So yes, okay. So
uh,
then go
I,
ahead and admit that you knew what Netflix and chill meant.
It
That
meant you
part.
come over, we watch TV, and we relax. We get to know each other. We talk. We vibe. You know what I'm saying? We get to know, like, yo, what's up with you? What do you think about the moon and the stars in Africa? And then you can ask me, like, what do you think about how they making the new concrete in Zimbabwe? And I could be
y'all,
like, yo, we Zen. We here.
uh,
Fuck is you talking about? Like,
I'm just
yeah.
waiting on the lightning bolt to strike you for lying so heinously. It makes no
Wow.
sense.
The amount of
You just
hate
came out your face
amazes
and made
me.
all that BS up.
The amount of hate amazes me on so many levels. Who we got there?
Yay,
Who
who's
we got
joining?
there? Who we
You
got
got it.
there? Y'all gotta start talking. Don't just hold on to the mic. Talk to it.
okay, I'm and and Shay, and basically we the best friends that you didn't know you needed. Yeah, we
Okay.
create a safe space. We laugh, yep. We cry, we yell. Things from sex to
What's
rap
the name of the
culture to
podcast?
being a blackface in a white workspace, toxic masculinity. Just
What's the name of the
anything that you could
podcast
think
again?
of. We have an episode for you that you.
I don't know
They
if they can
sound
hear
they
us.
sound they sound similar to
For
what we
Truth
doing
and
on
Shade.
One Man, One Woman. What we talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not called One Band, One Sound all this time?
And then Shade. So, you know.
The shade. I'm not worried about you.
Before y'all get too tired.
You gotta let people hear
DC.
us too.
Hey, no.
DC, they have to
DC,
hear
we
us,
need their
DC.
podcast name.
DC, we need an introduction or something. I'm just saying, I
Because
love
your
my
mic
beautiful
is
black people,
trash.
but it's
DC,
And I want to
they
check
can't
them
hear
out.
us. So when we asking them questions, they can't answer it. You got to give them headphones. There you
Hello,
go.
hello. I'm Sean Michael Williams from Situation Podcast. Nice to meet y'all. Yeah, we're here at Podfest. You know, I'm out here chilling. Out here. Oh, there we go. Out here chilling with my guy DC from What the Shit Podcast. We
okay.
out here. But we also got a black, like black podcasters meetup. So every year is more and more people here. But yeah, about my podcast, the Situations Podcast, Dating and Relationships. Go check us out. We're everywhere. We help you solve dating.
Help us solve
We help
dating.
you
They should be
Yeah.
solve dating. What?
billionaires.
What is you talking about, son?
What we doing? How
Ooh,
you
it's
solve
more. It's
dating?
more.
Beautiful melanated
Hello.
people.
Hi, my
Hi.
name is Erica. I have a pod. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
So funny.
My name is Erica. I have a podcast called Take 30. So on the Take 30 podcast, we discuss mental health related topics, anywhere from PTSD, depression, anxiety. I've had a lot of people on the show. So from therapists, other podcasters, coaches, and we really want to try to break the stigma and start normalizing these conversations. My podcast is available wherever you listen to podcasts, so Spotify, Apple, Amazon Music, and yeah,
what
you
does
can
Take
find
30.
me on
what does the name of your podcast mean? What does
Instagram.
Take 30 mean?
Take 30.
What does it mean?
Say that again.
What is the name of your
What is the
podcast?
name
Take
of your
30 means
podcast
take 30
name?
minutes.
Take 30 minutes.
Okay.
So
I
30
love that.
minutes of insightful conversation.
I love that. I don't know
Oh,
what's going on with the snap, crackling, and popping for
it's,
Rob, but I'm gonna need you to
yeah,
mute yourself until
yeah,
you get it together, sir.
So it's
You talking about? You address me accordingly.
That's crazy.
It
All
sounds
in the
like Raw
table
put us in his
game.
pocket.
He's different. This is embarrassing. Come on. I love that. So is that take 30 minutes for yourself, take 30 minutes for your mental health, take 30 minutes to breathe, calm down. Any of those things. I don't think they can hear us anymore. I like that though.
take 30 minutes to breathe, calm down. Yep.
Yeah.
Take 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take 30
Beautiful.
take 30 minutes to just dedicate your time, your own mental health. So yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that. Super cool.
All
And when you think
right.
about that in the terms of 24 hours, 30 minutes is not a lot of time. We
And
should
yeah,
be
you
able to
guys can
find that
follow.
for ourselves. For sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna fire DC and all his production
Exactly.
equipment.
Yeah, he's trying his
Yeah, for
best.
sure.
Where's Raw? Is he going to find people to have they already had the meeting?
The black people
I
meeting.
can hear them.
Yes, we actually did 2 of them already, and they actually
Oh,
just got done with taking the pictures. Because we usually
The
do like
Black
a big picture.
podcast.
Yeah.
yeah,
The
when you
black,
all do the podcast meetup, all the
the
black creators get
melanation
together.
meetup.
Did they tell you, Erica, about the black people meetup? I hope this is not the first time you're hearing about it.
She was just there. What do you mean? That's why I
Okay, I
found
was
her at.
making sure. She was saying it confusing. I
I
was
think
making
it's
sure.
the connection. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if you didn't.
It's okay,
Okay.
but I was there.
Okay, I was
Perfect.
making sure they
Well,
told
thank
you.
you for speaking with us. I have to
And
get
I'm
over
definitely
to
gonna
Apple
check out your
Music
show. I'm all for
and
anything
All
Spotify.
right,
positive
thank you
with mental health.
guys.
Yeah, for anything that's
For
you know,
sure.
I can't believe in 2025 we're still in this
Absolutely.
space where people think it's taboo, where someone would honestly think it's something's wrong with saying I need some help and rather struggle through it than to seek some assistance in overcoming it. I just don't know why we
So
like to hold on to pain so much. And I think that's really huge in the
somebody,
Black community.
I seen somebody post something about a week or so ago. She was saying that it's easier to pretend like it's okay than it is to talk to somebody. And I said, if you feel like that, then you in the wrong motherfucking circle. Because if you can't
Yeah,
talk to your team, then they ain't your team. Point blank period. She was like,
exactly.
oh, but
I get
they're going
that
to talk
though.
about you. They're going to talk about you later. And I'm like, then they not your team. I
Exactly.
got,
Because
if I can't come to my folks and have a conversation and get what I need to get off my chest, I ain't fucking with you. It is what it is.
and
But it's
it doesn't have to be somebody you know. There are
yeah,
therapists. If you work, there's an EAP probably at your job where you can go and talk to somebody. And it's easy to talk to somebody that I don't know because I really don't care what you think after I get up and leave.
No, that's a
But
fact.
friends can be scary. Like right now, I know a group of people who've been friends for many, many, many years. And right now, in their anger, they are literally screenshotting and sharing all the information and all the secrets and all the texts and the pictures back and forth from over 10 years because that's how mad they let
Nice.
themselves get. So I can understand the fear of not trusting somebody that you know because you don't know how long y'all gonna be cool. But that's what therapists are for. It's illegal for them to tell somebody what you told them.
No,
true.
that's a fact. That's a
So
fact.
we
That
got
don't mean they
somebody
not
else,
gonna do it.
Tara. Who's this beautiful
Hi,
chocolate person? Because I
can
don't
you
know
hear
your
us?
Fluffy.
pronouns.
It's fluffy.
Hi.
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 Yeah, we
What's
can hear.
up, Fluffkin?
Yes. Guys, how y'all
Did
doing?
you? We're
Good.
doing good. How are you? What's
Nothing
the
much,
name of
sir.
your
How are
podcast?
you?
Hilarious.
You got talk your shit, Fluffy.
Okay.
I think
So
this connection delay gonna
yeah,
get us
that's what I was
messed up.
I
I'm just
know.
I'm just in the back.
In
Okay,
the
so you just
back,
wanted to chill with us today?
Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
we can. What's the name of your podcast?
Oh no, I can tell you my podcast.
Oh,
Shadow Corner.
Shadow Corner. Okay, what's that about?
Oh, do you want me to go in full explanation?
Full explanation, like the
Yeah.
whole
So Shadow
dirty
Corner
detail.
is a baby of mine from my. Okay, so we're gonna go back, way back. So Shadow Corner was developed by the things I've personally gone through as a child, as well as the things I was absent of and the things that I was present of, the rooms that I was in, and the conversations like the people that didn't want to talk about it, like mental health. When you're only child, you have a higher expectation than others. Traumas that they keep saying what happens in the family stays in the family type of stuff.
Mhm. Lord.
I was and this is like me being vulnerable. I was the product of the perfect child syndrome because my mother, she had an older child, but she had already had kids and she dropped out of high school. And she's like, yeah, no, this other child ain't gonna do that. So I was constantly on surveillance watch. And there was no point in my life that I could actually say that I messed up. So
I was like I had to put myself in the shadows until I could actually get my own voice. I've had friends where they put me in the back burner and they were like, your voice doesn't matter. And without even saying it, they say it. And I developed Shadow Corner because I am a life coach to help people bring their authentic self to the forefront. Because there's a lot of voices in this world, but there's only one voice, which is yours. And I want to bring that out into other people I interview, and then like from my life experiences. And I wanted to make sure that everyone that has ever been told that either you can't go this far or you can't go this way, bust down the doors, do what you got to do, because no one makes the rules and regulations over your life.
That's dope.
That
I
is.
love that.
You busting them doors down. Fuck you talking about? Fuck them doors.
Oh yeah, I was not supposed to be here. I was not supposed to be here.
Your mama was
Finances
gonna get
didn't
an
look right,
abortion.
and like,
So are you saying you was unswallowed? I'm confused on why
Like, what
you
are you
saying
saying? What are you saying?
Did this man just say that?
so yeah, he did, and it's okay. It's okay. Everybody has children in the back. It's okay. But no, as in at one point in time, I wanted to take my own life. I didn't tell everybody the age I was when I was at that point. I was 12.
Oh,
And it's like when you're 12 years old, you're able to like walk back home from the bus and you're able to do whatever. So my mother and my father would leave me home alone, at least until my mom got off. And then there was a one point I was like, I was sick of this. I was sick of life and I didn't want to do any of that. And I wanted to take my own life. And then in the background, I heard music and it was like an old school song. I can't remember off the top of my head right now, but it's been so long. And the only thing I could do was cry because God was like, not today.
Okay.
And then I cried myself out of it
Yeah.
because I had a knife next to me, and then
Lord.
I had whatever note that I thought was satisfying to my parents. And then there was another point where it was like when things couldn't get any better, I was like, I don't think I can do this. This is a little too heavy, too much for me. And it became, I can't just stop now. Oh yeah, it was Mary Mary. It was Mary Mary that helped me. It was their song.
Wait, so you said it was an old school song. You talking about Mary Mary? I
she's
officially
young.
feel old
She's
because I
young.
remember when they came out. Lord Jesus. You just said Mississippi Mass Choir. I'd have felt better. Mary Mary's brand new. I just want you to know that. Okay.
Yeah, it was their
That's a lot. I think
hey,
his
either way,
delay
it
is
was old to me because
significant.
I knew nothing of them.
How old are you?
Because like my mother,
If you don't mind me asking. Yeah.
I am 33.
No, she's
Oh,
not that young.
she ain't that old either. To be talking about Mary Mary is an old school song. I'm offended now.
Well, when you think about it, like Shackles was like my medium, like middle school, like church music.
We can't hear her. Who is this in Raw's camera?
Hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sherry Ryan. I have two podcasts, Legend Actually podcast, and Perspectives
Oh,
with Sherry. Can y'all hear me?
We
Yeah.
can't. It's a lot of craziness going on. Just ignore it all.
Oh, okay. So what are we talking about here? I hear you talking about my girls, Mary Mary.
She said they were old school, and I'm offended because they. I feel like they're they're not brand new, but they are definitely
I'm
not old
sorry.
school.
That's the only
They
thing
are not
I
old
think of.
school. Old school would be like the Clark sisters, ma'am.
Thank
Yes.
you. I said the Mississippi Mass Choir.
That too. That part. Yeah.
So tell us about your
If you want me to
podcast.
go as far as the Whispers and the Spinners and Earth, Wind, and Fire, I can go that far too.
Oh, okay. Somebody grandmama told them something. Cool.
So my podcast is well, I'll say
His
so
connection.
my podcast is the first season is dedicated to me, so that way you'll know exactly like what happened in my life, what things like shape me, mold me, and you get to know the person who I am. Like this is the vulnerable part. Now I'm working on my second season. It's going to be like where I interview life coaches, therapists, anybody that has a story, so that way that they have a platform to feel like they have a safe space to talk, like not get cut off or feel as if like they don't belong. And it is something that I love because I wish somebody would open the door for me when I started like podcasting, and I want to give someone else that opportunity.
Beautiful. Because we need that. There's always going to be something for somebody in every creative space. I was talking about that earlier. So I think that's beautiful. Now, when you collaborate with other podcasters, is there a platform you use? Like, do you use, I can't even remember the name of the other one. Like, where do you normally go to like meet other people or to collab with other people? Or are you pretty much just a loner other than Podfest?
Is this for anybody?
If there's a space.
Other than Podfest, I am Alona because I have one person I'm going to interview. Her name is Seven the God. She's also a life coach, and she, when we met up, we clicked instantly. She's a fellow Black lady in crime,
Not in
and
crime.
she's also in crime because we both have no filter at all. At
We
all.
need that.
And if it's
We
like
need that.
when we smell bullshit, we call it bullshit.
You fit right in with
And
us.
it's like a lot of people don't like that. So
Hey, Raw, did your girl leave?
So it's
Raw, did your person have to leave? He's frozen.
I think
again,
he's
too.
frozen. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a terrible
did your
connection
person
out there.
have to leave?
Oh, they're all standing right there close to each other.
Uh-oh.
That's probably the issue.
Okay.
You gotta go? I think.
Fluffy, you gotta go stay.
Oh no.
Okay.
You know, I'm here.
Okay.
He was just doing something.
Okay, what's your name again, new lady?
Okay, my name is Sherry Ryan.
Sherry
and,
Ryan.
And I have two podcasts. My first one, Alleged Actually, I started a little over a year ago. And that is because I have a huge love of reality TV shows.
Me too.
Yes, honey. Are you a Bravo girl?
So here's the thing. I'm a Bravo, TLC. I do a little VH1. I kind of like them all.
I like them all too. Netflix, I like Love is Blind, The Ultimatum. I like I do a little Love and Marriage.
So really,
but the fans are crazy. So yeah.
Really quickly, tell me what tragic thing happened to you in your life that you like reality TV. I can't do it.
Listen, you know what it is? I do a lot of critical thinking at work, and I find reality TV to be a major escape for me. I laugh. And you know what else? I think I used to be a cheerleader from a small little girl till all the way through high school. Being around a group of girls all the time, I can so relate because there's always drama. I don't care what walk of life you come from, what city you're in, because all the franchises, I'm saying, I love it. And then I like to analyze people. So I watch and I'm always analyzing while I'm watching them. Like, what is their real problem here? I mean, because some of it now it's not really real. It's produced heavily, but I just love it, y'all. So I do that and I talk about pop culture. When I can get my daughter to hop on, she was supposed to be co-hosting with me, but it's hard to get her focused. And then in December, I started Perspectives with Sherry, which is more of a lifestyle. It's a safe space for women in midlife over 40. And I have interviewed health and wellness coaches. I have OBGYN coming on. We're going to do a series on menopause. And we're going to have some financial folks come on and talk about, retirement preparation, entrepreneurship, everything that just makes us fabulous. I don't know, I know some of y'all are younger, but something about 40, a light bulb turned on for me. So
I agree. I actually work in retirement. That's what I do for a living. I work in HR and I'm a retirement specialist. Yes. So that's probably the most rewarding part of my job, is because what you don't realize until you work in retirement is how much people have not planned for their lives.
Yes,
And so
right.
it's so, especially older Black people have no
Mhm,
idea what they
mhm,
have, first of all, how much is
mhm,
there, what their
mhm.
options are. So it feels kind of good when you can sit down with somebody and say, okay, let's go over everything that you have and map what you're looking to do. Do you need a new roof? We try to keep them away from taking out a lump sum because that's not going to work for you. Most money market accounts or savings accounts you're going to get aren't going to yield for you what keeping it inside of this. Like for me, it's the PSRS. So it's the public school retirement system. You're not going to
Mhm.
make as much on your own as you will with keeping it in. But you might
Right.
need a new roof. You might need to get the house together because you don't have anybody else who's going to help you. So let's talk over those things and get you as straight as we can. And on
Yes, I
most
love that.
most times they have way more than what they thought. And it's a relief. When you see that relief go in their eyes, like, oh my God, I'm going to
Mhm.
be okay. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Love that. I love that. I
Yeah,
love that. We're gonna need to collab. I'm gonna need you to come on Perspectives with Sherry.
absolutely. Absolutely. I'd
Okay.
love to.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
So
All
let me
See,
right.
ask
I
you
love this
right before you
collaboration.
go, before you go, have you analyzed Rashida? Can you tell me what is wrong with her? There's a whole lot wrong with that woman. Just the little clips I see on the internet have me seething. I'm like, see, I could not watch this show. I mean, throwing stuff at my TV and all kind of foolishness.
So you're saying Rashida from Love and Hip Hop?
Yeah, yeah, huh?
Okay.
Oh,
She has been with Kirk since she was a very young woman, and I really feel like
He
he
groomed her.
has he's grown. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
feel like it's daddy issues type things going on there. It's sad to watch though. She's a beautiful woman that has so much going for her. I
beautiful.
hate that. I hate that for her.
Mm-hmm.
I do. It is very hard to watch. I agree.
oh, I think it's a mix of
Mm-mm.
low self-esteem as well.
And that.
Because she's been with him for so long and because she's so like indentured to him and feel like her success is based upon her relationship with him, she's
Mhm.
afraid to leave because then it's like, well, what you gonna hear about Rashida? No
Right.
offense, but what was the song she got? What was the song? I
Was
don't
it
know what it
Marry
is,
Me
but it was
song?
Make him
I don't know.
want to marry me or some foolishness.
Yes, put in.
Like yeah.
Think about it.
Wow.
Would we really be looking for Rashida in another light? So
No.
I think, unfortunately, at this point, Kirk is her ticket to stay relevant, but it causes a lot of
Mhm.
pain. So it's kind of like, how much do you want to trade off? And she's
Right.
making her choice.
Right. I agree. I
She could
agree.
just leave
Crazy.
him and then join the messy side of things and just start dating everybody. She ain't really got to be dating him in real life, but for the TV, do
I don't, but
anything but
see,
him.
but that's the thing. That's not part of her brand. Her brand is a one man person.
Yeah.
Like she's a
I'm a ride
wife,
or
she's a
die.
mother.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's
Hmm.
not.
She a
She's not
fool.
loose
That's what
like
she
that.
is.
Oh,
She's a
that
fool.
part.
That's
She
what she is.
is. She is. She is. Real
So
talk.
You're
yeah,
right.
it's too much. I can't. I emotionally can't take it.
It's a lot. I
So what
agree.
have you been enjoying at podcast or Podfest?
To be honest, I love the networking. I love meeting people. I love finding out what they do, how long they've been doing it, their shows, their passion. I have thoroughly enjoyed that piece. I met some amazing folks.
Okay, is this your first year?
It is, yes.
It is. So I should have went. Raw didn't tell me nothing about it. DC, they be gatekeeping. They don't share stuff with nobody.
Oh no.
Yeah, part. See, here's what happened, Tara. They told us about it, but they told us about it as soon as it happened last year. Ain't nobody gonna remember that 12
Yeah.
months ahead of time. Life
Oh,
be
I,
lifing.
I saw them. DC post about it a lot. I was just trying to get in trouble. I'm absolutely just talking stuff. I
I
knew it was
forgot.
gonna happen.
You need to come next year.
I do.
Oh,
I need to. It sounds like so much
Yeah.
fun.
It
it
is.
definitely
It is.
does.
Had a great time. I'm here with my brother and son. They also have a podcast too. Talks all things basketball. Goatcast podcast. Y'all want to get on talk? All right. I'm gonna let my son give a little
Okay.
pitch here.
Oh, I
Nice
love
meeting
this.
you.
Generational podcasting.
Yeah, my kids
Absolutely.
beg to get their own shows all the time, but they crazy. I ain't feeling nobody see that.
I agree.
Crazy.
I
I mean,
agree. I'm keeping it in the house
crazy
right
gets
now.
views. Crazy gets views, baby. There you go. Bye.
Bye. Hello.
All right, now
Oh wait,
don't wait till
he
he
ain't
get
got
the
it on
radio
yet.
show with you. No,
Okay.
still no.
Right here is good. Can y'all hear
Who
me?
is that?
We can hear you.
Hi.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nigel. I'm a co-host of the Goatcast podcast. Where we just mainly talk basketball topics, past, present, and future.
do a little bit of college basketball, and we try to get to some WNBA topics as well. But
Oh,
it's
you
just a
tried to
fun,
get to some WNBA, huh? You tried to get to the WNBA.
like we've experimented with it a little bit, and I got a lot of flack for one of my videos where I was doing the Rookie of the Year race between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. So that was a new experience for me. So looking to circle
So who
back
were
on
you
it this
with?
year.
Are
I
you
was
on the
making a,
Caitlin side?
I was making a case for Angel Reese, and that's where I got a lot of flack because people started talking about I don't know anything basketball, talking about the missed layups and all that stuff. But I was trying to advocate like if you're a leader in rebounds, that takes skill, that takes effort. Not anybody can just walk into the league and.
That wasn't on you
Right.
though.
Right. I know, and you still get the rebound over those three people. I mean,
Yeah. I
but
think that
yeah,
the world was how old are you?
I'm 24.
24. Okay. So when I was in high school, I'm 44, so I'm 20 years older than you. When I was in high school, the first time I ever saw the world pulled apart was the O.J. Simpson trial. So like when the verdict came out, you saw all the black kids in my high school and all the white kids in my high school over here. The next time I saw the world separated like that for me personally was Mike Brown, which is in Ferguson, right? I mean, 5 minutes from my house. So that was another thing. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese all of a sudden became this race thing where if you were black,
Mhm.
you had to be for Angel Reese. If you were white, you had to be for Caitlin. And if you weren't, it was a whole bunch of foolishness. So I think no matter what you had said, people were going to be mad at you. There was no way to win no matter what. You were going to be attacked either way. So don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah. What I learned is the WNBA. I mean, I know not a lot of people cover it, but like that fan base is toxic, man.
Yeah.
Like I'm used to like some NBA chats and everything, and people are heated about MJ and LeBron, and I'm cool with all that. But like that WNBA, that's a different flavor of toxicity for real. But
What do you think about that question though? I mean, with you being 24, what do you
mhm.
know about MJ? Like, why do you think people are so obsessed with trying to compare those two?
I think it's a clash of eras. Like because LeBron, like he came on and he wore 23, the chosen one, all that stuff. I know it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, especially Michael Jordan fans. So anytime he's in the media getting pushed over like other players who are like playing better and just doing better for their team, it just rubs him the wrong way. And you know,
I wonder why we always have this obsession with a goat. Why can't we have multiple of them? Why does there have to be one that reigns supreme?
yeah, I mean everybody can be great at something else.
Okay. Who is that
Right.
talking on the
Can I
side of
answer
you? Are
that?
they talking to you?
Yes.
Interviewing your messing up your interview.
A little bit.
Can I answer that?
So funny.
What's up?
Yeah, sure. Oh
So
my
it
God.
goes down to like
Did
if
you
Yeah.
you are if you go by Southern standards, it's the crab in the bucket mentality. So it's like they can't just
mm,
be more than one golden fish. Somebody has to have all the power in one hand, and then somebody has to dominate that power in order to be able to be successful. That's
Fluffy,
something that's
I
like
just came
I've
back.
seen a lot.
I'm sorry, Fluffy. I just came back. I'm a little confused. We talking about the golden fish? What are we referring to? I'm sorry. I want to catch
we're
up.
Okay,
talking about the
so
GOAT, like the argument between LeBron being better or my MJ being better. My question is, why do we have to have one GOAT? Why can't we have a GOAT for each era or just a GOAT based on what somebody has done? And she was talking about it being the crab in a barrel mentality.
I get it. But you know what I want to say I think is cool about LeBron? Him and his son
yeah,
playing
because
together.
like
That's
if
cute.
Yeah, it's historic. It's
Yeah.
amazing. I
I
don't
don't
know. I think we need to. I think for me, it's just the same with like, movies and with, rappers and stuff. I think we need to stop focusing so much on who is the better between. Why can't we just have a bunch of greats? You're gonna have the best shooter. You're gonna have that argument about Steph Curry and whoever else. You're gonna have the best rebounder. Nobody just encompasses it all. Now you can't. Now when you talk about the stats and talking about getting 6 rings and going and never losing, if that is what your structure is, then you might go with MJ. But if you want to go with somebody who has carried a team and whatever he did with the Cavaliers, people have their different reasons for how they verify or how they judge what a GOAT is. I think it's okay if we all have a different answer.
I agree with that, but I just know some people there can only be one GOAT, so they're gonna knock everybody else's takes out just to uplift their other guy. Which that's my
Well,
biggest
if there
problem
can only
is
be one GOAT, it's Michael Jordan. I mean, just it's okay.
I think
I still disagree, but
So messy. So messy. Okay, so what's your favorite part about doing the
I think
podcast?
that the rapper community is the same
the
thing.
favorite part is
Class.
just kind of like going into like detail about like what's going on in the NBA, kind of giving my perspective. And with my co-host CW, we always have like different perspectives, so it's like it's good to see us kind of clash on like what's going on, who we think is better, or just who we think is going to win it all, what teams like matchups. We can like break down those matchups in the postseason, even the new in-season tournament. We can give new ideas about the All-Star game because that's been a travesty in the NBA. So it's just the good back and forth between me and my co-host, who's actually my
Good.
uncle. So we've been doing this stuff long before we put a camera and video in front of us.
See,
I
it's
like
always good when you find a hobby that you love. Like, or even if you find a job that you love, when you get up every day and you go to work and it's what you love to do, they say it never feels like work.
Right.
Awesome. Super cool.
Okay.
A
I'm
whole
gonna go
family
on
of
to
podcasters.
I love
yeah.
that. I want to do that. I'm gonna eventually break my baby into it.
Yeah, I might
Okay.
let mine come in too. Who knows? It's they're 10 and 12. The world is what scares me when it comes to it.
hmm
See, he's 24. My kids are 10 and 12, and you got weirdos out here and pedos and all kinds of stuff. And it's just different.
Yeah.
People who can become obsessed, be trying to find out where you live. You don't want what's behind this door. Telling you, don't show up. Nothing nice waiting on you. Cool. Okay, so right now, who's your favorite team?
Oh my god.
Favorite team. I think the favorite team that I like to watch. I mean, my favorite player is LeBron, obviously, but that doesn't necessarily mean my favorite team is the Lakers. Obviously, I want them to win because I want LeBron to get another ring, of course. But the team I like watching the most is OKC. Like, I just like the way they play the game, the way they
Mhm.
move the ball, and of course the way they defend as well. That's like my favorite things. And obviously SGA is amazing, so
Who
always
are
fun to
some
watch him
uh
play.
who are some of the players on OKC that somebody like me who does not watch basketball would know?
Who you would know? I mean, if I say SGA, Shea Gildas Alexander, he would be the household name for someone who's like
You
just like trying to
guys?
watch the Thunder. Is like who's this one guy that's like you're looking for? It would be Shea Gildas Alexander. Um, Jalen Williams is another big name on that team.
I know that name. I know Jalen
Um,
Williams.
I'm sure you've heard of Chet Holmgren by now, right?
No.
He probably be a bigger talking point name for that team if he didn't get hurt toward the beginning of the season. But he's another
Uh,
really good player. But probably just those two. Everybody else are a bunch of like um, names that aren't really household names yet, but they're really good role players and they're exceptional in what they do on that team. So
they're a
I'd say
young
Jalen
team.
Williams. They're a young team.
Okay, that's how you do it. Get you a young team and build them all up together. From this angle, you look like Bronny might grow up and look like you.
I've been told that. I've been told I
Have
look like
you? Yeah, because I'm
Bronny
looking, I'm like,
or Ken Shan.
you know what? He looked like Bronny could look like him when he get a little bit older. Okay. As long as you know it. So what's your co-host, your uncle? What's his favorite team?
He's a Spurs fan. He's a big Tim Duncan guy. He's always been rocking with the
Tim Duncan
Spurs.
retired. That much I know.
Yeah, he's been
A
gone for some
while
seasons now,
ago,
but
actually. But I liked watching Timmy too. He was amazing. That was a person who I thought was an excellent basketball player, but I never heard anybody put him on their favorite list. And I don't understand that. Is it because he wasn't controversial and always in something? He just focused on the game?
yeah, he was considered by a lot of people just like boring. Like he's the lunch pail guy. Just come in, do his work. He'll put 20 and 10 on your favorite team and then go back home. Very
Yes, how is
boring.
that boring? See, that's what's wrong with us. That is what's wrong with us collectively as a people. We need salaciousness. We need drama. We don't want people to just come in and do their job. I think if I was an employer, I would love people who just came in and did their job and went home. Don't cause me any problems. That sounds amazing to me.
Right.
He's still a hero.
So weird. So have you had fun at Podfest? And what have you learned or what are you going to take home to use to better your podcast?
Yeah, I've had fun here, like networking, getting to know a lot of other podcasters out here. This is my first Podfest, so taking in the entire experience as I go. I know the lectures or the sub-sessions were similar to like a college lecture, albeit a lot shorter, being like 30 minutes instead of like an hour or 50 minutes. So, in that aspect, I like listening to all the people who have some successful tips that they want to share to us. I'm always willing to learn, always willing to listen. Um, but outside of that, stuff like this where I can, come and promote the podcast, have a good conversation with you all lovely people, and that's what it's all about to me.
That's dope. We got somebody new.
Yes, we got somebody
Hello.
new. Who's this? Yep, sir. The other sir. Yes,
I
sir.
don't know you're talking to me.
You the one looking
Yeah.
around. Yep.
Sorry, I can't see what's going on. I'm just like sit down in the chair and put on some headphones.
Hey,
That must be the goat guys that's on right now from North Carolina.
I'm from North
Is that who
Carolina
was it?
too.
Who was
Shout out NC. I'm from NC as well.
See, I'm
Wow.
loving it.
Okay.
I knew
I'm
it.
not representing St. Louis,
Yeah, so I
Missouri
think
in here.
yeah, we met yesterday.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm
sir, do you
representing
have a
San Antonio.
show?
That's why I said Tim Duncan's still a hero there.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so
I
tell
do.
us
My
about
name is
your
Chip White.
podcast.
I have a show called Relatively Famous. I
Okay.
interview relatives. Okay. I interview relatives of famous people, brothers, sisters, moms, dads, cousins. It's how do you stand out and you make your own sunshine in the shadow of a famous person, famous relative. And I give them their chance to find out who they are. Everybody knows who your relative is, or genre. So let's find out who you are and what life is like for you.
That's amazing. How do you find out who their siblings are?
It comes from authority. Well, some I start with friends. I started with friends. I grew up. I be up front. My sister's Vanna White of Wheel of Fortune, so I have authority.
The baddest chick in the dress to ever turn letters, baby. That's amazing.
Yeah, 41 years on one show, man. It's crazy.
Wow.
So I met some people in the business when I lived out in LA for 20 years. I started there. They'll recommend someone at Podfest. I've talked to people like, I happen to know so-and-so. And I'm friends with so-and-so who is a brother or a cousin. Let me connect you. And it's kind of all about networking. And I go online, I do some research and let me see if Tim Duncan has a brother, by the way, named Scott Duncan, who's a videographer, cinematographer around the country. Been trying to get him on the show for a while.
Super cool. What's the name of the show again?
It's called Relatively Famous with Chip White. We're on YouTube, Spotify, all your kind of podcast platforms, but we're also on YouTube.
Chip and Vanna. Were your parents hippies?
Chip and Vanna. No, it's Herbert Stafford White III. So it's Chip off the old block.
Oh, okay.
This right here
cool.
I could not deny who my dad was. So it's always been, Chip off the old block.
That's amazing. I love that concept. I've never heard of anybody doing anything like that. And you know what? Being an older sibling and having like more success in terms of going higher in my education and having more kids and having more success in life, but I was here longer. I wonder if my siblings ever felt that way. So I had a conversation with a few of them, and it was because a great student and they hated school, they did kind of feel away. Like the accolades didn't come for them, but it was never something as terrible as I can't imagine being Michael Jordan's brother or something like that. And all I want to do is bird watching. What do you do?
Yeah.
Random question, Chip.
Oh, you're yes.
Right. As far as like dating, did it ever get you a little bit further? Like someone liked you a little bit more because you were Vanna White's brother? I was just curious.
It's open doors. What? It's open doors, and I'm not gonna lie.
Probably opened some legs too.
Probably.
Maybe. I'm sure it probably has.
Sorry, that's the first thing I said.
I didn't say that. This is the one time I didn't say that.
Sorry, Chip. Put you on blast.
That's fine. My life is an open book, man. You can find out about me. It's been a hell of a journey, so I'm pretty open.
That's amazing. Really quick before we talk to our new person who is gorgeous, by the way. Looks like you could be my little sister. Who is your favorite interview, Chip? of all the ones that you've done? Or is he frozen?
The crazy thing is I've had Dom DeLuise and I've had Morgan. Uh, uh, probably my favorite was actually my niece, Vanessa's daughter, who's she's a tattoo artist in Los Angeles, and not because of love it was probably the longest conversation one-on-one we've ever had. Just because of life and distance and everything like that. We've been in group settings, but to sit one-on-one, it was probably the longest I've ever had with my niece, and it was very special for me.
Beautiful.
And she's a great tattoo artist if you're out in LA.
Yeah, you can't draw me with a needle. I'm not doing it. But thank you, Chip, for spending some time with us.
Well,
now, who do we have? Who's our newcomer?
My name is Kiona Nessenbaum, and I am the host of the Birth as We Know It podcast.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Birth as We Know It.
Yes, yes. So it's a podcast that is solely dedicated to recognizing the many different ways that birth unfolds. So I talk to birthing people, partners, providers, birth workers, and more, and we just get all the ins and outs of everything. We talk about it all.
So
I say we, but really it's me.
Yeah.
You talk about doulas and midwives and stuff like that. See, I wish I would have had somebody like this around when I was having babies. I never would have chosen hospital births if I'd have known the other ways I could have done it. Because I ended up having to have a C-section. And then for the rest of my pregnancies, all 4 of them, they had to be C-sections, or at least that's what I was told.
Right.
So I think we do need to get that out more. I don't think that the people understand the naturalness of using gravity to have birth. Of course, the water births and being able to squat is going to make it easier. Your body doesn't know how to do that when you're laying on your back in a hospital. So good for you. Right. I love that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Tara, but I still would be at the hospital. I'm just saying. I just feel like this. I need a plan B. If anything goes wrong, we could just call this dude next door or this lady.
You are so funny. Well, maybe you could do a water birth in that room too. I don't know, but the laying on the back thing is not how that's supposed to work.
Yeah, the thing though, like that's part of why I have the podcast is because there are so many different ways of birthing, right? Like I have people on my show that go unassisted, home births, no provider, having the baby by themselves with their husband, right? Like there are people that do that. Would I be a birth doula for that client? Probably not, for liability reasons, but you do you, boo, right? Like you're gonna do you. You talk to me about your story. I am happy to hear about it. I'm happy to share about it. Someone else is gonna learn about it. But I love that both of you are kind of like on opposites right there, because that creates conversation, right? Because there are some people that feel comfortable in the hospital, and then there are some people that do not feel comfortable in the hospital. And I just got to say it, we are beautiful brown women. Okay. So that has a huge impact on how we're treated in certain environments when we're birthing. So
true.
Where you at? There you are.
Rob,
where you at?
Stop playing.
Right over there.
Go away.
I'm like, where's he at? But so yeah, it really has a big impact on like how we have these conversations with people. And you know, I just talk about it. I talk about it all. And I talk about it in a raw way. Like I talk about it so genuinely because I'm genuinely interested. Okay, Rob.
Rob, she was not talking about you.
I was not talking about you. People that are generally interested in absorbing information and just sharing their story without judgment, you know? Because once you, like, for example, there are people that have really beautiful birth experiences, but they're hesitant to talk about it because they feel like they're bragging, right? And then there are people who have really traumatic birth experiences and they're afraid to share it because they don't want to scare anybody. But the truth is everybody deserves to have their story heard because somebody can learn from it. Someone can relate from it. Like there are people that, like I had someone on my podcast that I learned from everybody on my podcast, by the way. But she found out that she had 2 uterus when she was 16 years old. And so she found out about like potentially struggling to conceive. Like, what is that going to be like, you know? And I found out that she could get pregnant in both uteruses at different points, right? So she was pregnant in one, and then she kept bleeding for a few months in the other while it was trying to sync up, but she could have got pregnant in those few months, which could have led to her having babies months apart, right? So it's so interesting.
You can do that with one uterus. You have women who've done that because that's crazy. We're phenomenal, and sometimes things get a little wonky. It's okay.
Right. Right.
So I have a weird question for you.
I'm all about weird questions.
When I was during my delivery, I had to have the epi ball put in because I wouldn't naturally dilate to 10 centimeters. So does that mean I naturally have a super tight vagina? I've been saying that repeatedly, but in my mind, I'm like, medically, it's extremely small. I just need someone with a medical background to agree with me.
No, it's cool. So I'm gonna say the Foley bulb that you put, it went into your cervix. So it has nothing to do with your vagina.
Boo.
So but hey,
thank you for not feeding into her ridiculousness.
No, but I will say that doesn't mean you don't have a tight vagina, mama. Okay, let's not take that away.
Small vagina.
It's a lot. It's a lot. You know what, for me, and I love that you have this platform because I'm an open book. So I've told everybody, this is not to scare you, but I had my first 2 pregnancies at the same hospital, DePaul Hospital in St. Louis, Missouri, Bridgeton to be, exact. With my son, they burst and let me still do labor for 27 afterwards, and then he stopped breathing, like his heart stopped, because they're not supposed to be trapped in there outside of the bag for 27 hours. So when they brought him out, they had to do the baby defibrillator and all of that. It was a very, very traumatic situation. And then when I woke up and I saw him, they had shaved the whole side of his head to put a needle in his head to, because my body had started attacking him. So they had to cleanse his blood. I just wanted to listen. And then with my second pregnancy, it was a new nurse in there, and she went in to put in, because I had an epidural, because it was a planned C-section, because they told me I had to since he was one. And then the girl got so nervous that she fully opened the morphine drip. So it just flooded through me. My whole body went ice cold. I wake up like 2 days after I've given birth.
Oh, so you were
because this nurse opened the thing instead of, it was crazy. It was utter chaos in both of those. And I don't say it to scare people, but just to let you know, they shouldn't burst your bag and then leave you there for 27 hours. To let you know that if you see it, I saw how nervous she was. I should have said to someone, she's really, really new. Can I get somebody a little older to make sure she knows what so ask questions, advocate for yourself, stand up for yourself when it doesn't feel right. And like you said, everybody share your story, because it's not about fear and it's not about bragging, but it's about giving hope and sharing information. We need that, especially because us, brown women, Black women, we have the worst numbers in terms of surviving birth, or our kids surviving birth, because they don't listen to us. There are statistics that we should pay attention to, specifically when dealing with hospitals.
Right. Yeah. 4 times likely to die than a white woman.
That's why you need to have that birthing plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even with the birthing plan, like I have a hard time calling it a birth plan, right? Because people plan to have birth and they want it to end up being a specific way, when truly they're your birth preferences. Because regardless of what plan you have, it will never happen exactly as you plan it. Does that mean that it's wrong or that it goes bad? No, it just means that it didn't happen exactly the way that it was anticipated to happen in your brain, right? Like we can't plan for all of the unknown situations that will happen, because it's not just you, it's you and your baby or babies, right? Going through this process. And so it's a dance. It's a dance. You got to be able to dance and stand up for yourself, advocate for yourself. I'm a birth doula as well as a midwife's assistant. So my job is to go there and like support you and advocate for you with your providers, and to like have those conversations. So
beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. That's beautiful.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a new person with these. I love these red glasses, though. That's working for me. Hi, go ahead and tell us who you are and about your podcast.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jessica Holly from Everybody Can't Go Combos. I've been listening to you ladies talk about birthing for the past couple of for the past couple minutes here, and happy to join the conversation. And I'm like, oh yeah, I listen to everybody's stories. I'm one of those people that I'm writing all this stuff down. I'm like, look, I made my own quote unquote birth. I'm like, look, I'm gonna have to need a couple of people up in here. I need to advocate for me. I need my husband to advocate for me, and then I need a backup for all of the advocation.
Right on the ear. All right. All right, cool.
All right, hi
Go ahead, keep
everybody.
talking. I don't think that person knows we can hear him. Go ahead, finish talking.
Y'all can, oh, y'all can hear me? Oh, my
Oh,
bad.
Yes.
okay. I'm like, what? Hello? Yes, we can.
So, did you tell us what
My
your
podcast is
podcast was
called
about?
Everybody.
Oh,
She's just
Nope,
about
me?
that's
to.
what I'm going
Hey,
into right now.
Okay.
So my podcast is called Everybody Can't Go Convos, and my podcast was birthed out of my idea for a book where I was sharing my story of how me leveling up, going after my goals, and like building the vision that I had for my life. And people all of a sudden started acting funny. It wasn't really all of a sudden, but each each and every person has experienced some type of change in relationship dynamics when it comes to you going after your goals because everybody else has this idea of what you should have, what is good enough for you to have. But when you remove everybody else's
yeah.
opinions and start talking about what it is that you want to do with your life, some of the people that you started with, you're not going to finish with those people. There are
Hmm.
going to be different rooms that you need to step into that those people, they may not be fit for that room. It could be costing you opportunities, it could be costing you in resources, and just a myriad of things. So on my pod, I do interviews as well as solo episodes where we're diving into all of the different ways that this manifests in life. You know, it could be with friendships, it could be romantic relationships, it could be with family. That's one of the biggest avenues that I end up going down because of what my audience is asking for. They're like, okay, well, everybody can't go if it's if it's a job that you need to leave, if it's an old version of yourself that you need to leave behind. There are versions of people and situations that can be more easily left behind than family. And that's where we start to take deep dives into talking about setting boundaries, making sure that that you are self-assessing to make sure you ain't the problem. Because sometimes, look, you the common denominator if something keep happening. But let's dig into it and let's talk about it in a healthy way and in a way that you're able to get to a solution, get to a resolution, and not just going around in circles having drama just for the sake of having drama.
Absolutely. I love that. I think for me, used to have a very hard time explaining to my friends why I didn't talk to my mother or my father. And I would give them stories and say, I've tried over the years at 44 years old, though I have to understand that what is toxic and not meant for me could be the person who gave birth to me. But I think a lot of times people judge. And what you have to do is quiet the noise. You have to step back and say, okay, I understand that people with great parents will never understand where I'm coming from. So this isn't my audience when I'm trying to share and gain perspective. And I ultimately have to make the best decision for me. If someone is toxic for me, then that messes with me. And then I'm not the best mom I can be. I'm not the best worker I could be. I'm not the best lover I could be. So it doesn't matter what somebody else thinks. Ultimately, I have to make those decisions for me. So I love that you're providing a safe space for people to talk about that, to learn about that, and to self-assessment for real, because a lot of times I was a problem, and that's okay as long as you learn that, address that, and fix that. It's okay. I am loving what I'm hearing about
Yeah,
these podcasts today,
I
Amron. What
know.
is going on?
We should have bought a ticket. That's what it
For
needs.
real. Seriously,
So
what is this?
well,
Let's
we know
get to
we're
the
gonna see y'all in
gentleman standing up, because he looked like he gonna get mad if we don't give him his time.
I know
Nah,
who
nah.
is.
uh-oh.
We hear it? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
I can
sir.
hear you.
Oh, okay, my bad. So I heard me this whole time. All right, I'm so sorry. What's going on, y'all? My name is Tevin, aka Tevin El Chapo. Friends call me Chop. I'm here for my business, Chop House Media Group. We pretty much do a done for you podcast situation where we facilitate anything you need for a podcast production, the shooting, editing, social media clips, audio mixing, and mastering. We also provide strategies if you want to shoot it yourself. We also help you get these steps to get you closer to monetization as well. And on top of that, I'm also podcasting myself within my own podcast. It's called Chop Logic. Pretty much, we bring on fellow creatives because I'm in the videography field. Just creators across the board, videographers, photographers. We want to bring on more editors or even just directors, actors, anyone in the creative field, musicians. Doesn't matter what it is. We give them an interview, and on top of that, we give them trivia. If they get the trivia right, they get a cash prize. If they get it wrong, we get the cash prize to the audience. So that's a
Wow,
lot in a little bit of time. Yeah.
amazing.
I
That's
like
super
money.
dope.
I like money.
Everybody likes
So
money, so
And
definitely
that's my
every
favorite
episode is
because
a chance for you to win a free prize. So definitely check out each episode for your chance to win.
All right,
okay.
thank you.
I'm
Are you
curious
having
though.
fun at Podfest?
Yep.
Yes, it's amazing. It's my first year, never been. It's been a great time, and a lot of great connections so far. It's definitely been dope. I'm definitely having a great time for sure.
Have you already put together some people you want to collab with? Met some people that you think you could do business with?
Oh yeah, 100%, definitely. I got the list right here on my phone. You know what I
Okay.
mean? We
The,
already.
the most important thing for you to do is make sure Raw is not on it. If Raw Sass is on the list, delete them right now.
Don't
All
do that.
right.
I work with Raw.
Well,
Don't do that. We might need that.
all
I
right.
am
Hey, listen.
joking. I am joking. He's
Hey,
sitting on
you know
Raw's
he can't hear
camera
you,
right
right?
now.
I'll keep that in mind for
Okay, I'm
sure.
looking right at
No,
him.
I
Hi,
am.
But he all
Myron.
right
I
with me.
didn't see Myron sneak in. What's up? He down there too?
Hmm.
That's a shame. They just didn't tell us nothing. That's a shame.
The game
Yeah,
is
what's
on.
up?
So
How
this
you
was a
doing?
guy's trip, but that's cool. It's cool. Not smash.
I live out here.
Okay, so you didn't have to travel.
Oh no, he didn't have to travel.
Nah, I live out here. Good.
All right,
Okay.
so I'm curious though, as far as the done for you process with the podcast. So I've been doing this for a couple years. What are the benefits from us? Is it just like a peace of mind, like I don't got to worry about it? Because I've been like randomly, I get those like, Facebook DMs like, hey, you need me to do X, Y, and Z for you. Like, what is the benefits of you just doing everything flat out?
Man, it's just the thing is just delegation. You know what I mean? So one of the biggest things when it comes to especially podcasting is that a lot of people don't know where to get started, and when they do get started, they don't know how to stay consistent. So one thing that even in my time here at Podfest that I've learned is that a lot of people quit after 10 episodes. So you get to 10 episodes and then you're basically done for whatever reason. It could have been life. It could have been because you didn't make the money you thought you was going to make. Or it could have been a variety of things, but either or, we
Mm.
take a lot of things off your plate to make it
Okay.
easier for you to stay consistent. You know, if we're helping you with the shooting side, we're helping you with the edit side, we're helping you with helping ideas or helping you in terms of like how you can build your business around podcasting, how you can build your community around podcasting, and what is exactly that's going to be holding you back. So that's kind of always the question that we ask, you know. So keeping people consistent is always like the biggest thing because consistency, like it can be a variety of reasons why you'll stop. You know, everybody's life is personal, but if we can take so many things off of your plate that you have less reasons to stop, you will be more inclined to keep going.
Absolutely. I think speaking from experience with the people I know who've quit, I think people really get things confused in life. Like they see Joe Rogan, Joe Budden, and they think, oh, well, let me go ahead and put out an episode, gain this $1 million real quick, and everything's going to be great. And if you're doing it for money, especially with the way that the market is oversaturated right now, we're going to keep it real. Every single person on the planet has a podcast.
Yeah.
So what sets you apart? What makes you unique? But you got to do this
Hmm.
because you love it. You got to do it because there's something you're passionate about. And no matter
Yeah.
if you only have 5 people watching you, you're okay with that. The rest will come if it comes. But I think if you're chasing money and you don't already have some huge cult following from somewhere, you're doing it for the wrong reason. And you probably should just stop.
For sure. And, you know, that's kind of the thing, too. So, I mean, one thing that I always
And I
talk
mean, if
about
you're
is
doing
a
it
lot
for
of
the money,
people feel like that there is like a saturation in podcasting, but there really isn't. You know, there's a lot of people in podcasting, but there's millions of people who aren't in podcasting. You know, so it's just kind of like there's even more people who listen to podcasts and don't have the interest to do it. So there's a lot of money on the table for sure, but it's just how you be calculated about it and just realizing that it's not going to be a quick money thing. You know, so you can be at a Joe Budden level or a Joe Rogan level, but the problem is a lot of people aren't consistent enough to get there. If I told you you
Yeah.
can be at Joe Rogan's level in 10 years, would you keep podcasting at that point? That's always a question mark, right? But if I told you that in 5 minutes, just to get you off, you know, just to get you for the sake of getting you to do something, then you'll instantly do it, right? I could be Joe Rogan tomorrow. Okay, bet. But it's not like that.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot of people don't realize the long play that podcasting is. The main goal should always be building a community. First things is first. I always support people mainly by telling them that you should have some type of business in place and let your podcast be an extension of that business. So
Mm,
then you can get money in terms of like building that community and being able to monetize the community directly instead of waiting on clicks or listens or views or anything like that. That'll be faster than trying to do anything else, but it's still going to be a long game. And a lot of people,
yeah.
just in my time as a content creator, I've been doing video creation for 12 years now. And, just like seeing the boom of podcasting lately, a lot of
Yeah.
people fool themselves into thinking that process is an overnight thing.
Yep.
Even people like one of my favorite podcasts, It Is What It Is with Cameron and Mace. Um, a
Oh
lot of
my
people don't
God.
know
They are
this.
phenomenal. They are phenomenal
Yeah,
together.
but the thing is, they put up $250,000 of their own money before they ever saw a sponsor, before they did anything to like book
Yeah.
people, to hire people full time for that business. And I
And
understand not
most people
everybody's
don't
going to
have
be in
two
that
hundred fifty
position.
thousand dollars just sitting around like that. And I think
Exactly.
too, in this generation, a lot of people like they have that microwave mentality. They want to get rich fast. So when they see a Cardi B, they weren't following her on Instagram to know how many years she was building up. She was not an overnight success. So because they don't see the background work and this person just on a Monday pops up for them and they rich, they're like, wow, I can do that. Baby, you got to go back and research these people. They've been hustling for a long time before they made it. It's not
For sure.
overnight, you guys.
Yep.
It's just not.
Never, so we always try to make sure, like, listen, find something that works for you that keeps you consistent. So we don't have like we have a package pretty much of doing all done for you, right? But however we can get in to fit in to keep you consistent, it don't really matter what it is. If keeping you consistent means shooting it on your phone and you send it to us and we do the edits, that works too. If getting consistent for you is like, hey, I'm just gonna put some money in to just build out my own studio, I'm gonna shoot it and edit myself. I just need someone to coach me through that process. We can do that for you too. But at the end of the day, like whatever you can do to keep you going for the next 5 years at least, because it's just like anything other than that, like you want to see some growth, of course, but at the same time, you want to understand that you're not going to get that investment back immediately. So it's really the
I
podcasting
mean,
sucks. You
yeah,
just
and that's
happy for
okay.
what you
If it
said.
keeps you happy, Uncle Dolomite, then that's what's up.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad I
So
met Uncle Dolomite. I like the connections I made with him. I love having the whole like his West Coast feel, and he's funny as
Girl,
fuck. So
the Nipsey Hustle Snoop Dogg effect is real when you're talking to him. It's just
yeah,
it's a lot.
it's a
It's a lot.
marathon. It's a marathon.
Exactly.
So, just pace yourself as best as possible. Like I said, whatever can keep you consistent in the space, especially us podcasters of color specifically,
Hmm.
the game wasn't designed for us to succeed because, the others have been doing this a lot longer. They've been doing it on the audio platforms. A lot of people don't know how to do it on video. And then us, we think that we have to use ploys
Oh
or
wow.
be trendy or hit different topics, be, I guess just be doing way more than we have to for the sake of like just going too hard. Like especially stuff like when Cat Williams did the interview with Club Shay Shay. Everybody wants to feel like they need to get on a podcast and expose somebody for something they got wrong 4 years ago. Like
yes,
that's not sustainable in the long term. And that's another thing that I preach. Like just
Yeah,
find something that's sustainable. And again, it's all about the consistency. Consistency, and no matter what part of your life, is undefeated. You do something long enough, you're gonna be great at it. You suck at basketball
Exactly. You
today,
know
you
what?
do it for 5 years, you can do something with it. So it's just what it is.
Exactly. I've told it was a girl named, I think her name was Winter December or something like that. I have my own YouTube channel and I have a niche. So I talk about fragrances, which y'all could probably see behind me. These are perfume, not liquor, in case somebody was confused. But we used to have a lot of people who would start. I grew relatively fast. I got to over 10,000 subscribers relatively fast because of the community. I was already in people's comments on other fragrance influencers. So people knew me. So when I started the channel, they saw my name and immediately flocked. But for someone who didn't do it the way I did, put in the groundwork, to come in and be in there for a month and still only have 10 subscribers, they were quitting left and right. But I saw potential in them. And when we were talking, December was like, tell those people that their people will find them. And that is so true. What you have to understand is if you stay consistent, your people will find you. I don't care if they accidentally happen upon you, if the algorithm shows them, or if it's word of mouth. Doesn't matter how long it is. If you're doing something that you love, then it shouldn't bother you to keep doing it, no matter if you're the only one watching. So remember that your people will always find you, no matter how long it takes.
Always just
Now, if
build
you're
great
losing money,
relationships.
I would suggest you do something different. But yeah,
Nah, don't be afraid to pivot either. It's always good to pivot no matter what's going on. Like I said, whatever keeps you consistent as possible, it's gonna have to be an investment one way or another, whether you supporting like people like me to come in and do everything for you, or you try and figure it out on your own. It's always gonna be an investment. Sometimes it's just time, sometimes it's just money, most times it's both, right? At the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day, like you gotta find something that works for you, and if it's not working, find a way to pivot. At the end
Yep.
of the day, you still gotta find a way to be consistent and find ways to build relationships. That's one of the easiest ways. Like do swaps with people. Like, hey, I'll be on your podcast, you be on mine. That's an easy way to
Yeah.
build a relationship with someone.
Do
It's
a
an
lot
easy
of
way to get the
collabs.
exposure for your own
Absolutely.
podcast. Exactly. There's plenty of collaborations. You know what I mean? Rob
Speaking
pulled
of
me out the
pivoting,
hallway, so here we are. So it's just stuff like that.
Speaking of pivoting, another example I'll give you guys from the YouTube world is when COVID hit, nobody was beating their faces anymore. So all those glam girls who did the makeup tutorials, they noticed that they were getting 0 views and like they had 20,000 subscribers, maybe 400 people were watching. What they saw was that fragrance was boosting because people you would get up and get in the shower and do your pampering, still spray some perfume on and sit down and do your work from home. And so they jumped over to the fragrance realm. When their stuff didn't work anymore, they came over to ours. And then when COVID opened everything back up, they went back to theirs and still kept a little bit of ours. So absolutely pivot. Find something that people want to see that you're good at and switch. Change your channel from one thing to a lifestyle channel or something else where you can do a bunch of different things that can bring in a bigger audience. It's easier than you think to pivot in the YouTube world.
100%. And you don't have to do it all on one
And
channel. You
especially
can create a new channel for everything that you do.
Mm-hmm,
So don't
mm-hmm,
don't think
mm-hmm.
that you even with me. Like I do my own podcast on the Chop House Media Group YouTube channel, but I have my own personal YouTube channel where I do faceless TV shows, and I just got monetized on that channel maybe a couple days ago. So it's just like
Congrats.
don't be afraid to pivot. Thank you. I'm not, it's not a brag thing, but it's just kind of like a whatever you like to do. There's a space where people also like it too. So just as easily as you can be consistent in podcasting, you can be consistent in YouTubing in a variety of ways. You could be a traveler, or you could be someone who likes to cook. You could be someone who
Mm-hmm.
likes cars. There's so many different topics. YouTube is a space of all the things we talk about with TikTok going away. I'd be very surprised if YouTube goes away in the next 10 years. YouTube is always pivoting. Don't be afraid to post
Yeah.
those social media clips on YouTube. They're always finding a way to keep people on the platform for hours on hours on hours. That's the whole point of their algorithm. So
Yeah.
even if your stuff isn't getting the views, maybe switch up the thumbnail, switch up the title, it'll get there too. Like the algorithm is your friend. You just gotta know how to work it.
Absolutely. And also, people learn how to take a compliment or congratulations because I didn't think you were bragging. I was saying congratulations genuinely.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for having me on your platform, of course. I just love being around a lot of black creatives. Like I said, like they take a lot of from our culture, but they don't necessarily give us the credit. So I want to make sure I give y'all flowers as well.
I like him
Thank
so
you.
much.
Me too.
Absolutely.
I love that.
Thank you.
Myron, what you doing?
He there. He there for the party. Myron, we talking to you, sir.
I'm just
You
here.
good?
I'm just here.
Okay.
I said I'm just here.
Did
Can
you
you hear me?
have anything else? What young lady with these gorgeous red glasses? What's your first name? She just sitting here
Jessica.
chilling with us. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk to us about?
Just over here chilling with y'all, listening to the conversation. A lot of what you guys are talking about, I wholeheartedly agree. One of the things that I really wish people would talk more about is the overhead. When you're trying to start that podcast to make money off of it, don't nobody talk about the startup cost of starting a podcast in the first place. It's always, oh, you can just get it cheap equipment, just start. And okay, while you can do that, one, count the cost of it before you even press play to start. Because if you're doing it chasing money, you're gonna have to look at how much of an investment you put in up front. And the other thing that I was pulling from y'all conversation, when you looking at that consistency, um, you also have to look at continuing to evolve your podcast. No matter how many subscribers you had, no matter how many views you're getting, if you really are dedicated to this, you're going to continue to evolve. Like, do your studio inside of your home, or if you've written out a studio space. I during this weekend just met Tevin, and I'm like, I signed up with him like a few minutes after our conversation. Editing is one of the things that I needed to outsource and to delegate to someone else so that I can take my pod to the next level. And I actually didn't find out until I was at like episode 40 something that it was like, oh yeah, people put out the 10 episodes. And I'm like, well, why would they do that? I had to remember that was me. I had a pod. I quit 6 episodes, 6, 7 episodes. but it's because I needed to do a rebrand and I needed to take a look at my niche audience and what do I actually have a passion for talking about? What do I actually have a passion for having conversations about? When you choose a lane that is near and dear to you, all of the extra work of making my pod, it don't necessarily feel like work.
Yeah.
And it's easier to stay consistent on.
Absolutely. I agree. 100%. So what's next for you guys out there at podcast? When does this thing end?
Tonight, they had
And
some
tomorrow,
sessions Sunday morning. Like I think the last session is like 10 tomorrow morning, but most people gonna be gone by tonight. For me, it's just gonna be doing my follow-ups with all the people that I connected with. Back to business as usual, working with the clientele that we had previously, of course, as well. Trying to get more collaborations, not only for business sake, but also for my own podcast too. So if you guys are ever interested on just being on Chop Logic or anything like that, just feel free to shoot me a message. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Chop House Media Group. Also check us out on our website, chophousemediagroup.com.
Thank you
Yes.
for stopping
I would
by.
love to collaborate. We'll definitely reach out.
I'm typing in stuff right now. Okay.
so what's next up for me? A little bit of the same thing. All of the individuals that I've met during this weekend, some of the side conversations that I've had with people, people sharing information and sharing their stories with me. I got my two little piles of people that is like, I got to hit you up for an interview. My pile of people that I need to reach out to them to be an interviewee, and reach out with that my editing list so that I can make sure that the 2025 plan that I have for the direction my podcast is going in, making sure that I'm making the correct budget for that to happen, making sure that I'm setting up those schedules, and getting people on my calendar, getting on other people's calendar. I'm not a full time podcaster, so for me, like I put it into the schedule. So there is a lot of planning that I do on the front end, so that when it's time to have fun, time to actually start recording, doing interviews, time to start doing sessions and different stuff like that, I can actually have fun and do it. I can actually have the conversation, actually do the interview. So some of the nitty gritty, that's what I'll be up to next. And actually getting some rest because I've been all over the place and everywhere up and through here. So like look, your girl is tired. I'm tired. So I'm gonna get some more caffeine in my because this is my first pod fest. I'm interested to see like what does Sunday morning look like. A couple of people they like, it's just an award ceremony, and I'm like, I want to see everything or absorb
Absolutely.
as much information and see as much as I can while I'm here. I think I could kind of see how second year, third year, you're a bit more targeted with the classes that you want to go to, the your intentions with who you want to connect with. There were so many classes that I put into my schedule through the app. I was like double booking myself during time slots and everything else because I was like, oh my gosh, it's just so much information. I want to do it all, and I had to reel it back in a little bit and say, okay, because there's so much information here and so many resources, what are the next 5 steps for what I need? Let me not, skip ahead to something that is on my plan for June 2025. Let me focus on what is needed in January of 2025 so that we can get things in order for the next level. So things like updating my studio, getting advice on what my layout needs to be like, where do I need to set my lighting, my cameras, how much am I going to spend on cameras, and taking a look at some of these softwares, like all, we piecemeal together all of these different things. And it's like, okay, all the tools are great, but which ones work the best for you? Which ones are more streamlined for me to use? And making sure that if I do need to add any of those cloud-based softwares or anything, any tools, any apps, that they're the ones that I'm going to be able to take immediate action on, that I'm going to be able to use as soon as we leave up out of here, and actually go in order, taking me to my next steps for further developing my podcast so that I can get back on my consistency train. Like I feel so bad. I did not drop an episode last week. Like I'm in shambles about it. But when I
Well,
get
that's
back
good.
back to posting, which that'll be next Wednesday. So I did interviews while I was here with people. I brought my little equipment with me in my purse, and so I'm like, some people they were just so dope that I'm like, yo, can I interview like right now? So definitely a lot of people to follow up with, and I have a handful of next steps that I'm like, oh yeah, I got my next 5 things to do.
Give me the name of your podcast again. Since I went and got my other phone, I'm subscribing to everybody right now.
Hey, you turn up. So my podcast is Everybody Can't Go Combos. It is started out as a video podcast on YouTube, and you can also find me on all audio podcasting platforms as well. So Apple Music, Spotify, under Everybody Can't Go Combos.
Perfect. So, to anybody listening, when I subscribe and you may start to see stuff in your feed, my podcast is called One Man and One Woman, the podcast.
I
And
listen
what
to
I
it
wanted to
every
do,
Friday.
what I wanted to do is I wanted to create something where all the stuff that we see right now with tonight's conversation and all these other podcasts where it's like women bashing men, men bashing women, we hate each other, especially in the Black community. We just can't get along. I wanted to make a safe space where a woman and a man and their point of views are represented, and you can see how even when we disagree, it doesn't have to be disrespectful. It doesn't have to be chaotic. There's some place you can come and learn, and you can feel like you are represented. So that's what I wanted to focus on. So I'm loving seeing all of the beautiful melanated people coming out with these conversations that we're missing. We have somebody talking about birth, and we got somebody talking about everybody can't go. All these things that are so taboo to talk about, or a bad representation. If you speak up for yourself, we have people absolutely representing us, the Black voice in that space. And I'm super excited. So I look forward to watching everything that you guys do and maybe even collaborating.
Yes, for sure, for sure. I'm so up for that. And I'm glad that you pointed that out, talking about some of the podcasts that you're hearing about from a positive aspect, because like you said, let it be something negative. It take off like your
Immediately.
numbers is out of here.
Yep.
And I think sometimes that contributes to when people they'll go ahead and just let their podcast go prematurely. I honestly was not expecting to like drop 2 or 3 episodes and blow up. Why? Because I'm talking about people taking accountability for their behavior. I'm talking about having healthy communication. I'm talking about, okay, even if it is some drama, are we actually getting to a solution, or are we sitting up here just going back and forth for the sake of going back and forth? Are we,
Mhm.
being messy? Or are we actually trying to get to a resolve, get to a win-win? Some people they just automatically, they're not looking for a solution. They thrive on drama.
Yeah.
That's what they love. That's what they crave. And I mean, shoot, I'm not gonna care, even though I'm on the positivity train. Sometimes when I'm like, okay, well, let me mindlessly scroll. I'll go ahead and watch some of these toxic podcasts, some of the like just foolish rhetoric. And
Yeah.
I've actually like sometimes I'll sit pick it apart, piece it apart, and I'm like, you know what? Part of the problem in a nutshell is you being sold two opposite things and saying that they exist in the same person. And in that in itself, to me, I'm like, that's insanity. Like when are we gonna start talking about things that actually make sense? And it makes me
Mhm.
question why some of these podcasts where it's like, well, you just double talked yourself like 4 times in a row, and now
But you
you're
know what?
yelling like
But
you're
here's the
literally
thing
not
though.
making logical sense.
I don't think that I don't think, especially when we're talking about women, a lot of times there's not a lot of logic when we're heated. If we're upset, like you can just put logic over there and one day we'll get back to it. So sometimes you can do that. Sometimes you can literally
Mhm.
argue with your dang on self. You start off here, and as you get to explaining it, you hear how stupid you sound, and then you got to pivot, as he was saying. So sometimes we're just that way when we're emotional, and sometimes we're just that we are like this peeling back the layers. Like I'm a devoted mother and I love my kids and I want them to go to school and have a great life. And I'm all about kumbaya when I'm with my people. But you can say something to me that will bring North City, St. Louis right back out. And I forget all the work I did to not be that person anymore. So I don't think sometimes it may sound crazy, but sometimes we are all those things wrapped up in one.
Yep.
And that side comes out when it's needed. depending on what's presented in front of us.
Mhm.
So I like that. I like a complex person who'll be honest with me. Most conversations I have on podcasts, and Emron can attest to this, I'll tell you in a heartbeat. I'm crazy. It depends on, the day of the week and what I'm going through. If you're looking at me, you might go, yeah, she might have 7 other people living in her head. I don't. It's just that I'm passionate about things, and some things revolt me, and some things, like when you said you're mindlessly scrolling, my guilty pleasure is looking to see what Rashida is up to. And the algorithm knows it, because I will delete or X out of anything else stupid. But then they put Sharita and Scrappy up there, and I'm like, why do I need to know what's happening this week? Because I don't watch the show. Couldn't tell you what channel it comes on. Couldn't tell you what channel it comes on. But if I see that little clip and I'm hiding up under the sheets with my door closed, can't nobody know I'm doing this. But so yeah, but if you hear me talking out in public, I'll tell you those shows are toxic to the way that Black women are portrayed. If you have women in this world, you are really Flan, really, but you have people in this world who live in the hollers of West Virginia and have never met a Black person in their lives, but they have VH1 or they have BET or whatever. So their perception of a Black woman is she gonna throw some drinks, she gonna act crazy, she's ghetto, she's this, she's that. And when they meet you, you probably won't have a good back and forth. So we have to be careful about how we're represented out here. This is why I'm loving the positivity I'm hearing, because I want to know that there are safe spaces out here where somebody might happen upon a Black person talking about something with some sense and change a perspective. There was a Black boy whose car broke down. He stopped and knocked on somebody's door to ask for help. And they shot him through the door because they said all they had ever seen. They named all these horrible things they had ever seen on TV and on the news that made them think he was a true monster just because he was Black. Could you imagine what would have happened if he'd had these people watching this TV would have had any positive influences to show them that Black people are not wild beasts or animals. We are humans. Our children are children, just like yours are. But we don't have the Cosby Show, A Different World, Martin. What do we have as Black representation on 2, 4, 5, 11, and 30, where you don't need to go buy cable to show people a good aspect of us? Yeah, exactly. Nobody had an answer for me.
Wait,
So
I do. I
Nothing
was
but
about to
down.
say they do got
Negative stuff.
what is it? The light skinned dude from Grey's Anatomy. He's still on there, ain't he?
no, I don't think Jesse.
Yes, he gone.
He doing
Okay.
plays butt naked as a baseball player.
Well, dang.
I don't know
I
what
tried.
else he's doing in his life though.
I tried.
So I love the positivity. This is enlightening. And
The
Emron, we must go next year. I feel like I missed out on a whole bunch.
DC and Raw keep saying that. Apparently,
Well, I can't
like
wait to
for
meet
real,
y'all in person.
we got to get out there. It's
I,
not that
Yeah.
far from me now.
I was wondering what happened to y'all.
You
Don't
ain't
do that,
wondering nothing
Byron.
because you ain't reach out and ask nobody if they was coming. Don't say that.
I did. Well, I did. I asked them to. I was like, man, why y'all ain't coming?
Okay.
Well, we
Okay.
don't want to hold y'all up. If y'all got somewhere else to be, you're more than welcome to go ahead. They're just interviewing everybody that comes by that's willing to talk to them.
Oh yeah, and definitely if you
Yep.
guys
Ain't
want
nobody
to
here.
log back in later, definitely get on. I guess he said the UVA app, or reach out to DC so he can hook you up the link so you guys could join into the fun after dark. It gets weird in a good way.
Oh, baby, weird is an understatement. Now that's the truth. Oh my God,
Man.
I'm
Oh,
afraid.
let me get into that so I can be
Well,
there.
yeah. Well, look,
It's
I
fun.
appreciate y'all. I
It was
gotta
nice
actually.
talking with you guys. Thank you so
We
much for
appreciate you too.
considering all
Y'all
of
so
us.
much.
Thank you for coming.
I subscribed already to Chop House Logic
Oh, that's
Okay,
what
thank you. Thank you.
and to Everybody Can
Thank you.
Go. Sure did.
That's a
I'm
bad.
making
That's
a
a bad.
list.
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
get a.
Check it twice. Gonna find out who's not here nice.
Yeah. So
I need to get me
also,
a
like I
pen and
said
paper right
before,
now.
we giving out cash prizes each episode. Funny thing about it is these newer episodes, people I keep telling them, hey, you get cash prizes if I lose the trivia. People still ain't been commenting, so if you subscribe, you go ahead and comment some of the older episodes, you may still win a prize. We still got some money out there.
So basically, you bribing people.
In
I
the
mean,
best way.
if it gets them to watch, I mean, it works. It
I'm
works.
joking. I'm joking. Oh, you gonna have to learn how to laugh with me because it's always off the rocker.
I mean, it's a laugh, but it's like, listen,
You gotta do what you
if it
gotta
works,
do.
it works. You know, so I'm like, hey, we can laugh about it, but listen,
Maybe we
Bobby,
need
you
to
get
do
you
that, man.
subscribing.
That's funny. I mean, I've done that before too, though, in the sense like with Opulence Radio, when I had my, because Amron here also has a radio station, conglomerate, whatever it is. And when I had a show on there, I would tell my people from the fragrance
Take care.
YouTube channel, come and listen to my show. I'm gonna take 2 keywords and then I'll send you a free perfume. So I get it.
Listen.
You gotta
Oh,
build
yeah.
and pull from your audience, because my audience is strictly perfume, and trying to get them to do anything else is like hell on earth. So it's fine.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, however you can get the people in. So I mean, be sure to subscribe. Also, we on Instagram as well. Chop Logic Podcast on Instagram. Chop House Media Group on Instagram, and then my personal Instagram, Tevin Chapo, TevinElChopo. So you shoot me a message on there too. We can definitely connect.
All the letters, huh? All of them, all
Oh,
26
yeah.
of them.
Yes,
Everywhere.
definitely
Gotta
shout
be.
everybody
Man,
out.
why don't you hop
Hold
up
on,
on the screen
you
and
said
quit
chop house?
talking smack in the
Chop
comments?
house?
We'll see
Yeah.
if he jumps on.
I gotta go, man. Thank y'all so
Okay,
much,
bye.
man.
Thank
Y'all take it
you.
easy. All right.
That was so much fun, Amron.
That
Hi,
was.
how
Like
are
I
you?
feel like I want to be like a reporter or a journalist
Wasn't
now.
it?
And you're doing great. I really, what
Oh,
you're
Wasn't that
doing,
so much fun that I'm a gatekeeper or whatever?
all of that, all of that. You better
no,
Hi,
you
find
how
don't
are
get to
you?
come in and talk about
You
nothing
said
I said
chop
an
house?
hour ago, bro. We're not doing that.
Huh, I don't know how I became a gatekeeper, DC. Fuck that. Anybody come to me and ask me for something, I give. Probably more than I
I
should. So I don't
I
even want to hear
admitted that,
the
DC.
joke
I
that
admitted that.
DC's the gatekeeper.
I admitted that. I told them I was
It's
just joking
cool.
because I did see you post about this, and that's why. So you gotta give me credit for the cleanup as well. It was a joke. You're probably the only person. Well, not
No,
the
all
only
I
person.
heard
I don't know
was
anybody who gatekeeps, on stuff I want to do, but it was funny. Deal with it.
I don't
it was a
gatekeep on
joke.
nothing. I mean, I laugh. You know, I'm joking with you. I don't really care. You can say what you want about me. I'm still gonna do what I need to do. But this is fun. I mean, Aaron, I kind of like this setup, being able to do it from Podfest and have all these people because that's less I gotta talk. So the less I gotta talk, the better.
Unless
You
you have
know,
to talk.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The less I have to talk, the better. I've been talking all week
You
long, and
know
I'm tired
what?
of talking. I'm tired of
That
talking
boy.
to people. I'm tired of talking to myself. I'm tired of talking to everything. Um, I don't even want to talk, but no, I'm glad everybody's been enjoying this. It's been a lot of love here at Podfest. A lot of people walking
It
around
looks
and
like
joining
it.
in. Huh?
It looks like it. Like it,
Anywho, but
it
yeah,
genuinely looks like a good time, and I really wish I was there.
I know.
no, the energy here. Hello, ladies. The energy here has been amazing for real. And like for the first time, I was like, our we call her new guy. But for the first year, I was trying to do everything, see everything. This time, I was very more intentional with my time and what I did and what I seen and who
Is
I
that right?
talked to, just because it's a lot more going on, a lot more new people. So trying to let them. Oh, is that Mopod? I think one of my
It
guys from
is.
Mopod is coming.
How do I line
But
that
yeah,
up?
so
Yeah,
it's been
there we
a
are.
very yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hi, Mopod.
Oh,
Nice to
there we
meet
go.
Hi
Mopod's here.
there.
I'm gonna let him talk.
I just
I like
talk. You
that
don't.
beard. He just gonna have a black mustache and the black in the middle and the gray. I mean, that's tough. I love it.
Thank you.
Talk about my bear, but you gonna give him
Wait, I ain't even gonna deal with you right now, Rob. Not gonna do it.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the beard. I think I take pride in this. It took me a long time to get this together, but we decided that we wanted to be pirates at this year's Podfest. So we have a full pirate booth, and I'm like, you know what? I need to grow a beard. So 9 months now, and I think
Well, congrats. You see the
I'm gonna tell my
difference?
wife that I'm gonna be a
That's what it
pirate
means to
at
be.
right? Means to be
That's
what?
what it means to be well kept. That's what you're supposed to look like, Rob. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. I need more elaboration. So you're pirates at your booth. What is that about?
Yeah, they're
we,
going
we had
after all the booty. That's what they
yeah
call it,
we had
right?
we had a
Pirates
couple of
booty.
whiskeys. Yeah, well we actually gave it out as a prize. We had a couple of whiskeys one night, and we were like, what should we do as our theme for the event? And pirates came up, and we all thought it was a great idea at the time. And then the next morning, we're like, what did we just land on? Pirates. So we did it. We like, you know what? That's what we chose. We're gonna stick to it. So we had a whole pirate theme, big pirate steering wheel, pirate wooden plank floor. What
Okay.
else? Yeah, it was good. Oh, we had a buried treasure. It was great. It was really cool. We did a
Oh my
scavenger hunt.
God.
We set up. I did a huge treasure map, like a pirate treasure map. To set up a scavenger hunt all around the hotel, hidden numbers everywhere around the hotel for a combination lock.
and
Mm.
people were going around looking for this. And one lady did it. She found all the numbers, did everything, and came back and cracked it open and got a treasure chest. It was like this big, filled with silver. That was the prize.
Okay. Like
Oh,
It
actual
was
interesting.
gold.
awesome.
So people on here seem to know who you are. I do not. So tell me who you are and what you do in the podcast realm.
Sure. So my name is Joe. I work with Mopod, and we are the largest driver of growth to some of the biggest podcasts out there. If you've got a podcast and you want more people to listen to it, you come to us. We advertise that podcast and get people to listen. It's an amazing podcast discovery tool. We've been doing it for almost 5 years now. It is a lot of fun. And I mentioned that we work with some of the biggest podcasts out there. But what we also did is put together a self-serve platform for some of the smallest independent podcasts out there that don't have those big network budgets. So we made a really cool self-serve system, and in just like 2 or 3 minutes, as a podcaster, you can put your RSS feed in there and make an ad, and then put it live and start advertising it. It's really an awesome thing. I love it. I'm so proud of that. And then actually, can I throw out one more thing that we did?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
this company called Chartable, they went out of business like a month ago. They just closed. They got closed down. They were purchased, closed, all sorts of things, right? And anyway, people couldn't find their charts anymore. It was kind of hard to do this. So we said, all right, let's just make a really cool, free alternative that people can log in and check their charts now whenever they want. So at charts.mopod.com, you can just go there, type in your podcast, and see all your charts, see how you're doing, see what your podcast is doing, whether it's going up or down in various charts, in which countries and in which categories. It's a really cool tool. It's really pretty. I'm super proud of it. It came out really nice, and it's live now. We were going to launch it on Thursday, but then I was in the booth and I dropped my television and cracked it. So we launched it on Friday the next day because I had to run out to Walmart and buy a new TV. And so 2 days live now, and it's been going well. And that's it.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I need to check you out then, because I have a podcast, an independent podcast. And yeah, we're
Nice.
looking into sponsorship and things like that. We have a pretty good collective unit of people who are listening across Spotify, Apple Music, and then some go in and look at it on YouTube. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more successful in the podcast realm for just the audio, or does visual do it different? Especially when you're talking about the YouTube realm, is visual better?
Yeah, so there's a lot of back and forth on this of like, well, this should be an audio first platform, and it's all about the spoken word. And I'm on the camp where, like, if you are doing a podcast and you have the cameras rolling and you record that footage, you'd be stupid not to like save it and put it on YouTube as well and get an additional audience on those channels. You can cut them up, put them on like Instagram and maybe TikTok moving forward, who the hell knows, but TikTok up until now, YouTube Shorts, you have a lot of content. And if you are already recording that original footage with yourself and your guests and you're talking, and you're not taking advantage of that, I feel like you're missing out on a huge opportunity. Now, obviously, podcast, yes, audio, fantastic. You should be promoting yourself on the audio platforms as well. You should make sure your podcast is on Spotify and Apple, and have a good host that can take care of all that for you. But if you're not taking advantage of that footage that you currently own and created, the video, I feel like you're missing out.
There's a question down here that says, does the tracking require a prefix? I'm assuming that's for you.
Yeah, we're actually not doing that on Chartable. One of the things I found that people were always pissed off about Chartable was that thing always broke at the worst time. So we decided, let's not do that and get people pissed off at us, because if ours breaks too, I don't want to be known for that. So we're just doing the charting portion of that. We're not doing the prefix or anything like that where you embed that in your feed. So we're not doing that.
Okay, cool.
That is cool. So besides adding this whole Chartable, this feature that was like Chartable with recording the charts, anything new you want to share with us that's coming out of Moped next year?
We made an awesome survey tool that we also launched, which is awesome. So, because a lot of times you do a podcast and you put it out there and you don't really know what people think. So we put together something that lets people listen to your podcast and then answer some questions about it and give you some feedback, give you their thoughts on what they think of your podcast. And that gets back to you. And as a podcast host myself, man, I loved reading it. There was it was pretty enlightening. Just about everything was a pretty good response. Some interesting feedback on the audio, or how funny we were, or anything like that. There's the occasional you suck, right? So I got a few of those in
Right.
there, which
That's the
is
part I'd be worried about.
yeah. No, I know it was humbling. Hearing people tell me I suck, but it was a very few people, so I'm gonna just stiff up the lip and take it, and that's fine. But other than that, it's a really cool survey tool, and it's great to see like what people are thinking of your show. And it's been just really cool to give that to the podcast hosts and let them toy around with that and maybe make some changes, and if they need to. Let's see. Anything else that we're doing? No, I mean we threw the after party the other day, and that was a lot of fun. Yeah, we had we had probably like 150 people who went to this place called O'Shucks and had. That's not distracting at all. we had probably 150 people there. We had let's see what else. It was just karaoke night. It was a lot of fun, and I think I ruined the morning keynote for the next day. I don't think anybody showed up to it, so I feel bad for that guy. And that's pretty much it. Our own
Okay, it
podcast.
sounds like you guys had fun. We're coming next year, so you'll meet us in
Yes,
person. Yes.
definitely.
Raw
Looking forward
didn't
to
tell
it.
us anything about it, so we didn't know to come.
Tell me about your
What?
podcast.
My podcast too? I do run a podcast as well. In addition to Mopod, we run a podcast called Friday Night Karaoke, and it's a lot of fun. That one is so we test all of our ads on Friday Night Karaoke, make sure they work first before anyone else can see them. But what we did is we have this Facebook group. We've got like 35,000 members submitting songs to us every day, and we pick like a theme of the week each week, and we let them jump in, add songs, and then we pick like 10 or so each week. Each time we do an episode, and me and my buddy crack open a bottle of whiskey, tell some jokes, tell some stories, and listen to people singing karaoke. And some of these people are amazing, like should be famous, like can't believe you're not famous, amazing, like that good. And it's a lot of
So
fun
they're not the
just doing the
people from your
podcast.
show. You pick people from the audience to sing karaoke, or are these members of your show?
They're members of the Facebook group. We have a Facebook group called Friday Night
Facebook group.
Karaoke, and people put songs on there, and that's where we draw these from.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you give me the name of that
Sounds like a
Facebook
ball
group
of fun
one
to
more
me.
time? I'm making a list.
Yeah, the podcast is called Friday Night Karaoke. It's on all the major podcast platforms. It's on Facebook as well if you want to join the group. If you feel like singing and joining the group, jump on there to the Facebook group. It's a free group. You just have to answer a couple of simple questions, and you are in. And you can listen to other people singing. You can post songs if you like, if you want to sing. And of course, if the song is awesome and if it's in the theme of the week, we might pick you for the podcast.
So here's my question, Joe. I'm a
Yeah,
big 90s hip hop person. So,
love
well,
it.
I'm lying. I'm more of its early 2000 because I'm more of a crime mob type person. Do we
Okay.
ever perform songs like that?
People can post anything they want. We
Okay.
have all sorts of songs from all sorts of people from all over the world posting songs. It's fantastic. It's really cool because I've actually heard a lot of songs I've never even heard before on my own group. So it's cool seeing that people bring whatever love of music they have. It is a negativity free, commercial free system where it's just positive vibes. Like we don't have, it's not Simon Cowell sort of bullshit making fun of people. We try to keep everything super positive and just about the music. So sing whatever you
So
want.
does the music have to be positive? Because what Crime Mob talks about knucking if you're buck.
I
So
was
don't
that
know if beating people up is necessarily,
I'm knucking and bucking my haters that are stopping me trying to progress in this podcast world, Tara. It's as simple
You're
as
so
type
funny.
situation.
You
You
are
can sing
so
whatever
funny.
you want. The songs don't have to be about sunshine and lollipops. You can sing whatever you like. The negativity free part was about the comments, the comment section. We don't want people being like, "You suck as a singer." Like we don't allow any of that. So sing whatever
Okay.
you like, but we don't. It's the negativity part was about that.
If I can give what might be a very unpopular opinion, or it might be popular, I don't know. Karaoke is more fun when the people cannot sing. When the
It
Whitney
is.
Houstons and the Mariah Carey show up, I'm like, see, you just front. You just wanted me to know you could sing. And now Everybody else sounds extra terrible.
I agree.
Yeah.
So
We were at the bar the other night at the oh shucks at the karaoke party, and the first couple of people were like amazing, and I'm like, all right, who's up next? And nobody wanted to go next. It's like I'm not
like, no,
following
I'm not
that. That was
following up
so
after
good.
them. No thanks.
Yeah, yeah. I needed another drink before I got up on that stage after some of those people.
Okay,
It was really good
Amron,
though.
I think we have somebody new.
I
Beautiful young
do.
lady
I
down
do see
here.
someone new. And
Thank you so
Paula
much for having me on the
add
show.
herself in.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Joe. Hey, Paula. Okay, she's silly. Hi. We have someone new. What's your name?
Who's child
Hi,
is
I'm
this?
Jana.
Hey,
I
fun.
can't see anybody. I can just see the camera in front of me. How are you guys today?
We're
We're
doing
good. How are
great.
you? Tell us who you are and what your podcast is.
Is that Jana?
Absolutely. Hi. Yes, it's my name's Jana Swan, and my podcast is A Millennial's Guide to Healthy Emotional Regulation in Life and Business.
Okay.
It's a great show that I
Fancy.
help women who are in business, overwhelmed and overworked, just kind of regulate themselves. Simple things, really easy things, because most of the time it's stories in our mind that we're telling ourselves, and our language is impacting the world that we're experiencing. So we wake up and I'm like, oh, today's going to be a bad day. Well, what do you think's going to happen? You're going to have a bad day. But even if you wake up on the wrong side of the bed and you tell yourself, today's going to be a great day, you're more likely to see that happen. So it's really, I'm here to help men, everybody, go from fear based belief systems, fear based living to being in love based living. Because when you act from that space, you truly, really show up in life and you get the most out of what's happening.
They always say a lot, baby.
That's so dope. I love that. I
Me
do
too.
because I was naturally a pessimistic person because I've been through so much from childhood that was my life. Like for me, it was whether I got up and thought it was going to be a good day or not, something happened. But as an adult, I don't have to be around the people who are creating that environment for me. So you have to really work hard at teaching yourself to not always go to the negative, to not always assume the worst. Why not? You know, there are people out here who have been told they had 3 years to live with some kind of crazy cancer. They decided not to believe in that. They decided to speak certain things into existence and live through positivity and hope. Next time they had x-rays, there was nothing there. So I feel like the power of the mind and your mindset really can change things. I can't explain how or why, but I know I've experienced it. So I think that's beautiful. That's a beautiful space to be in. So I appreciate that. What's the name of it again?
Yes. Yes, it's a millennial's guide to healthy emotional regulation in life and business. It's a bit
And they
wordy.
let you
There's
put
a lot of
all of that in the title.
yeah, because I had to make sure people could find what they're looking for. And so making sure that there were enough keywords in there that these things could be found because these conversations are powerful. So I had to make sure
Yes.
that things that people are searching is where they're going to find it. Because to the point that you made about cancer, did you know that all of us have cancer cells in our body already? They're simply not activated.
Activated.
And so
Exactly. That is correct.
activate those. And so when we have those belief systems and when we make meaning of the things that happen to us, because you're right, we can't control the things that are happening around us. What we can control is the environment we allow ourselves to be in. So I'm so proud of you for removing yourself from that environment and recognizing that those people were contributing to that because energy and environment impacts our cells first and foremost. So you will change at a
Absolutely.
cellular level when you change your environment and thus changing your energy. And I can tell that you're a positive person and that you're someone who's really doing something in the world with yourself right now. And so continue to use your language to do that. It's really empowering because who knows who else is going to be on this live stream and hear you say one thing, and that one thing is going to change their life. I'll tell you, I'm only sitting here because I was walking to the parking lot the other night and I happened to walk by Raw in DC and I was like, hey, how you guys doing? And introduce myself only to have not even a 3-minute conversation with them. And in that 3 minutes, I could tell I made an impact. And then to come and see them 2 days later and to talk with Ron, he's like, you won't believe this. He was not talking, he wouldn't stop talking about you yesterday. So all that to say, 5 minutes out of my day impacted someone else's life. So you
Hmm.
too can do
Yeah.
that. Just
Absolutely.
having conversations, being so yeah, I appreciate that.
I
Thank you
do.
for
And I
sharing that.
appreciate those kind words. I do. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm a girl from St. Louis City and I have a temper, but I'm a work in progress every day. But I really do prefer to be a more positive influence to someone than a negative. until you say something that makes me mad. But I am so proud of you for surviving a 3 or 5 minute conversation with Raw. That's how you're a true soldier to go to war with that one. I tell you,
You're
That's
so
I'm
not
not
where I
built
was
that
going.
way.
No, excuse me. Don't do that.
don't do that. How she just got here, don't do that.
But Jenna, I'm very
It was
curious.
my honor. It was my honor.
But Jenna, I'm very curious
Go
because
ahead. What was that?
you are like, a bottle of sunshine and rainbows and giving me like adult Care Bear vibes. I'm loving this. Here's
Oh, love it.
here's my question though. Normally, I'm just curious because normally people who get to that level have been through something or something happened to where you felt as if this is the road that you had to go on. I'm curious. So what led to this path
Yeah.
to doing this?
Yeah. That's a good on you for picking up on that because I was
I'm
not born this
sorry.
way.
I'm
I
sorry.
at 19 so at 19 years old, I developed a cyst on my vulva, and it was the first of 7 surgeries that I've had on my vulva. And if you're not sure what that word is, that's a woman's reproductive parts. So the external part of the vaginal canal. And so it's a very painful place to have basically a golf ball sized cyst continue to grow time and time again. So
Oh
over
yeah.
10 years, I kept going through these extremely painful situations. This is so much discomfort. I would never wish it on my worst enemy.
Mhm.
Yet I can stand here in front of you today and tell you this was the best thing that ever happened to me in my entire life. I would not be the woman who is sitting in front of you right now today. I would not be in this room. I wouldn't be any of this if I hadn't have gone through that hardship, through that adversity. If I hadn't have cried all those days, if I hadn't have done all those things. I had to battle opioid addiction because I was in the hospital for 8 days on morphine after having a
Yeah.
gland removed from my body. That was tough. Being addicted to Dilaudid is the most. I'm sure you guys understand where I'm headed with all that, right?
Right. But
Going from
then
Dilaudid
also,
to trying to break that, it takes a lot of willpower.
but right. So Jen, I'm also tracking in. So basically, your 20s you spent in physical pain from this situation. God.
I
Okay.
mean, and I think that that's what makes the best of us, though. When you think about it, when you think about people who come out and are some of the most inspiring people and the strongest, like resilient people, and this, because I'm not sure what your ethnicity is, but this is what I love so much about Black people. We've been through so much. And we still haven't completely broken. A lot of us are broken and we need a lot of therapy to get over a lot of things, but we are resilient people. I also say that about women. I watched a clip the other day. I think it was yesterday, and this woman said women were born with pain. You have your menstruation cramps, you have child labor. That's something that is in us from birth. Whereas a lot of men have to seek that out in chaos and in football and rugby and all these tough things to get that feeling. We carry what is known as true pain internally. So we are resilient people. They say when you give birth, that's the closest you naturally take your body to death. We do it multiple. I did it 4 times. Ugh.
Insane.
So I think
Right.
those are the people who are strongest, and those are the people who can then you build up such a strength and such a light and such an appreciation for life that you want to share that with others. So I
Mm.
agree with you. If I had not gone through a lot of what I went through, I would not be who I am today either. Absolutely.
And it makes us certain types of people come out of traumatic things and they heal themselves and they just move on. And then there are other types of people who come out of traumatic pain, they heal themselves and they want to heal other people. They want to be a part of the continued change. That was the route that I chose. I
Yeah.
chose that I want to continue to help other people through this entire thing. So I'm going to offer you a resource for anyone who's listening to this who is battling with and needing that resilience in their life. I built an app called Healthy Emotional Regulation. You are
Okay.
more than welcome to go download that. I just made it free because of the fires in LA. I wanted to make sure that those people had what they needed to be able to have that emotional support because we don't need clothes and money and food all the time. Sometimes having emotional support is even more powerful. And so go to the apps, download that. It's completely free. There's meditations, there's movement, there's resources for mindfulness and learning, there's manifestation affirmations and journal prompts, all the things that you need to get yourself back on your feet. So if you're having a bad day, you can't
And it
get
was
yourself
called healthy emotional
regulation.
regulation.
And that stands for her. So go
Ooh, I
in,
love that.
body
That's so
her,
cute.
step into her. Right? This is a passion of mine. Is really truly, and I spent 2.5 years teaching intimacy and relationships to men. So I have done my time pouring into men. And what I learned towards the end was that what I was doing was great work. They didn't need to hear about masculinity from a woman. They need to hear it from a man. So that's when I shifted to speaking to women about femininity and about how to bring that into your business, how to bring that into your life, how to relax, go from pressure to play, how to allow yourself to just have fun with your content versus I've got to create something today. What do I make? It's like allow yourself to just be.
Exactly.
And so this is all part of that. I had a lot of girlfriends struggling in other states, and I couldn't be there to sit with them and cry in the living room with them. I couldn't support them through divorce, loss. And so I made this app so that I could create different things where
Ooh,
they could
y'all
pop in.
Wi-Fi breaking up.
My Wi-Fi is breaking up. I pop it. I'm one of the apps they could pop a headphone in the ear, and then they could just be with me, and I could be with you guys anywhere. So I'm your little pocket partner. So go get this app. You can do it. And the best part is within the app, there's actually a vote now survey. So if you want something that's not there, just go and tell me, and I will create that exact thing for you, and then put that in the app. So if you're like, hey, these are great, but I would love to have a meditation about this, or I would love to have some affirmations around that, you just tell me. I will create it specifically for you and put it in the app, and then everybody gets to benefit. So it's a community. We're all building this together because I don't want people to suffer like I did. And what I learned through all of my surgeries and all my suffering was the entire time, my body was just trying to tell me something. My body was just trying to say, you're not in alignment. Something's off. This is not where you're meant to be headed. Here's how you get back on path. And the moment that I listened, the moment I finally sat down and forgave all of the men who had sexually abused me, the cysts stopped happening. Forgiveness was the key. The ability to sit there and go
Absolutely.
hurt people. They didn't do
Yes.
this because I was a bad person or because I'm broken. It was simply a projection. They were hurting and they wanted physical connection to make them feel loved. And I was in a position where I could not give that to them, so they took it. And that doesn't mean anything against me. For a long time, I thought I was broken because I didn't walk away, because I didn't get out of the car, because I didn't do these things. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. I needed those experiences. I would never trade those experiences. While they were very painful, they have become stories I tell on stages to empower thousands of other women to finally take that power back, to finally step up and say no when someone is crossing a boundary, to finally say, I'm not okay with that. I'll hang out with you, but Netflix and chill stops at Netflix and chill, right?
That
Aha,
part.
raw.
Right? Snap it
Aha.
up.
Absolutely. I
That's
think that's
it.
beautiful. And you know what? That also had a lot to do with your stress levels. When we harness that negativity and that sadness, that stress, that makes things go out of whack in our bodies too. And those cysts are just filled with a bunch of acid. Even in what a cyst is, when you think about it, you're holding on to all of that, making you acidic, making so I love that. I love that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys can I'll give you a little tidbit here. You can look out for a TEDx at the end of the year from me on this topic.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, all
Absolutely.
right.
It
It'll
looks like they're
surely be.
having a party up at the top of the screen. What are they doing up
It's
there?
Paula. Paula's in the group.
Um,
She there. You see her to
Leave
ringleader
it
with Budweiser.
Hi.
Hey, there go our sister, Miss Her. We definitely support her, okay? And she support us. And that's what it's about, y'all. Unity, okay? So I'm your girl, Loyalty. I'm a community advocate. And she's also helping your sister, okay? Her heart is so pure and big. I'm telling you, you need friends like that in your corner. And if you don't have a friend like that, baby, you need to dismiss them. Period. Ain't that right, Jana? Tell them.
What mic are they using? Oh
I'm
Lord.
not sure. It was Paul. What's going on with your mic you had?
It must be the mic on his phone.
No, it was good earlier.
I know.
What is it saying?
I'm not sure what's happening. I know we have two Myron. Okay, now I see Myron. We had two different cameras in the
It may be your way.
they may be too far from it.
It might be the way they got the headphones on.
Okay.
Now you said you put
Okay.
it on right, man. Do y'all hear me?
Hilarious. You said you put it on right.
Can
So
y'all
funny.
hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you. Just sound a little far away. Let's see. Try it again.
We can make it work. We
What
can make
about
it work.
now? What
Yeah,
There
about
we
it
now?
sounds
go.
better now. Yeah.
Okay, he didn't even put it on right and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So loyalty.
Look,
So
Tell us
funny.
about your show.
he didn't put it on right. Look. Okay, can y'all hear me now?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
we
So
can.
loyalty. Tell us about your podcast.
Yes, I was first giving my sister Jana her props because that's our sister and she definitely advocates for us. So we gotta definitely advocate back for her because she is the her girl, okay? So make sure y'all connect. Make sure you download that app, period. But yes,
Okay.
this is your girl Loyalty, and I have a podcast called Loyalty and Friends. And who are my friends? I'm looking at all of them on this camera right here. I see my friends. Hey friends. Hey y'all. And even those who watching, hey my friends. But yes, I believe in that because it takes friends and community. And without friends and your community, how can you truly build? You need others, right? You can't build
Mm-hmm.
by ourselves. So that's where loyalty and friends come. But I like to tell stories. And I don't tell just any story. We know y'all podcasters. We know y'all do all this stuff, right? But who is the person behind that? What, like, who is loyalty, right? Who is Jana? Who are these people? Like, people don't know us. They just see what we depict. So sometimes we got to deep dive and give them a better version of who we are. Like, what did the makeup look like? Did you grow up in a one parent household? Did you grow up with two parents? You know, what your trauma look like? How did you overcome that trauma? Because sometimes people will envy your life and want to mimic what you're doing, but don't even really realize what it took for you to get to that level, right? So are you willing to
Very
go
true.
through my same journey to get to where I'm at? I really want to know because some people aren't. So that's why I think that transparency is really where it starts. I'm big about transparency. Through my nonprofit, I started my own. Well, through my podcast, I started my own nonprofit organization called the LIE Foundation. And I tell you, God is all in the midst of that, Queen. It's nothing to do with me. It's bigger than myself. It's really for us to help the underserved, underprivileged community, those youth out there. I was one of those, you know. I still live in those same type of community. I live in a community like that now, and I see these children who are really just wanting someone to show some acts of concern. So I really am looking for funding so we can build a multi-purpose facility, and this facility is going to have a print center. It's going to have podcasting. It's going to have music engineering. We're going to have videography. They're going to be able to create content there. We'll be able to host events so people can showcase even their talent, right? We'll have a 24-hour daycare facility because that's a need. We don't see those nowadays anymore. What happened to the 24-hour daycares? People still need assistance, and now that keeps them from leaving the children at home unattended, right? Because we got
Mhm.
staff in place. And then the last part of that would be assisted living program where people can now stay in their homes and not have to be displaced from their homes and have to go live in a nursing home because they have no one to care for them. But we can have a full staff to house them and take care of them at their place where they live. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. And last but not least, I am an author, so I publish books. I make children books for the nonprofit, so we can raise funds, and 100% of that goes back into the nonprofit, so we can get this multi facilities up and established. So thank you for letting me share.
Yes, thank you, loyalty. And I'm glad that maybe we could be friends. So
Yes, girl, you already my friend. I told you that already.
yes, ma'am. So here's the thing. So basically, that's the part of the point of the March to the Record book. Different collaborators coming together and doing something important. Regardless of your background or your current show, let's just get together and have a good time. I'm curious. While you're at Podfest, have you made like any more collaborations or met any more cool people that you want to discuss?
Listen, I make collaborations in the world wherever I go.
Okay.
Podcast in your backyard, I will make a connection. Do you understand? Okay. I'm loyalty. So any room that I work and I go in, I'm gonna work that room. Like people have to know, and if you don't speak and let people know what your mission and what your passion is, how would they ever know, right?
Mm.
So never shy bone. I'm always gonna be the one that's probably gonna speak the most. I even helped here at the. I'm not sure if y'all know about the OWL app. If y'all don't, please download OWL today. OWWLL. This is a new app that's allowing people like ourselves, entrepreneurs, okay, even if you're a first time and you don't know, you can go in and find other like-minded entrepreneurs and monetize on this app day one, okay? So when
Okay.
you download, put in my referral code is loyalty, simple, LOYALTY. Make sure there's no spacing in it, so that way you get a $10 startup bonus. But I like that app because that has been a great connector. A lot of those people are here, and we've been doing on-the-spot interviews for people as well. So yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I'm putting in the right thing. You say OWWLL.
Yep, OWWLL, and that app in particular is owned by Jason Hill, and I actually met him. I flew to Florida to meet him directly. Amazing, amazing person. I saw his vision and just realized how I can use that to help myself and leverage, but also monetize my time. Okay, how much time? We ain't got time in a day to just give people for free. So a lot of times people will waste your time and they will keep sucking you dry if you allow it. So this app helps you set boundaries between you and your client. Don't give out your number no more. Get them that app. Tell them to download the OWL app, okay? And then give them your referral code so they can get a bonus to call you on the app, and then you make money off of that bonus money, okay? Yeah.
Okay. I'm loving that. So don't give yourself away for free.
Yes.
Never.
And put in that code. Remember
Absolutely.
loyalty. Get that $10 now. Stop giving out all your
Absolutely.
resources for free, man. Stop.
Absolutely. Do you know, Amron, as I sit here and the more people that we talk about, I think about you in terms of all these ideas you have and all these things you want to do. I'm wondering if Top Logic and you might be able to work. I don't
I
know
know.
what
I
his
wrote down
pricing
his
is.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have a lot that you're trying to do. Most of it you're trying to do by yourself. I think if you had somebody to come in and take the bulk of the work from you, that would leave you free to be able to oversee things and have more time. I told you before, that was my thing. I do not want to spread myself too thin because every project I work on, I want it to be a true representation of me. And I want that to be a positive one. And when you run yourself into the ground and there's nobody feeding back into you, there's nobody replenishing your energy, it becomes too much. So you, ma'am, need to contact him
I
immediately.
know. I was thinking about that as well. The only thing, this is hard for me, and I'm working on this for 2025. Giving someone control of your baby, sometimes the fear of that is like it's going to lose the vision of how I see it.
You
It's a
you might
control
want to
thing.
start slow. Start
Yeah, I
slow with
know.
only letting them do the editing first, and
True.
seeing how your working relationship goes. Because before they put it out, they would send it back to you. And if that
Right.
wasn't your vision, then you could go, no, not quite like this, but like this. So I would definitely start off with a piecemeal type of situation
You're right.
versus just saying how you handle it all and y'all don't know each other yet.
Facts. Because
Like
then
you
I
I
wouldn't
also
be comfortable with that.
I also
But
think
yeah,
there's
I
room
got
to
to
think of
leave.
it
I got some
differently.
more networking to do. Got to get out here and let people know my
Okay, thanks for
loyalty
stopping
is
by.
loyalty. Make sure y'all follow me. Loyalty in everything. No slang, okay? I need people to spell out these words. Loyalty, LOYALTY, NIN. Everything. EVERYTHING. Okay. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Later,
We
y'all.
will. Absolutely. Bye.
Bye. It was
She's
great meeting
funny.
you.
Okay, what were you saying?
Oh,
Well, I
I
was
was.
going to give her. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Gina. What were you about to
I
say?
definitely was talking to Jana, not Amron.
My bad.
I was gonna give I was gonna give loyalty some feedback that she doesn't have to give away control. She just has to bring someone into her community and her culture. And the aspect of like you're not actually giving any control away. You're just bringing someone in, and there is an aspect of if you can make sure they have the same mission and vision and core why, then there shouldn't be a problem. Because I have the same past thoughts, right? Old me used to think, this is my baby. I have to protect it. I need to be the only one to do anything. Whoever is the only one to raise their kid, it takes a village to raise a child. Same thing with a business. And so the aspect of like, if you go on a date night, you get a babysitter. So the same thing here. If you need someone else to come in and edit some videos for you or take some of the thing, because I agree with you. She's the visionary. And that's where she needs to stay, is the visionary. And then have other people be the feet that actually implement in there. And I 100% agree with you. I was just going to give her a little bit of a mental shift there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, we got somebody new. Who's this?
What's going on? My name is Izzy Baker. I am from St. Louis, Missouri, and I live in Houston, Texas. And I'm the host of PSA, the Mental Health Podcast, a podcast dedicated to young mental health conscious millennial males who struggle with making healthy decisions. Um, I like it's an interview based podcast, although I have some solo episodes. And I liken my guests to the cast of, and just hear me out, basketball wise. You're going to say, why you say that? So with that cast, they're either a wife, a ex, a current. Either way, they're affiliated in some way. So that's how I do my guests. They're either a therapist, psychologist, a life coach, anxiety specialist, an upcoming rapper who had a mental breakdown and wants to tell the world about how he got over it. So you affiliated in some way. So that's how I go.
What's the name of the podcast?
PSA, the Mental Health Podcast.
You got how many seasons you got? I'm looking at something that say season 4.
Oh, I just completed season 8 2 weeks ago. Um,
Wow.
yep. So
Congratulations.
thank you. So I'm on my season break right now. I'm just doing my live streams every Monday. On LinkedIn, YouTube, and Instagram.
This says Izzy Bake Oven.
Yeah.
Is there okay? Okay, just making sure I'm in the
That's
right
me.
space. Okay, so I hail from born and raised currently in St. Louis, Missouri. Where you from?
Okay. Normandy. I know you know that's that.
Yeah, I know where that's at. All right, next question.
I wish there was a little more explanation with that. I
I'm
don't know nothing
curious.
about Normandy, St. Louis, but okay.
Normandy is in the county, but it still get active. But I stay on the good side, so if that helps.
How long have you been in Texas?
I've been in Houston since 2012. So I graduated high school. I went to Lutheran North, and then I went to college at Texas Southern University.
Okay, what was your major?
I majored in English and I minored in sports management. And I was a teacher for a few years. And now I have my own ghostwriting service. So it started off as doing homework for people. Um, I only have a bachelor's over the table, but under the table, I probably got like 6 bachelors, 4 masters, 3 PhDs. I ain't gonna lie to you. And then it kind of transitioned into like social media marketing. What else I do? Resumes, cover letters, books, articles, newsletters, all that good stuff. I got a whole menu. It can be a la carte. You can do a you can do a special. It's all up to you.
Someone asked you what high school you went to because we know that that's usually like the St. Louis question. When you
For
come here,
sure.
you got to know what's up. But you said Lutheran North, so that's good. So
Uh,
that's a private school, right? Lutheran North.
yes.
Okay, so parents invested money in you. That's good.
You know what? It's funny because I was in Normandy from kindergarten through 6th grade, and then I went to other little middle school that no longer exists, and then it was Lutheran North. But it's funny because even with that, like I don't believe everybody has to go to a private school, but I will say Lutheran North prepared me for college for sure because I was
Absolutely,
chilling.
absolutely. So I'm from North City, St. Louis, and then when I hit
Okay.
my double digits, we moved to the West Side. So I'm a North Side, West Side girl. Take that as it will be. But I'm becoming a better person. However, I live in the county now. And so
Are
my
you?
kids have just started private school as well. They go to City Academy and soon they're going to be transitioning into secondary school. And just what I noticed from going to from Jennings to the private school is and I don't have any fears about them at all. I look at them and I go, the future is absolutely yours with the doors that have been opened just from going from a public school to a private school. So I always love it when I hear, especially anybody, but young Black men who actually get up and leave and go to college coming out of St. Louis and then move on to thrive. Because these days, not a lot of kids are wanting to go to college. They're like, I don't need to. I can go be a YouTuber and become rich. I can go and be a stripper and become rich. Like, I'm not seeing too many of these kids saying that they want to be doctors, lawyers, astronauts, or any of that anymore. Then you step over to the private school and it's back. Those kids over there are wanting to be lawyers and judges and things like that. So yeah, I was a public school girl. I didn't know anything about private
Yeah.
school
It's
until
some
now.
it's
I'm
some good
learning
ones
through
in
my
St.
kids.
Louis. But that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's some good ones in St. Louis. Ladue is good. Webster Groves is good. My daddy wanted me to go to Webster Groves, but I even say with that, like with the whole YouTube thing, I tell the kids like you need several streams of income anyway. So you could be a
Yes,
doctor and still do YouTube because I've seen it. I was in education for 6.5 years. There are teachers who never leave in education, but they got them a podcast that
absolutely.
centers around education. They got an ebook. They got these different things. So that's what I want people to understand. Like if they ever go say, I do want to be a YouTuber, say, okay, you can do that, but you're gonna do this too. And you're gonna
And
find
what
a
they
way to
have to
mix them
learn,
together.
as we discussed earlier, what they have to learn is
I got
being a
some hand
YouTuber is not going to make
sanitizer.
you
I
rich
don't know if it's gonna
overnight.
work.
You're not going to be Joe Rogan or Joe Budden overnight.
Mhm.
That takes work and building an audience and all of that. So I think that's the problem. I'm going to get on here and I'm a game. I'm going to record myself gaming. I'm going to get 100 million followers or subscribers in 3 days and it's going to be life. Somebody needs to sit them down and talk to them about how that actually works. Nobody's really an overnight success when you're talking about YouTube and Instagram and TikTok.
Right. And what I've learned, especially at Podfest, is there's a lot of great podcasters here. But sometimes too, you can tell the ones who picked the niche because it was easy and just kind of pander to a certain audience. And you don't want them to do that either. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
if you love it, then cool, but don't just do it just because, well, he's gonna get a lot of money, a lot of views. Like somebody I do know from the same city who's a big YouTuber for relationship guru. And like I said, I didn't get a chance to ask this person personally. I've been wanting to ask him, do you believe in that for real? Because if
Most
you see
times they
some of the,
don't.
yeah,
But it's
you
working,
you
like
read,
Derek Jackson or whatever his name is or whatever. You have a lot of people, and when you do something that's not authentic to you, first of all, eventually you burn out, and eventually that comes out. Your disdain for it or your inauthentic, the way that you're doing things and it's not authentic to you is eventually going to come out. I would rather do something that I love and stick
right,
with it and be consistent and then make it that way than to have to pretend to be someone I'm not just to get money.
Okay. Okay. Now this is live
exactly.
on StreamYard.
Really,
Yes, we
really?
are
This
StreamYard.
is on stream,
Hello.
y'all.
How are you?
Good. It's figured out way. I'm doing
Oh,
good. This is Veronica Light from Purple It Up for Domestic Violence Awareness. I do see somebody on here has a purple shirt.
Yes,
Oh
that's
yeah,
me.
I got a little purple too. I got a little purple.
Yeah, you're good. Well,
oh,
we're
y'all
here
got
at
on purple.
You
mm-hmm.
didn't
Yeah,
know. You didn't know we were wearing it today. It's okay.
y'all were ready for me. Ready for me. Purple it up. That's right. Wherever you are, online or in person, keep that in mind to purple it up because awareness is everything and prevention is the key to breaking the silence on domestic violence and intimate partners. Not about male or female. It's intimate partner abuse that we're talking about and making a difference in this impact and keeping people informed and aware because with that, the more people will know and the more people will react. Just like how COVID happened, that's what impacts are going for, where everybody will
Beautiful.
purple it up.
Okay,
So
Izzy,
thank you for having me.
thank you for coming to join us. Izzy, did you have something else you want to say? Because we don't want to hold you if you're in the middle of doing something. I know y'all having fun out there.
No, I'm good, but I'll just leave y'all with everything. Make sure y'all subscribe to my Instagram for keeping up with my live streams in the meantime while my episodes are off air. Underscore Izzy Bake Oven. Like easy, but with IZZY. And then my Instagram is the same name, and also my podcast, PSA, the Mental Health Podcast. Like I said, you don't necessarily have to be a man to be a guest. Like I said, because although it's an interview, it's still a way for my target audience to leave with a better choice, helping them make the better choice on whatever topic we're talking about. So season 9 is coming soon, but we got a good 3-month break, and that's all I got. So thank y'all
Okay,
for
well, thank you
having
for
me.
stopping by. I just subscribed to you. I will check you out. I'm subscribing from my podcast channel, so it's going to say One Man and One Woman, the podcast, but that's me. And good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'll be
And
talking
I
to you
like
soon,
your
I'm sure.
hat.
Thank you. I like your purple shirt.
All right, so Veronica, I'm curious. So, what led you to making your podcast Purple It Up?
Well, it's Purple Up Live, and the reason being, I'm an advocate and have been an advocate for many years. And I'm advocating for domestic violence specifically because before, during, and after, you get a little bit more intel why people don't leave their situation and why people get stuck, to the reason why um, it is a growing problem, no matter what you're dealing with, whether it's diabetes, lupus, autism with your children. Whenever there's an indifference, there is
I'm good.
an issue
Say
with
again.
domestic that will
Oh,
rise up if you
oh
don't
no, you
have that
good.
balanced and focused on being a solution instead of just saying, oh, they got a problem. What do we need to do? So, after my experience, I, was happily getting married finally back to my life after being the caretaker for both of my parents over 10 years of hospice, ready to settle down. 3 years later, found myself dating. Oh, I'm finally found the one, happily ever after. Well, that had a truth, but that person also had choices and intentions that didn't line up with my values in respect of a woman, let alone a lady that waited for marriage. And he turned out to be domestic violent and proved that he's a doctor that was above the law. And I find myself doing all the right things and getting um, my report where it needed to be. After the 20th report, nothing happened. I wasn't getting help because of the two things. Everybody thought that I would get help and, she'll make it, doing all the right things. Well, nobody reacted. We're standing by my side. And I found myself alone dealing with my situation and then targeted and blacklisted where I wouldn't get help because who I was married to. So, in short, I learned about a lot of gaps in the process. And I decided to advocate even more back to the particulars of helping that one get through the process of case management to the compliance, being responsible, and do all the things that you're told to do to survive domestic violence. And a lot of case management issues were there because people were doing one thing and not servicing the population that needed help, especially if you're single, no children. You're kind of at a disadvantage because a lot of the programs are for people that have children and surviving domestic violence. So, again, I found myself in a place where I knew the direction and the attention that's needed. And I did it for others while I was surviving and it just continued on to purple up all the more for domestic violence awareness. And I realized the more awareness we get, the better opportunity for us to get to prevention instead of just dealing with the problem. And then full advocacy, whether somebody needs lights, food, clothes, shelter, transitional housing, we're encompassed in all that. So purple it, purpleitup.org happened. So if you go to the site, you can see that there are several ways that you can get involved, and it's just an ongoing effect. And here I am at Podfest because Podfest has got behind Purple Up and helped us purple up and increase awareness so that we're global. We're working our global impact to be a movement across the globe because sometimes we get victims that are trafficked and we need to get them back to their home. We have people going through different situations, and we're the outlet that's the boots on the ground. And we have voluntarily helped over 250 families voluntarily. That means there's not a budget. There's not money that of my own, or if I had anything I should have had after getting divorced, it would have been a big difference, but I didn't. And I'm the proof that if you have the will, if you have the breath to use it wisely in your time, you can reach that one and help that one to get to where they need to be. It may not be your own funds or anything, it's just your time, to let that person know they're not alone. It's a key in surviving domestic violence because the number one question we get, well, why didn't you just leave? It's not that they didn't. You probably met that person at the 12th time, the 20th time. They went back because there was, on the other side, there was not that attention that needed to be particular.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. First of all, I want to commend you for doing this work and say thank you because I am a domestic violence survivor.
mhm,
I got
so,
married at 19 to someone who
mhm,
had been my best friend all of high
mhm,
school. And he became a monster unlike anything I could have ever expected in
right,
my life. And being the girl, like I said, coming from the city in St. Louis, I grew up scrapping. It wasn't a problem me not feeling like I could defend myself. I was more concerned
Mhm.
about, I don't have anywhere to go. Like, I married this person, I left my mom's house, and that was torture within itself. I had nobody who could take me in. So I'm stuck with this person. And then there was a part of me that was like, I want to break the generational curse in my family. I want to be the
Mhm.
first to have a marriage that makes it. All these reasons other than love and my own safety.
Mhm.
And when I thought about leaving, and then when it was a cop, they finally got me out of it because he tried to kill me. And
Mhm.
and he also put his hands on our child. And so for me, it was when I went in to file for divorce, the judge told me, no, you can't do that.
Mhm.
I order you guys to go to marriage counseling. I'm thinking to myself, on what planet can you tell me I have to stay with this man? So I did a lot of fighting and a lot of trying to leave and suffered a lot of abuse at the hands of this man. And there was nobody there to help me until finally this
Mhm.
little redheaded cop, he saw me and he said, if I take you to the house, because he was in jail, I'll take you to the house and get as much as you can for you and your son. Will you come with me? Will you
Mhm.
leave this? And he took me to
Mhm.
a women's abuse shelter here in St. Louis, Missouri. And that was where I began to build up myself back up from the ground on my own. Had I not found that place, I don't know how much longer I would have stayed or how much longer I would have endured or if I would have lived through it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that's the thing. When people say, why don't you just leave? Where
Mhm.
do I go? You want me to take my kid and just be homeless? You
Mhm.
tell me how to do this. So knowing that there's a place out there that's giving out that information and helping people with those connects is beautiful. And I really appreciate you for this work.
How are you?
You're welcome. And I'm glad you can testify to that because that's the real thing. Okay, when we reach out for help, then what do we do? There's so many levels
Mhm.
of things you got to stay compliant as when you're in care
Mhm.
and for the agency to stay compliant as well to the
Mhm.
resources that they have to use it wisely, not just because the person is this or that, but that is the victim. What do we do? The attention is what do we do for this one? Because not everybody's scenario they're similar, but it's all still different. And
Mhm.
then
Absolutely.
the fear and calming down the fire and paying attention to that part in the first 24 to 48 hours is critical. So with Purple Up, we want to get that first 5 minutes to let you know at least we're going to equip you with options, and then you have to decide and stay compliant as well as the agencies team up, and we're kind of like the triage, the liaison, the network, that's handling 911 and obligating the agencies to be committed to what they're saying they're offering because Purple Up, it's not that we have anything but our sweat equity and time being a boots on the ground, holding that hand and holding the agencies aware and responsible to what they're offering. So it's an interesting place as we took this journey to voluntarily do what we do. But now that we're a 501c3, we're turning it up. We're going to be that compliance network and have those internal resources just in case, things are inundated. And that happens too. But to rest assured, by the time you get to Purple It Up, you're going to know your solution. You're going to know your options. You're going to be aware, and we're going to implement the plan. And that is action, not just a patty cake. Yeah, we're praying and laying hands, and that is the key, but there's a follow through of that faith and works working together, and we're applying. And we thank God for the applying of the blood of Jesus because sometimes in our case, we ain't about what we had. So, when something show up, it's in your gut. You got to speak up. You got to connect the dots and do the part. Let the faith and works working together. And 250 plus people later, I tell you, there's many faces that if I'm out and about, they'll come up and they say, "Do you remember who I am?" I said, I do remember faces quite well. But most importantly, how are you? Are you,
Mhm.
follow through where you got, do that self check? Because if you come to me and say, "Do you know who I am?" I'm going to ask you, I see how you are, but how are you doing? And what are you doing
Absolutely.
now? And are
That's
you,
beautiful.
take a step further, do it for somebody else, purple it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what every year I go back to the same homeless shelter that I was in and I speak to those women because that's
Oh,
very important to me to give back.
uh
I was
huh.
that when I was there, we had two girls who left and went back, and both of them were killed. So
Mm,
I know the importance of going in and talking to them and say, I know it seems like it's too much. I know you don't want to be in this home. with all these women stuck in these small rooms. All of you got chores. This week you got to clean all the bathrooms. Next week you got the kitchen. I understand that. But understand this is your first step into freedom where you don't have to live in fear, where you don't have to be broken and battered and bruised. So I feel the need to give that back because I never want to have another girl leave because she doesn't understand she could do this and never come back again. And, to witness that was different,
I just turned
so
around.
Mhm.
beautiful
What
work,
happens
beautiful
at
work.
that point? They do the step, but then they go back, and then they do everything they need to do, and not in that relationship anymore. But then on down the line, that cycle, that attack comes again in somebody else. So it's an ongoing.
Yeah.
We stay with victims up to 10 years at least, and it's a lifetime
Oh,
because
wow.
we never know on the
Wow.
side happens. And we don't want to see
That's
that
beautiful.
another relationship, the same person, but going through the same thing with somebody else. So we got to turn
Mm-hmm.
that access off and say access denied and strengthen up that person's self-esteem and also speak to the men too. Even if they're abusers, there's classes, there's help, but they got to be willing. And because that um point of realizing domestic violence is the evil sickness. That's a spirit, first of all. And some things are ingrained from childhood, upbringing, culture, whatever it is, it's still not right. And we're here to bring awareness for this fact, to empower, to break the silence, to truly break that silence with awareness. We'll get to prevention, we'll get the support and help, and call upon all agencies across the globe now. It's a very impactful thing because of podcasting and what Podfest is doing and what we're able to do with the power of a voice. And Podfest, if you haven't been here, know that you need to be here because
Oh,
that's
we're
the
coming. We
Yeah,
figured that out
definitely
today.
do.
Amron and I at least are going
your
to be
voice
there for sure.
matters. It's the mission.
Hey,
Your
I'm
voice
there.
matters. So
Check you out, Troy.
we're doing this year we launched a pilot awareness con. We're bringing it back, so all agencies, all creators, all podcasters, influencers, causes, organizations, anybody dealing with community, you're welcome to come and learn more about your podcasting and resources, how to go further, and even monetizing what you do. It's a full-time commitment. If you want it, the help is there. In the midst of all that, we're increasing awareness, and it's a beautiful thing to see the heroic action, the power of awareness, what it can do to impact what you do. And you know now to purple it up. So everyone go to purpleup.org. Please send me a message. If you want to text me, say I purple it up. Text me to 813-922-5433. That's 813-922-LIFE. Love to hear from you. I'm actually being called to the closing ceremony. The keynote speaker's
Okay.
calling for me, so I got to run. But you can
Thank
find me
you.
at Purple. Appreciate you, and y'all keep it up. Keep that
Thank
Okay.
you.
impact.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thanks. This is so dope. Like,
I
come on,
know.
come through. I mean, last year was so much fun, but this right here, we just adding a whole new element
And
of
just
us
think,
podcasting from
now
the
y'all see
outside,
why.
and y'all had nothing to do with it
Now y'all see why we come down here
at
every year.
all.
Hey,
We do.
Canova.
Hi, we got somebody else new.
Going on.
Or is this somebody from y'all crew, from the podcast crew?
She crew. She's
It's
been
been a
Yeah, she
here.
been
while.
around. She been around.
Okay.
I'm a
Okay.
returning person, so
But as y'all can see after talking to so many different
DC, what
people,
are you doing?
y'all can see why we come down. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
y'all can
we
see
can,
why we come down
unfortunately.
here every year. Shut your ass up. You got so
still
many
setting up
different
my light.
people
Sorry.
doing so much different stuff and you learning shit and you know what I mean, making connections. Like it's the reason we come down here every year. It's not like we just showing up just to show up. Like it's actually to us it's actually worth being in the building with so many different with all these different people. And like you said, you want to see people that ain't doing what you're doing. I'm pretty sure at least 5 or 6 of these people was on here like, oh shit, I never would have thought about doing that, or maybe I could have did that, or you know what I mean? Like it's a dope situation though, all
Yeah,
in all, if you ask
I'm
me.
impressed. I'm seriously impressed, and I appreciate you and DC for sharing these people with us. I have subscribed to everybody who gave us the show name today. So sometimes it's something's not your vibe, but I haven't come across that today. Everybody had a platform with something that related to me, something I've been through, something I'm working on currently, and that's dope. That's super dope.
I'm
It's
back.
been nothing but
Not that
positive.
y'all really
You
want me
missed
here.
it, Troy.
I know.
Oh,
I
and
see.
guess
I
what?
was.
Troy,
And we
what's
saw
going on?
Cardi B Dennis.
What up? What up?
Yeah,
Wait, you
Cardi
said
B
what?
Dennis is up in this juke joint. Cardi B
Yeah.
Dennis.
Oh shit.
Is here.
Okay. Well, shit.
She's somewhere walking around.
I
I
already
just
said.
see
I
her.
already planned on going next year. I'm like. I don't know how the
Hey,
fuck
Troy, you
because
got to
my
be
life is
honest, man.
crazy,
It's
but
beautiful.
I feel you.
yeah.
So there's
But
a
I'm gonna
bunch
figure
of
it out.
people congregating in front of me. There's like a lot of people just, you know what I'm saying? It's a good
Hmm.
vibe. I'm telling y'all, if you ain't never been here, y'all got to get here. There's a lot of energy, synergy in the room, you know what I mean? Like-minded people of
Hmm.
all, from all over the place, London, UK, Africa,
See,
Ghana,
I'm just gonna have to
everywhere.
decide which one of my shows I'm gonna do live while I'm there. Like, damn, which
You got to do something,
Right.
should I
man.
do this
There's a lot
show?
of
Man,
going
Like,
on.
it's
All of
people everywhere doing content. You constantly
No,
see
it's
people
yeah,
people
with their
outside
phone
doing
out,
content.
blogging shit. Like it's just a
yeah,
little bit of
that's what's
everything.
up.
Being in this environment, it gives you a jolt of energy because you're
Yeah,
seeing
I'm
so
sure.
It
much
also give you a
actually
plan.
shit happening. Yes, like I'm having conversations with people. It's shit that I had in my own pocket that I didn't even know that I had in my own pocket.
Yeah, I feel that.
So it's worth it, man. It's worth the few shillings. I see it as an investment.
It's an
Coming here
investment
is
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
a
actually
of
an
tax.
course,
investment.
of
I
course.
got a business license, so it's a tax write-off for me, baby.
Period.
That's how you're
I'm
supposed to
trying
That's
to
do
get
it.
it
that.
off.
Spending a
So this
few
whole
Absolutely.
shillings,
trip,
man.
But I mean, the point for me in doing something like this, it's not like the money is. It's not that expensive for me to get. Y'all in Florida, right?
Yeah.
It's not that expensive for me to get down there. But that's what I want to see. I want to see that I can build connection. It's going to
give
make
it up my
sense for
seat,
me.
y'all.
I don't want to just go somewhere and talk to a bunch of people and then nothing fruitful ever happen. But I'm not even there. And I know for a fact, two of these people shows I'm doing. So I'm feeling good about that. And I didn't spend a thing.
So imagine if
Definitely.
you
So
was actually, imagine if your light skinned ass was actually in the building.
what why you always got to make it you so racist it don't make no sense. Colorist, that's what
I
you are.
ain't,
Colorist.
I ain't racist.
But
How can I be
You have to go
racist if
back
this
and
was
listen
never
to the
there?
beginning, Troy. I was giving you your flowers, talking about how much I love
Oh,
you and stuff.
damn, see, you
Don't
should have let
believe
me know
that
you
shit,
was how
Troy.
you gonna be on.
Don't
I was
believe
like,
that shit,
look,
Troy.
for real, when you think
See
about it, success
that
wise,
backhanded
like I was
ass
talking about
love.
the group, I think,
Uh,
look, you've written 741 books. You have a magazine now, you have multiple shows, and you do it in a way where you get to be creative in all areas. You're showing
yeah,
every bit of
Huh?
your creativity from your horror show
Oh,
to
you're
your
outside.
love journal to your after dark freaky kink. Like you do it all and you do it so well.
I
You're just one of my favorites.
try.
You're probably one of very few who has never gotten on my nerves.
I appreciate that because it's
It's
I
not
don't know how
basically
to
just
take
for most
this.
of
it's
it
just
I don't
me.
know
is
what side
It's
of the
me and
table
you
I'm
left,
on.
Troy. That's it.
listen. I've been noticing as the year went by, it's been like I think everybody kind of took a little break, but like not everybody is still just doing it for real. And I'm like, I'm sticking. For me personally, it's two things. One, ADHD. I have no choice. Once I start doing something and I like doing it, I just gotta. That's just I gotta keep doing it. And then two, because I'm an artist and I don't really have like I'm the kind of artist that expresses myself through the shit I do. Like even podcasting, that's art to me. Like the way
Hmm.
I come up with the topics and just a lot of different stuff like that. So it's like I genuinely don't have a choice but to do this. And that's
It's
it.
also
Like
finding a
I'm stuck.
balance.
Yeah,
In order to
yeah.
have longevity, you have to have a balance because if it feels like an
Hmm.
obligation, you're not going to want to do it anymore because now you're not finding enjoying it. Now it literally just feels like another obligation on your list. And that's when people start falling off.
100%. Because the reason I stopped doing my YouTube channel, right as I was reaching 10K, I wasn't even doing anything. People were watching my old videos and somehow I just magically got there because I had signed too many contracts. So now I gotta have a video done every week or every month on this day, this for all these other perfume houses. When I want to be able to do it when I want to. If I don't feel like it, I don't want to have to. And now
Yep.
I'm obligated to these people. I had to cut all of those ties, take a break, and then come back and do it when I wanted to. I never want my hobby to feel like work. And when it does, I'm out.
Yeah,
So I
I,
agree with
I
that
actually
100%.
I stopped mine 2 years ago because I just had to take a break, and then a lot of family things happened, which are still happening. For some reason, I can't catch a break, y'all. But regardless, mine's still in like the top 100 indie podcasts. People still go back and listen to the episodes that I put out that I have up still. So I mean, it does benefit people whether you're still actively making content or not. And as long as you
Mhm.
have passion
for it. And as long as you believe in what you're preaching or what you're telling or what you're talking about,
Yeah.
people are gonna love it.
And we
Listen,
love how
that's exactly it. Because we can tell when you're not, you can tell when somebody care about what they do versus just some shit I'm just doing right quick. Like you can
Yeah,
can
you see it a lot with
genuinely
guests.
feel it. And I think
Yeah, and I had to
that's it
become
too.
particular in who I said yes to. And it wasn't like I was trying to be funny, but if I'm not feeling in a freaky mood, then I don't want to be doing anything after dark. If I'm not feeling
Yeah.
like, arguing back and forth about politics, then I need to stay away from over here. And after my grandmother died, I really just wanted to be quiet. I needed to be quiet and get me together. I had too many emotions and not enough logic involved. And so I said, I'll come back after my vacation in January and, let everybody know I'm back. So I continue to do one man, one woman, but I stopped with YouTube and for the most part, and I
I
stopped
love
doing
one
all
man,
the
one
guest
woman.
appearances because I felt like I was doing too much. When you spread
Yeah.
yourself thin and you feel like you don't have enough left for anybody, anything. My kids running around the house to my mom, let's play Monopoly. And I'm like, I can't even get out the bed.
Fuck
I'm
Monopoly.
exhausted. I'm
Burnout actually
exhausted.
takes 3 to
So
5 years
yeah,
to
I just
recover
needed to
from.
I needed to reset for me. But the one thing I didn't stop was one man, one woman, because that's my baby. And I really, really love doing that. So
I feel it. It's a good one.
oh, we got new people sitting here and everything. What's going
Yes.
on?
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hi, what's
Like
your
we
name and what's your
prepared.
podcast?
My
So
name
which
is
one we
Jay.
talking to? Who we talking to? The DC camera or the raw camera?
I was talking to Raw.
Okay.
Well, we're together. We're co-hosts.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
hey,
hey,
Tim.
okay.
Oh, well, I'm
So,
Jay.
Which one?
okay.
Alyssa, can you hear?
I'm Alyssa.
And I'm Jay, and our podcast is Truth and Shade.
Okay, Truth and Shade.
Did you say truth and
Yeah.
shade?
Yes, Truth and Shade.
My
Love it.
people,
Always
what we doing?
in the shade, a little bit of shade
I
in the
heard
truth.
you guys from earlier, and I was like, they sound, yeah, you my people. Go ahead, tell us all about it.
Yes.
Well, when we started
I feel
with
like
us being at work.
go ahead.
Oh, well, really, it formulated from us being at work together. We both worked in the cannabis industry. And we were just at work one
Hey,
day
mine
having
my
one of our
people
mini
too.
discourses. Okay. We were having like one of our mini discourses about female rap, and one of our coworkers was just like, hey, y'all been talking about this for so long, y'all should start a podcast. And so we came up with the name right then and there at work. Probably like a week or two later, we recorded our first episode, and then the rest of the year of 2023, we had a whole season. And we really talk about a broad of topics. We talk about sex, we talk about female rap, black movies, we talk about toxic masculinity, we talk about gay issues, women issues,
Yes.
just
All of
Do
anything
we
it.
under the
talk
sun of
about
rap.
do we
All
do,
of it.
do we talk about toxic feminine whatever the version is? Because you got some ladies that's
Sure.
feminine that's real toxic too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
because the penalties are out of control. Is really is, and it's, the sad part is it's indicative of like no boundaries, low self worth, things like that, and the behaviors that come out of it are very toxic, and that's definitely going to be on next season.
And some of it comes from toxic masculinity. Like some of it is
Yeah,
rooted in reverse. Like
exactly.
They trying to match that energy.
Yes, yes. And who want to do that? Who got a time to be just matching energy, negative energy, just bringing yourself lower and lower? And so I think that's why
Well,
we also
I'll
have.
go ahead and give a confession. It depends on the day of the week. I might have time for you. Just depending on
Look,
who you
okay.
are and where I'm at. I can play too. So let me ask you,
Okay.
because I really want to get real into it. So who is your favorite female rapper out right now?
Mine will always be Nikki. Like forever and always. I love all the girls, but my forever and always top will be Nicki Minaj.
So does that mean
I
you don't
agree.
listen to Meg?
He
Right now
listens.
we on a little break. After his, we took a little break after his, but I still support her. She still do her thing, but
So
just need a
let me
little
ask
time
you a
out.
question. Because when I think about the girls, like I like Cardi B's personality. She's not a rapper to me. These people
At
right
all.
now are entertainers. So I
Yeah.
like Cardi B's personality. She seems like a real girl's girl. And I really like
Yeah.
Glorilla's personality too. Glorilla and her are cousins. So that kind of makes sense. Maybe they just come from good stock. But
Okay.
That's my girl.
right now, I feel like all we talking about is our vagina. That's all we talking about in these songs. And I'm like, Rhapsody. Why is nobody talking about Rhapsody? Because she doesn't walk around half naked and because she's not talking about her hoo-ha? Like, where's
Yeah.
the balance in today's music for rap females? I got Rhapsody, but there's a whole plethora I can name about the girls who aren't talking about anything positive for us.
Yeah.
I
I feel like
mean,
unfortunately
so
sex
it's like,
sells, and
yeah,
in
yeah,
order to
sex.
sell, a
Ain't no
lot of
matter
them
what
have to
industry.
be uber sexual. They have to talk about sex. They have to because that's what's selling. And that's what gets main. That's what gets attention most of the
So
time.
so so we have to lower ourselves, even if we don't believe in it, to make the bread.
But
It's
see,
Personally,
I
I
don't know
feel
if it's lowering. Oh, well, DC, I'll let you. All right.
Oh no, I was just
Yeah,
gonna say I feel like it's more of
yeah.
an expression thing. I feel like because rap has been male dominated for so long, and you hear men talk about pussy, you hear men talk about these things or how a woman should be or what a woman is or all these things and stuff like that. And I feel like the reason why I guess pussy rap is like a thing is because like it's just really women taking agency, like combating those narratives. Like, okay, no, I need this or this needs to be a thing. Like, you ain't hitting it the way you thought you was. Like, I think it's more
Yeah,
of like,
cause niggas be tripping. Like I think like that was gonna be my whole shit of like I do think some women just do like Sexy Red. Can't stand the bitch. I do get hyped to some of her shit. It's definitely pregame music, but I can't
it's
stand the
pregame
bitch. She's
music.
gross.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
But
cannot listen to
but
her
some of them
music.
I think are you know what I'm saying like Meg. She talk about her ass and shit, but that's not all she talk about. But like people get irritated with her. Like damn, this bitch. That's all. And this is like I think from her it's coming from a place of like feeling herself and genuinely being
Right.
like
Mhm.
nigga, what's up?
I
Versus
agree.
somebody like a
But
Sexy
how
Red
many
who's
times
doing
can
it
you
for the
talk
money
about
and
that?
doing it for the
I feel that. I
I
feel
mean, how
that.
many times do niggas talk
It
about
does
bitches
Every
get
are fucking
song is
bitches
about
in
that
the strip
though.
club? But
Yeah.
niggas do it. Like
yeah,
that's the thing. Niggas do it too. Niggas have
they
been doing
do.
it, and then it's like, look, we had the little Kims and the Trinas when they first came out, and niggas was like,
Hmm.
oh, see, I don't want all that, and now you know what I'm saying they hip hop legends. You know, like
Yeah.
it's
Also,
different. So anytime something different like that come up, it's gonna be uncomfortable at first. But I don't
I feel that
fully
because I
see
feel
an
like
issue with
I
it.
just want a balance.
was a
Like Flan
really good
talks about this a
album.
lot too. I want to see just as many girls like that
Mhm.
that talk like
Hmm.
Rhapsody. I want to
Yeah.
see
But
a
then it's the
balance of I
problem is
don't want
black
because it
people.
is
I love us.
dominated right now by Poppy Coochie. And here's another question I have. When Glorilla says I wear booty shorts because my money long, can somebody break that
Yeah.
down for me? Because clearly I'm too old to
She can
understand what the
afford
fuck
it.
that
She
means.
can have the booty
That
out.
she can
Still get
afford it.
respect.
I
But
think
like
That's
a lot of
money.
those things you have
No,
to
that
take
doesn't
into
make
account.
any sense. She
Yeah,
can
because
afford
they
to
don't
wear
make
booty
no
shorts, yes, because all you got to do is cut some old jeans. You ain't got to pay for them.
Look.
okay.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
but if
wow.
I
grow
got
G's,
it, I'm gonna
remember
buy
to cut
some
them.
jeans though.
Okay.
Hmm. Well, I think that's why I like Doechii
But I
so
think
much now because
grown
she
women
opening
more
that
are
I
door.
love
Yes,
Dochi.
that's
I'm
what I was gonna
hearing
say. Like
about
they start
her.
calling her shit
also
slave
Okay.
music though. They start calling
Hmm.
her
Who
I
slave
do like
Doechii?
music.
her
Or like
too.
yeah.
yeah, they call her shit slave music. And that was the other problem that I think when we do venture out and we do like talk about shit that's not just that, it's like, oh, here go this conscious shit. They say the same shit about Kendrick. And it's like, that's not have y'all listened? That's not all he talking
Yeah.
about. Like
Because
it's
do
I'm sorry, I
Hmm.
know how to read. Like I don't
Hmm.
oop.
that because do you remember when Mr. Corral and the Big Steppers came out? Kendrick fans hated it. They were like, "What is
Yeah.
this? He talking about this? Oh, he trying to be
Yeah.
deep."
Yeah.
And it's like,
Rapping like you
did
gonna
y'all
get
hear
the
what he said in
slaves
this
free.
article?
Like
He's talking about getting your shit together. He's talking about getting your mental health together. He's talking about
Hmm.
breaking down your emotional traumas and stuff that we don't have to carry with ourselves every day. Like,
yeah.
Right.
that's
So
not
we
cool.
as consumers are the problem then.
Yeah,
Because
Oh
we
yeah,
are
we've
guiding
always been a
people.
problem. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
absolutely,
Cardi
absolutely.
B
Because
said that. Cardi B said when she came out with a song where she was talking about she want her man to love her, we all hated it. So she
Everybody
went
was like,
back to the
bitch,
WAP
what?
and
Shut
all of
up.
that stuff because she need her money.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
yes
real.
and no, because I love Be Careful, but then I also love WAP too, just like the female agency of it. But
Yeah.
I feel like with Meg, like with Traumazine, that album was really good. But it was
Oh
slept
yeah, that's
on
my
because
shit.
she's talking about like, dang, this is what I've been going through, and I don't
Depression and
feel like
shit.
a
They
bad
like,
bitch.
what?
I don't
Yep.
feel like this
It's too
every
Man,
day.
real.
fuck all them tears. Shake your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, but
That's it.
literally,
They
people
just
were
want
That's
you to
showing,
so
entertain.
terrible.
people
It
were
is. It's
like,
That is
terrible.
so terrible.
yeah,
We
Most people are
gotta
like,
let
I
them
just want you
have
to
balance,
entertain
y'all. We
me.
gotta let them have some sad songs or some depressing songs and shake the booty. We can't just
exactly.
dominate everything. We had Queen Latifah and MC Light, and then it just went to look him in that poster. I remember every nasty, trifling, perverted little boy all up in. I hate y'all. I hate every last one of y'all, and it made me not like her. Because then it was we
Mm.
were expected to walk around the bikinis and take pictures
Yep.
with our legs open. This is what these
Right,
fools are
right.
actually asking us to do with Polaroid cameras. Yes, I'm 44. Y'all might not even know what that is. It's okay. But it's like, come
Understand,
on, can we be both?
especially
Because
when
I
you
am
don't
a
get
woman, I am
those
sexual.
random.
Sometimes I feel pretty, and then sometimes I feel sad. Why can I not express all of those things to
Sometimes
you?
you do want to shake a little ass. Sometimes you're like, you know
Okay.
what? Maybe I should put
Well,
the
I ain't
ass
gonna
up.
say a little ass because I got a lot of ass, but okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, not all of us are blessed like that.
Right. It's nothing
But
wrong with
no,
being a capital
seriously,
P
and
over
then
here.
when you were saying like about Lil Kim, how seeing her presented in a certain way made you not like her, that makes total sense. Because if you are somebody who is technically like an outlier, if you are not the baddie aesthetic, if you don't have, perfect teeth or a little waist or a big booty or the things that's being purported in the music, it's gonna make you turn and be like, that bitch ain't talented no way. She ain't.
Yeah.
We
I
ain't
thought Lil
any
Kim was
kind
an
of.
amazing rapper. I just thought I didn't like her because she caused problems for me. Now the stupid little boys in my neighborhood are telling us we need to do this.
Right.
I had never been approached
Yeah.
about over sexualizing myself until that. So that's what I equated with the negativity. I always knew she had skill, but I just didn't understand the need for that poster at all.
Got you.
Yeah,
And I
when
think
people
also
say
when we
that,
have to, oh, everyone else.
I'm sorry. When people say that, that throws me off because there's always been a nasty song through all the history. We all been
That's what I'm. That's
everybody's been
literally
a
where I was
little
about to go.
nasty. It's more open. Like what is that
It's more
song?
direct.
Electric Boogie.
What nasty song did Queen Latifah have?
Electric Slide. The
No,
Electric Slide is about
That's
Well,
about a
not
whole
like her, not
heartbreaker.
all of the artists,
Okay.
but just it's.
Like
It's
I'm just
been,
saying, there's throughout history, we
Electric
all been
Slide
a
was literally
little
about a
nasty
vibrator.
at certain parts.
Yeah. Or even Sade, Your Love Is King. It's about dick. Like it's
Okay,
about
she
getting
was like,
fucked.
nigga, this was good. She was like, this, baby, the way you did me
But
tonight,
even
I gotta
with
write a
that,
song.
as
Like
if
it
your
used to
kids
be
are riding in the
innuendo.
car, your kids are not gonna know that. Exactly, it's the innuendo. Your
yeah.
kids not gonna know that. But now they like, I'm gonna stick my dick
It's
in
in your
and your
face.
kids are
Yeah.
like, Mom, what's a pussy? Oh my God.
Talk about pussy, nigga. Like,
What are we
whoa, wait
doing?
a minute. Wait.
I will never forget some years ago, I was taking my youngest kids to school, and then when I turned on, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. I turned on the radio, and all I heard was "Sex with Me So Amazing." That was my introduction to Rihanna's song. And my kids are in the back like, what? And I'm like, oh my God. On the radio at 7 a.m. What happened to the 9 o'clock perverted time frame? How you doing it at 7 o'clock in the morning?
You're right. That is a little early for busting it.
You got
I
a
mean,
lot of
I've done it that
explaining to
early, but
do to
like,
your
yeah,
2 and
you
3
know,
year
Yeah,
olds. Like, what are we doing?
I miss radio versions of stuff.
So I agree with you, Amron. I feel like there's always been somebody kinky going on. But the thing I'm saying is there were
cause shit,
also a
Prince was
bunch of people
nasty
who
as hell.
weren't.
Oh
You
yeah.
had the balance of people who were clean version versus who weren't. You had the Will Smith who didn't curse. You had the Eminem who did. So now it just seems like everybody's all
Everybody is
raunchy, all this, and you
Yeah.
have maybe one or two people you can name that aren't. There's no balance.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
because it's more the time we're in. It's not taboo anymore. Like back then, you couldn't really be that open and provocative, so you have to say it in little ways where you can say what you want to say, but we don't know what you're talking about. We're alluding to what you're talking about. And now it's like, okay, well, we can be. I can say whatever I want to say now. So now everybody's just the floodgates have opened, and now it's like this is not taboo. Like we can just, I can say how I
Mm-hmm.
really feel.
I get
Mm-hmm.
that, but I also feel like speaking to what I'm sorry, I can't read your name on the thing, but what the lady was speaking
Me,
beautifully.
Tara Michelle. You can
Yeah,
call me TM. TM.
okay, Miss TM, when you were saying about how everybody is just raunchy, everybody ain't nobody talking about
For the
reading
most
and
part, anyway.
food and stuff like that. Right, for the most part, a majority, I would say, a majority is talking about things that aren't really productive or something that's gonna move our people forward. And I get wanting to party and have a good time, but like you said, it has to have balance. All things gotta have balance.
That
Otherwise,
go back
it's
to the
just not.
start of my point of like that's our fault though. We eat up
Yeah,
the shit that is about that, and then when the other people do, you got like I said, motherfuckers being like, "Oh, that's that slave music, that's that
I
yeah,
hate
gangster
to say
rap
it.
and all
That was
that."
my
It's like it's
first
just
thought.
rap. It's just
Because I
rap.
was
Niggas
thinking,
rap.
like, what do y'all want to hear? Like, let's get Martin Luther King dream back together. We on a feather.
I mean,
Like,
you
I
know,
can't rap. That's all I got.
that's true too, because there is a
Hey,
such thing as
we
shit
just
being
found
corny.
out the one place you have no talent. Don't you ever try that again. Ma'am. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't put
But
me on.
no,
Don't put
it
me on the
doesn't
track.
have to be that. Like she was talking about Kendrick's album. His album was not, you know what I'm saying, just, or you could listen to Common. Like Common has some songs you can listen to that aren't boring. And I'm just saying, mix it up. If everything you listen to is ratchet rah-rah music, you wonder why you stay in and out of jail for punching people. Because what you're putting into your soul is anger all the time.
Yeah,
If your
Absolutely.
child is pregnant at 10 years old, it's because you was WAP dancing with her on IG, and now she thought she was supposed to throw that WAP out there, even though it ain't old enough to be out there. There are consequences to this stuff. There really
Yeah.
are.
Right. So then I
Because
have
even
a
Janet
question.
Jackson had balance. Like, let's wait a while, but also Miss
Okay.
Jackson, if you
But then
like,
also I'm about to climb. I'm about to climb you, nigga. I'm climbing you tonight. Like that's also Janet. But like, I got a question.
Right.
So like, is it? Do you think it is? And I try not to make everything about race, but it is something to consider.
It's America.
Is
Everything
it
is about.
this specific? Yeah, yeah. Is this complaint specific to us? Because like white people they've been having, especially since the 80s, they started going buck wild. But like, they got songs about masturbation, giving head and all kind of shit. Like the fucking what's that? I touch myself. I know
Yes.
everybody. Like our fucking just a couple years ago, Harry Styles that shit, watermelon sugar. Like
It was
talking
about
eating shit out. Like you know what I'm saying? Our cake by the ocean
Hey,
and shit.
listen,
Like
though, that
I
was my
don't hear
Cake
that
by the Ocean.
same.
Nobody knew what they were talking about. I was like, how are
Oh,
y'all
I knew they was talking
missing
about eating
this?
ass by the water.
How
I
are
knew
you
that. That's
missing
about eating
this?
ass
Right.
by the water.
That's my damn song. But
But like,
I
do they
think
have
when you
that?
look at
Do you
white
think they have
music,
that same?
Troy, when you look at white music, look how many people, how many artists they have in pop and stuff. So you got some, they do that, but you got a whole bunch. You got Taylor Swift is the biggest thing in the world, and Adele
And I
and
don't
all of them, and
fucking
they're
know
not
why.
doing that. They're not doing that. So,
Could you
so
imagine
when you
Adele
think
thinking
about
about her
it,
pussy?
they have balance. They have balance.
be singing more.
Even in
Okay.
their country
Take it
music.
off.
They got some raunchy stuff in their country music. They got some, I'm gonna bust your windows out and slash your tires. But then they got some amazing love songs too. So they have balance in their stuff. I'm not saying
Yeah.
we can't do it, but other than Rhapsody and now we're talking about Doechii, I don't know her yet. Doja Cat worships the devil now. I thought she was all right. Now she gone crazy. What do we do?
I don't know. Doja's fire. I
I
don't know if
think
she worshipped the devle per
Wait, is that
se, but
real?
Well,
like
the way she was
I don't
dressed, she
think
scared
so.
the
I
shit
don't
out of
know.
me.
Cause see, okay, I love horror and scary shit. So like,
Yeah.
I think a part of it we have to like explore our darker side. So I think she's just exploring her darker half because we like to. Some people like to walk around like they
I
don't
can
have
explore
that, but
my
we are
darker
light
half.
and dark.
I promise you I won't
That's
be
And I
just
literally
think
like
what I
that's
Satan when I
how.
do it though. I can promise you that.
I think that's just how she does it.
I
Like
think that's
I don't know.
we need to let
Yeah.
go of a lot of limits, a lot of
Okay,
stuff,
let the
parameters
devil
that we put
go.
on
Let
ourselves.
him go. We
Well, okay, right. That would really put you in a box. I'm not saying all that because I'm
yeah.
not saying that I don't believe like heaven and hell, God. I'm not gonna get into that can of worms. But the point being is that as black people, we put a lot of parameters on ourselves out of fear,
Yeah.
out of like repercussion,
And expectations.
respectability politics, all of that kind of stuff. And it's just like, why do we limit ourselves in this way? Like we shouldn't have
I mean,
to.
because we
Because I
always
mean,
have
if you want to
to.
sing about your pussy around and sing about praying, that's on you, and it can all be on the same album, and that's valid. It doesn't
Glorilla,
have to be
she
all
did
or
that.
one or all. Literally, because that one song, what's
She
that
had
song? What's
Glow's
that glow
prayer and
song?
then her face, ass,
That
titty.
was good, and damn,
That's my
or
shit.
even the one where
You
she
know
like,
what? I like
you
that
don't
song
deserve.
until I started seeing all the little girls dancing to it. They 5 years old and talking about this. I'm done. I'm clocking out because I can't take it.
But hold on.
Yeah.
But Tara, that's their
But
mama's
if
and
we had
daddy's
radio
fault.
version,
That ain't
Absolutely.
Glorilla fault.
Yeah.
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 But
Yeah.
everything is for likes right now. And I think that we refuse to be authentic to ourselves for that reason. But you have to look at our realm. If you go out here and you do podcasting or something on the internet and that's how you make your money, you have to toe a certain line. At least until you have a big enough audience, because you can get canceled for one slip up in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. But then with
So
the
once you
kid
build an
thing, like I
audience
think
big enough, maybe you can be more authentic. But sometimes you got to stay in the parameters. You
Yeah.
can't get out here hollering, I don't believe in God and all that stuff to certain audiences. You're going to get canceled real quick.
see,
Yeah.
I
but
agree
real
with
quick
that.
too
Also,
with the
isn't
oh yeah, go ahead.
cancellation the goal now? Don't you think a lot of people? I
I
think
don't want to be hated by the
I think the ones
masses.
who don't care about what they do
No,
don't
ma'am.
mind.
here's what I'm
The ones that
saying.
don't give a
Who is
fuck don't
Little
mind. I think
Sims? Is that a rapper?
somebody who don't give a fuck, who don't give a fuck about what they
Oh,
do.
Little Sims.
I don't know.
I don't
But
know. I
no,
think
I
you
was
should be
gonna say
authentic to
like the
yourself
kid
in all
thing.
that you do. But sometimes you got to hold a little bit back until you have enough of an audience where it cannot damage you.
But you
Yeah,
know
no,
what?
I
A part of
absolutely.
this, yeah, I think a part of it though is because I think that happens also with getting older. We
Mm,
forget at some point we was the young kids probably listening to shit we shouldn't have been listening to, and our
Yeah.
Troy,
parents, their
you
parents,
are
every
13
generation
years
hates the new
old. What are you
music.
talking about? It
I
gets
ain't
on
got
my
no
nerves when he
panties
do this
on.
getting
Listen,
I ain't
older
got no
stuff. I
panties on.
can't take
That
it.
used to be my song.
No, you don't get
okay.
to say
Well,
that.
I was like 5 years old, talking about I don't see nothing wrong. Or, like, you know what I'm saying? Yes, it is your
Yes.
parents,
Same,
but it's
yes.
also every generation has this complaint about the next generation's music. So it's also like something different. Because I remember in the '80s when hip hop came out, even if it wasn't all aggressive, parents, the grandparents is like, well, this new music is. You know what I'm
They was
saying? Like
against it.
that's the same complaint of every generation before. So it's almost like too, is this just a natural course for us to take to
happening.
where we just don't understand this shit no more? This ain't for us, or is it genuinely a problem? Because I remember our
I feel
parents saying that shit. Now,
Baby, we
obviously,
so
Both
I'm saying
things
vulgar
my
can be
now.
true.
I
We're
feel like
so
this
yeah.
stuff.
vulgar now. There's nowhere else to go. We are
No,
putting dicks and pussies in songs. There's nowhere else to go but hell.
Ain't the only place you've been putting them. No.
I mean, that's how we all got here. That's how we all got
Oh my
here, and
God.
we have to think about. Damn, I just lost
I
my
guess
train.
we need to figure out who Lil Sims is. Flan putting us
Okay.
on.
It's a rapper, actor, director from the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know, the
oh,
UK rap scares me though. A book, 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 a book. I
Yeah,
don't,
they
I
be
don't,
doing a
I
They
don't
lot.
get
stole
it.
our
They be
shit
doing
and
a
then just
lot.
put a little. They stole our shit and put some beans and toast on it.
yes,
That's
That's
all.
all it
literally.
is.
That's literally it.
Thanks. No thanks.
I
Oh,
don't
now
always
Maybe
get
so.
it, you know.
I remember my point. We have to. I very consciously, because when I was a kid, even when I was a kid, I never wanted to be one of those adults that didn't remember what it was like being a kid.
Mm.
So I feel like when you were saying about the music, like how our generation, like the parents be like, "Oh, this is crap," and da 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 da. It's like, "Oh no, 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 no! I need you to remember what you was listening to that was
Your
considered
shit was
crap."
some bullshit too. I just
You
had
know,
this argument with my daddy this past week. Me and my little brother,
literally
like,
some crap on both
y'all
ends.
shit
Every
was
generation, everybody. It's a whole bunch of crap out there.
Uncle
So
Luke. Uncle
you
Luke was a nasty mofo.
know,
Oh
yeah,
my
Yeah,
God.
okay.
something that ruined
I was like
free.
4, talking about hood rat, hoochie mama.
Okay.
Okay,
Like,
so but I remember being 12 with my little CD player, my burned CD of Pretty Ricky, and was listening it with my headphones. So I,
oh, the pretty Ricky days, nigga,
you
we
know what?
should
Baby, they
not.
was
That
saying it
was
all.
not okay.
No, I'm
That was
already
not
knowing.
okay.
It wasn't okay. Now that I'm thinking, it's like, girl, but in that time, you got to put those things together too. Cause like puberty, it's a weird time, but you are feeling,
Yeah,
you're experiencing
yeah,
sexual feelings. And you may not know what it is or how to put it to the thing, but I do know
yeah.
when I heard what is that,
Certain
Juicy? On
songs, it made me feel a certain way, and I was just like, huh.
they're
Yes,
speaking.
the music is a guide for the kids to teach them what they don't know. So they don't want to come and ask their parents questions anymore. They know what a
Yeah.
WAP is now. They know
Yeah.
what all these other things are, what the word, what goes where. And so now we have we have preteen pregnancies.
Yeah,
But
that is
that
true.
again goes back to parenting because that reminds me of my parents. Like I grew up in a house of all boys, and some I'm sure that's a bit different than girls, but they were always very open with us. So like we didn't have to go seek
Mm,
it through music or movies. We could actually have the conversation. So I
mm.
think that's just like how they won't seek it nowhere else if you can have the conversation with them. Like when you treat it like something that's so taboo naturally, especially as teenagers and preteens, like naturally
Mm-hmm.
now I'm gonna rebel. I'm gonna go look for it somewhere else, and now it's gonna be an
Yeah.
aggressive look. I'm looking because I have
But
no
when the
idea because you
12-year-old
kept it from
has a
me.
kid, she's 12 and now she's 24 and
Yeah.
her kid is 12 and she's pregnant too. So she on her way to being a grandmother,
At
by the
20.
time she's 25. Nobody knows anything. There's no wisdom there. So nobody can teach anybody anything. And that's another problem that we're
True
having.
that.
But I
Yeah.
think sometimes it's
And
not really
that's the thing,
teaching. It's
education.
yeah, it's lack of being open and honest about certain things. If your
Yes.
Yeah.
12-year-old is wanting to go hunch and no one told this 12-year-old nothing about condoms, birth control, anything, that's how
Bad.
we
Really
get a
bad
baby.
talk.
There should
Bad.
be some type of communication with your kid, even if it's not
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
saying like this is what you
Like you
do.
ain't gotta
There
go
should be,
all into it. So
yeah,
talk about positions and shit, but let them know the basics, like understand,
right.
like
There's an
you know what I'm
age
saying, like
appropriate conversation. I think a
Yeah.
lot of parents, especially in the black community, because we put shame on sex so much
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
that we don't
yeah,
inform our kids. So I think that's what it is. It's a negative
And it's
thought.
crazy because if you go and look at some of them pictures, what was your shame, Grandma? Because I'm looking at these shorts you had on.
They used to
I'm
be
looking
having
at
6,
this
7, 8, 9
handprint on
kids
your
and
booty.
shit.
What we do is so we conveniently forget when a baby is born the type of time we used to be on is hilarious.
The
But I
amount of
also think
kids
too
that
that for me, I think that there might be some parents out here who aren't used to the kids moving this fast. If they, especially if they were a slow starter. If you started in your 20s and you're thinking, oh my God, my kid would never be thinking about this at 10 or 12, you might miss the window as well. Because not everybody moves like that.
Maybe I was moving way too fast. I'm not saying I was hunching.
Believe it.
But you also got
Oh, I started at 15. I was
I
15
wasn't
for
hunching
my
at
first.
10 and
Okay,
12.
okay.
I was married at
I
19.
was
I
up the
was
ass.
married first, also 19
Literally,
before I
yeah.
did it.
All I'm
I
saying
don't know.
is
It's scary.
I knew people
So now
that
I was
were
almost 21.
I'm
Did
sorry.
you say you was doing
Yeah,
what?
no, first off, I feel like I have been knowledgeable.
Okay.
Oh, I said I didn't have sex till I was almost 21. But I knew about it since I was probably like 8 or 9. And it was like introduced to me probably like 8 or 9 and like watching porn or like doing stuff like that. I just felt a need
What
to
was you
like want
doing
to
with the
educate
flicks
myself about it.
at 8?
Baby,
I wasn't
Baby Boy
doing
introduced me to it. I saw
a
Baby Boy and I
friend
said,
from
huh.
school. A friend from school.
Yep.
Lord have
Literally,
A friend
mercy.
from school.
And that's
She
another
was
thing. Kids are
Wow.
growth sometimes. You don't even have to. You learn it out from.
literally you learn your peers. So because she was like, I come over and she's like, oh, watch the video and I found it in my dad's room. Okay,
See, it's
well,
the
whatever.
bad kids.
You watching
See,
it.
this is why I don't let my kids go over
You know what?
nobody's house. Right there. Right there. That's why I ain't doing it.
I
You can't go
literally stumbled
nowhere.
But that
upon.
That's very
I literally
interesting.
that
stumbled
makes sense.
upon
But that's how
sex
you get.
like we had VCRs, and so like I would always watch movies in my mom's room, and so like I'm just popping in tapes and stumbled across a tape, and it was like some type of like Mother Goose type porn, where it was like I don't know. So I'm thinking it's like about to be a narration of something, and it was like, look, I don't know what she was on, but like I'm watching it, and the lady talking about mother like nursery rhymes, and then it go into a cartoon, and
I'm
then
so interested.
baby, the
I'm not.
cartoon started, and then it was just like it was just the
Okay, well,
cartoon
you
just
know
having
what? I
sex,
will
and
I
I'm
will
like,
match
what?
your story and raise you. I used to love to tape all the videos off MTV. And so I used to
Okay.
always look for empty or blank VHS tapes. I put one in the
Mhm.
VCR. It was the crinkle crinkle static, so I rewound it and then I played it to see what was on it. My mother was choking on the dong dong. Her and my stepdad had
Oh,
made a
mama.
video. Me and my sisters, we stood there screaming for 30 seconds before either of us could find the wherewithal to reach for the remote, to undo the plug. It was horrendous.
Oh
I'm
my
so
god.
Horrendous.
sorry.
And that was my introduction to what a flick was. So
Not
you're
your
welcome.
mama.
Ooh.
My
Okay.
ew.
Hmm.
I'm
Ew.
sorry.
He
Yeah, I
was
don't think I
choking
could look
until
my
we had
mom in
our
the
head
eyes
all the
after
way
that.
there. I was like, like
Mama.
gross. Look,
Like, how do
and
you
then
look
when
at
I
her
called
after
my
that?
cousin and told him what I found, he talking about don't tape over it. Next time I come over, let me see.
No.
Oh my god.
See,
I'm like, she's your cousin. Why would you want to see that, bro? But yeah, that's what we
because
found.
cousins back
And
then
I've
was
never been the
nasty.
same since ever in my life.
I'm sure. I would.
Permanently scarred.
See, I wouldn't be able
Ew.
to. Don't kiss me, mama. Like, no, but like,
Don't even look
okay.
at
You know,
me.
I didn't have that kind of relationship with her anyway, but definitely.
Well, yeah. But like, so mine was slight, like, because I said I come from the house full of boys, so my parent like, it would be times when my dad would straight up be like, "Hey, y'all niggas need to find somewhere to go this weekend." Me and mama trying to have a little. And I'm like, oh, we didn't need to know that. All right, like, you know what I'm saying? Call y'all aunties and cousins and shit, figure that shit out. But like
Not
my
figured out
introduction to
yourself.
it, honestly, my introduction to it honestly was back in the the little cable days where you had the last button on the remote. It would be late night HBO or late night Max.
Oh yeah.
It just come on,
Mhm.
and I'd be like, "What the fuck is?" And the one that I really
Yes.
saw was Real Sex on HBO.
Oh
Yes.
You
wow.
Yes.
hit that last button, back to the
Yep.
story.
And taxi cab confessions and all of
Yeah.
that.
That was another one.
I used to
Wow.
love Taxi
Shit
Cab
like that.
Confessions.
After a
That was
certain
my
time of
favorite.
night, literally after a certain time of night, TV was fucking gross. Because
It
we
Yeah,
was.
on
no
cut and
facts.
B, all right, in our days, we had
Got
BT uncut, and I still remember when he swiped that girl's ass with a credit card. I said,
Mhm.
is that okay?
You know what? Now, as conservative as I am sometimes about things, I thought that was the dopest thing I ever seen. I said, "Oh, it's a credit
I
card."
mean,
I was like,
now,
"That's
yeah,
brilliant.
as a kid, I was like,
That
what?
was
That's
brilliant."
crazy.
I'm ashamed of myself.
I don't know. Nowadays, I'm like, hell yeah, swipe that. That's what's up. But like,
Okay.
which is ironic, I guess. But back then, I was so concerned. I'm like, is the card clean? Is she okay? What if you cut her?
I think the important thing to think, like if you take a step back and you think about, okay, we're talking about female agency, we're talking about the right to express yourself as you want. Why is it that Black people, when we have invented almost every great invention on the planet, why have we lowered ourselves to this being the thing that we care the most about? Being able to show or talk about our coochies when we want to. Do we have nothing else
but
to
if it's
offer the
good,
world?
why can't I? You know what I'm
Do
saying?
we
If I'm
have
confident in
nothing
it.
else to offer the world though? Because this isn't getting us anywhere. Where are we getting? We're getting girls fighting over dudes, killing people over dudes. None of this is beneficial to our lives, if we're being honest.
But that is because of that fucking Zeus Network. Zeus Network is the devil. That's why that shit comes from.
It was,
Zeus
I don't
Network
even
is
know what
the
that
motherfucking
is.
devil.
So it was like that before that.
As somebody that used to watch fights on YouTube, like I got
Oh,
mixed.
you get a fights on YouTube?
We used to literally
Shit, Flavor Love started. Actually, Flavor Love started all that bullshit. Now we looking back. That's who started this shit.
Yeah, they used to all kiss him in his mouth, and I just wanted to throw up everything I ever ate in my life. I'm like, what are you, Flavor Flav is what you're doing?
Baby, humans think bug. Like I don't understand.
But
what's
like
going
again, I go back to the Megan Thee Stallion thing of like a bitch who got a whole ass college degree and shake her ass and motherfuckers just act like the degree ain't there. The bitch is smart, but it's like y'all don't give a fuck about that clearly. So
I ain't gonna say she's smart because she had C's and D's, but she finished her degree. I'll say that.
Hey, she stuck in there. A lot of us don't. Shit.
Okay, I don't care.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
think that's
saying.
why I like
I
Nicki.
would love to see Meg turn behind the scenes and start directing. I would love to see her do something and show people
Yeah.
she is more than just that. I understand that what
I
they
do
think
heard
that they
she's working
have
on
to
an
do it
anime,
right
but
now because that's what's gonna get them to check. But transition into something else, baby girl. You just don't have to do that for forever.
I understand that
Yeah,
for sure,
yeah.
especially because you want to
I
have
don't think she
have
plans
growth.
on
You
that.
want somebody to be different than who they were, and I think that's why I always reference Beyonce so much because I feel like
Okay, because you can't
has
help it.
told the line. She's told the line for a lot of stuff, and then but you could see the transition when she made to like when she got to where I got enough money, I got enough solidity, I got enough reputation to where I can do what the fuck I want to do. It was a complete transition, and then you could tell like even it was just more of her being able to express herself
Explore, yeah.
with no
Yeah.
limit, and you know we doing country, we doing this,
See,
we
y'all
here.
sit up here and loud her like she's the best person ever. This woman literally talks to y'all in songs about having to have sex with Jay-Z. That's assault and
Oh
battery.
my god.
I mean, the fact that she would do that to y'all and y'all still rock with her is crazy to me.
I think Jay-Z.
I've seen worse looking. I've seen worse looking. I don't know. I don't think he's
I
the
don't
worst
know
looking
what's
of the
going on. He
guys.
want to be Bosky out with that new hair.
He do want to be Basquiat.
I'm about to say, yeah, shit, we just talked about it. Motherfuckers was kissing the fucking Flavor Flav, and y'all talk about
Man, you
Jay-Z.
better be lying. You
Look,
gonna have to talk
Jay-Z
about that.
got $1 billion. Hey, that's all I got.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. He look a mess now with that hair. I'm telling you, but no, that was just me a little jokey
Look,
joke.
I'll still take him around the corner. Look.
I might.
Exactly, because he rich. He rich. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm in a very loving relationship, but I'm just saying, I understand why somebody else would.
He got a little swag with him. He got a little swag.
Yeah,
Ew.
I feel like
Once
I
I
feel
saw
like
the
niggas can have a
Camel
conversation.
cigarettes, that was
know?
no coming back for me. Once I saw Joe Camel, there was no redeeming quality
Not
for
Joe
for
Camel.
yeah. I can't do it.
I remember that shit.
Like I said, you look at that nose, he got that thump on.
So, how many seasons do you guys have on your show? How far are you into it?
We just have one season so far.
When did y'all start? Put your first episode out.
2023, like
Okay,
February
good.
2023.
And like, how often do you post? Every week?
I think we're posting like twice a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You definitely want to try to keep it consistent when you start out like that.
I only do once a week. I need to do more than once a week.
No, not
Well, at this point, Tara, you've been doing it for a while. You good.
You already.
But I'm just saying, like when you do start out, you definitely want to kind of keep it like that to just
yourself in people's minds.
so people can have shit to really
We
listen
just
to. You know
started
what I'm
ours in April. We haven't even been doing it a year yet, but it's fun.
Oh.
When you like the person that you work with, when you like, you know what I'm saying, when y'all rap, y'all have, the funniest thing for me was we had these conversations all the time anyway. I was like, why not just have the conversations in front of people? Because we're talking about it anyway.
Why not turn the mic on? There we go.
That's how we ended up here too. So, and it makes
Exactly.
that you have that chemistry with somebody, and it's just like we could just converse, especially because that's like a lost art now too. Just the art of conversation.
Yes.
Motherfuckers do not know how to talk, and that's so weird.
Oh, Troy, be quiet. Troy over here crying about TikTok going away. I'm talking to you when I make them posts and I say, go find somebody to talk to in real life. I'm talking to you.
My friends are going away, Tara. I'm hurt.
Listen, exactly, because I've been working on my TikTok for 2 years, and it's really just now getting to these past few months to over 100,000 views and getting like consistent like attention. And I'm like, damn, y'all been just gonna wait. And now,
Listen, you know Facebook or Meta, whoever's gonna make their own version really, really soon. You'll get it back.
Oh, that's why they paid to have TikTok, like to upload the ban. Like Mark ain't playing that. Like,
yeah, what they want to do is they want to make sure it's not China that's in charge of it. If it's American owned, they don't care about what we're doing, but they're going to censor everything. Like people in Africa who've been giving us all the info and people over here, they're not going to be able to freely speak like that anymore. We're going to put all kind of limitations on them.
But I learn. I feel like every time I get on TikTok, I learn so much. Like it just be a bunch of different stuff that is like I thought I knew a lot about Black history just on my own research or things that I find out on my own.
I even had African American history classes, and I still ain't learned that much shit.
Because it's a lot of that stuff is banned over here. A lot of the stuff they don't want us to know. We are so propagandized. We talk about the people over there in one of them Koreas, whichever one is the bad one. We talk about them being propagandized. Yeah, we talk about Russia. We are just as bad, if not worse. We don't know our own history as a people. So
trying to Disneyfy it and make it seem nice and like, oh, well, this was da 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 da. Because when we get to the point where school textbooks, American school textbooks, are painting slavery, American chattel slavery, as like an agreement that worked for both parties type shit. No.
Yep.
They were so happy to pick that cotton. Bitch, who?
Because we're thriving in Africa.
The hell?
Oh, motherfucking business.
Like
exactly.
Like one of the things I learned from fucking TikTok was like, because I didn't know, and then I found the book and everything. I was like, damn, and so much of it is in our face, where they've convinced our mind to not seek it out.
Yep.
But like the whole shit with Nat Turner, the fact that they ate him and started eating him, I was like, what? And it's a whole book, like a recipe book. The Delectable Negro. It's like, it's insane.
Yes, because they used to think that when you ate your enemy or when you ate your adversary or when you ate a Black person, you gathered their strength, their soul, their spirit, their energy. We know who has the strongest bones. We know who is genetically superior. All of these scientific facts are coming out now about our genetics. That's why they also do the harvesting for organs. They're taking hearts and kidneys. They want to live longer.
They do that shit back then, like, which is why, and that's a whole other conversation. But like, that's where the Bible came from, and that being the only book they let us read. Like, they were smart. Those motherfuckers, they were terrible people, but they were smart
and breaking us down, making us hate each other, making us hate ourselves. Their conquering of us is probably the coldest thing that's ever been done on the face of the history of the ever.
Absolutely.
Ever.
Because we still haven't rebounded from it. To get us to unify is damn near impossible.
They were shaving our heads and putting them inside a fucking chair cushions. Bitch, excuse me. Like, that's this whole ass furniture now that if you cut open, that's old, that it might be some fucking gray ass nappy hair in that bitch because they didn't saved up about 15 kids and put it in a chair. Bitch, what? Like, it's the shit that I've learned, and most of it being from TikTok is
or stuff like that that's made out of slave skin that's still like there. It's still
bitch, I'm gonna make you a wallet. Like, what? Insane.
Or even when we do that thing where we do that deep dive to try to find our lineage and our history, the 1850 wall that everyone hits when you're trying to do the things, and then you have to literally go start looking in property and like real estate and like property lists to find your people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know. They definitely don't want us to know that, because if reparations ever becomes a thing, we can claim that. They don't want you to claim the wealth that you actually would be owed.
In our blood.
Why we the only ones? Why we the only ones that ain't never got no reparations? Because slave owners got reparations.
Because they owe us billions.
Like literally,
that's why.
slave owners got reparations once emancipation happened. The Japanese that were in the internment camps, they received reparations.
Jewish
The
people.
Jewish people and the Holocaust. I never have to hear that again. I'm sorry, but y'all got reparations. I'm so sorry. Y'all still getting paid.
But honestly, you know what? Probably because they have to give it to all of us. In those instances, there was a certain amount of those races that they had to give it to. They have to give it to everybody if you didn't technically have ancestors who survived this or whatever. But they would have to give it to
I don't give
all
a
of
fuck.
us.
Even if y'all
We
doing
all
something
come
where
from that
every
shit.
free black person in America can go to school, or every black person in America don't have to pay taxes. They make it make sense, make it work, and make it make sense, and give it to us. Because I mean,
But like
even if you
we
cut
don't
everybody a
matter
check
to
for
them.
$100,000,
Yeah,
and then you say you get free college anywhere you want to go.
We don't matter to
I
them. They
know.
don't want to
That's
help.
why
Let
we
me
have to
tell you
create our own
something.
spaces. We have to create
They
our
are
own things. We have to
terrified
just get
that
back
if
to
we ever in our lives get the power that they have, that we're going to do to them what they did to us. So
Oh
at
yeah,
the things
terrified.
that they fear the most is black people uniting. So they're not going to
Mhm.
give us
Yeah.
land and money that would offer us the ability to go and unite together. They don't want no more
Absolutely.
Black Wall Streets or any of that. So that's why they won't give us reparations. They fear retaliation.
Mm-hmm.
Shit,
And I
that's
don't
another
think we
one.
would
The
do
Black Wall
that. I
Street shit.
think
I
if
ain't learned
we
that in school.
we just
Yeah,
want
it's
to
not.
live comfortably. We're
Here.
not looking to take your power. Just we want to live comfortably without the threat of being lynched. How about that?
Yeah,
That because there ain't
literally,
no
that's
way
it.
that during Reconstruction, y'all all looked around and realized who had skills and who knew what to do with things and who knew the land and who knew how to do all of this stuff and was literally building themselves to be global powerhouses from cities, like small cities. And y'all like, oh, yeah, well, no, I don't know how to work my tractor. I don't know how to hold a land. This isn't fair. So you just gonna run over here and burn the city down? Like,
Yep.
in what world do that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense when you
But
don't want
it
black
needs
But
to
people
it
to
be
be
just
above
sound
studied.
like
you.
it.
Unfortunately, that
Mm-hmm.
needs to be studied. The
You
propensity
got,
for violence.
yeah, actually.
Because unfortunately, I mean, I know y'all know how the science work and all the things or whatever. If y'all mutated in the cave, I don't know what the environment of a cold, harsh, violent environment, like what that does to your brain or your psyche or
Yep.
your people as they generate down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes. When you get
because
trapped in the mountain
even
and the
like y'all
sun is
heard of
not
like the
there and
murder
you lose your
gene,
melanin
that's a real
and you lose your
thing.
eye
Like,
color, all of that.
Listen.
You lose your humanity is what you do. And then you become a monster. And then you
if
break
so, if
out
all
and
of
then you
these
go on to do monstrous things.
that if
That's it.
transformation,
Your mic is messing up.
thank
They
you,
need to
thank you.
fix your mic.
I'm glad y'all already know because like and
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
Hmm.
sorry.
Yeah. The
But even then, like
regressive
how you
genes.
mentioned
You
the
come out
Black
with these
Wall
Whatever.
Street
regressive
thing.
genes.
Okay, but
Yeah.
yeah, and it's
But like a lot of that, like I said, a lot of shit too.
mhm.
I didn't learn. It also come from starting as kids, and they you know what I'm saying. They take so much knowledge from us and convince you so many of these stories. That most of the Black history that I know at this age, I learned none of it when I was in fucking school. We got the same
Mhm.
5-6 people that they taught us about during Black History Month every
Yeah,
year. About
Yep.
Macy
absolutely.
Jemison, your Harriet Tubmans and shit like that. Just a
Yep.
very
Mhm.
specific group that they was like,
So
here,
sad.
learn about this.
So Martin could
And it
walk.
was like, I didn't learn about Black Wall Street. I didn't learn about,
Nope.
like I said, the whole Nat Turner shit, them eating him. Shit, I barely learned about Nat Turner. Like, it's so
Mm-hmm.
much that it literally starts
Yeah,
there.
so
Mhm.
Africa.
Like, yeah,
Yeah, it was
and
that
then
one dude
just
in
the images
Africa.
of
They talk
Africa that
about,
they showed
That's
us.
why we got to know.
yeah, it was a dude over there in Africa. I forget his name. White man with a beard who murdered 20, like, was it 20 million
Yeah.
Africans at the same time that Hitler murdered 2 million Jews? And all we hear about is Hitler being the worst person. They don't even care that 20 million African people were killed because they
Oh,
don't
yeah,
they
we're
don't
like sex. They're
matter
not
to
people.
them.
They're not
Yeah,
people.
and it's just
Yeah.
like the craziest thing to me is
And
I learned the other day that Mozart was a whole copycat. It was a black dude that was up here making music like that. Mozart went and saw him and then went back to his country and mimicked that dude and then told, and that we hear about Mozart. We don't hear about Jean-Louis Baptiste who the who or whatever his name is. We know nothing about it. All they do is steal. They steal
Mm-hmm.
everything, they
Could
copy
they take
everything,
it?
and then they treat us like trash. You wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for us, bro. What you
Yep.
doing?
That's what Gabrielle. I said that made me
or
think about Bring It On. I think that's the best example. And Gabrielle Union said, "Hey y'all, we come up with something. And here y'all come with some
yes,
blonde hair on it, and call it something
blonde
else."
hair.
And that's literally it. And it'd be like, It's so
Literally.
much of that shit. That's why I always second guess when I see some shit that's created by white. Like, not to say that white people can't create or any other race, you know what I'm saying? But anytime I see it, in the back of my mind, I'm like, who really did this shit?
Somebody's
Hold on,
somebody else
Exactly.
is doing
Where you get this from?
Who really
Exactly.
did
And
this?
y'all just stole the patent. Exactly. Somebody said the other day
Yep.
that it was a white woman that created the windshield. That was a black man. Yeah, y'all got to stop playing with me.
No.
Just because your wife,
Yeah.
your husband goes and pays for the trademark or the patent on something didn't mean you created it, boo boo. You stealing it from somebody else, and because you got the money to pay to say it's yours, does not mean you created it. Y'all got to stop.
that. I got an
No.
uncle
Y'all got
that
to stop.
the only thing they invented was the patent company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
that's what we do. Well,
Real
thank you
spill.
guys for coming and spending time with us. What y'all got left
Yes,
at the
thank you.
podcast? I mean, Podfest. What y'all getting ready to get into?
Just the closing keynote. I think there's a little 90s
Mm-hmm.
party tonight.
Yes, a
Yeah.
closing party
Yeah.
tonight. Yeah, so we're gonna go to
Oh,
that and party with everybody.
well, y'all gonna see me in y'all comments. Y'all gonna see one man, one woman, the podcast. That's me. I'm gonna be like, hey, it's TM. I'm over here
Okay.
listening. I like y'all vibe. I just
Hey.
love it.
Thank
I
you.
haven't.
Yeah.
I'm
Thanks.
not even there with you guys, and I've enjoyed so much the people that we've come across that interview with us today. It's been beautiful. So thank you.
Been
Yes,
incredible.
thank
Thank
And
y'all
y'all
so
see
you.
much.
me too. Love General Ant-Man of Horror, my love therapy show, my horror show. So, just had to throw that in there for y'all.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I love horror.
This one here, anything that scares your soul out your body, he there. Mm-mm.
I
Okay,
love
I'm gonna
it.
check
I
you
love
out
it.
then.
Yes, man.
It's a
I see
Man of
y'all.
horror for anybody else too.
yes. Thank y'all so much for having
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
me.
Look at Raw looking like a whole bouncer, like he could have beat somebody up or something. So what's y'all 4 hour block gonna be about, Troy? Because I thought it was the ladies' layer, but she told me it's changed.
The
You
man
know what?
bashing
I'm
Monday.
open for anything.
Y'all about to do man bashing Monday.
I'm about to go grab me something to eat. Cause look, I woke up and was at like 11 something and was like, oh my God, this starts at noon. Let me hop in the shower. That's about all I've done today. Brush my teeth, hop in the shower. I gotta go get some food. However,
I
she said
mean,
that you
shit.
and
Yeah, we
Amron said
about
that you
to.
and her were gonna just do something like a
Yeah, cause
vibe, like just chill from
my
4
phone
to
is
8.
definitely hanging on by a wing of the prayer right
Yeah,
now.
I'm down.
Yeah, but
Listen, I'm
that's the
sure I want to
thing.
put mine on
So
charge.
more people are supposed to be here right now, but that's okay. Life be beautiful. Because in a second, Amron actually has
Yes,
to
Well,
go
it's
to
ma'am.
work.
only 3 minutes. I mean, it's 3:58. It ain't 4 o'clock yet. Give them the phone
We're
too. Then they be
we're
late.
on Eastern time. Tim, we on Eastern time. That's what time we
Okay.
on
Oh,
East
we're
Coast.
behind. My bad.
Yep.
Okay.
Just a little
Yeah.
But we
bit.
gonna figure it out. It's gonna rock
Well,
out.
they
It's all right.
probably clicked in and said, "Damn, Tara, Michelle, Amron, and Troy got this. Well, we gonna go to sleep and take a nap." That's what they did. That's what they see. I need
I
to go
mean,
get me
yeah,
some French
we do know how to
fries.
carry a show.
Facts.
Now let me. Okay, we're looking. Can everybody see the comment on the screen? So, who believes this? I don't believe. Who believes what he just said?
I believe it.
I
I
And
believe a
I
lot
don't
of
here's
niggas
the
believe.
probably
point.
tried it.
I don't believe it.
Not this one though. I just don't believe
We
that
ain't trying
he
to
tried
hear
that at all.
I
you.
believe that might have happened in his past life before
I
he
believe it
matured.
happened in the
Nah,
dream.
It might have.
I got him throwing a penny at a chick versus swiping a card.
Yeah,
God damn.
I got him
I don't
It
beating a
know.
just
chick in the ass with a penny, and she said, "Get this motherfucker out of here."
about here. Yeah, that's not even his personality. But you're right, Imran. He had a whole past life, so
Oh,
maybe
shit,
that's
yeah.
crazy. That is
Never know,
You
crazy.
but
know, you never know. You never
I got
know.
hey,
it. I'm about to log off. I'll be
appreciate
back,
y'all.
y'all.
Me
Okay, come
too.
back shortly. Yay.
I won't be
Um,
gone too long.
I'm gonna be gone for a minute because this has been my soul getting hurt. Amron, I hope you appreciate us reporting live from Podfest.
Yeah.
There's a lot of more festivities we're about to get into, but we definitely will be back for sure. Um, I hope everybody, you know what I'm saying, enjoyed the. It was a lot of people out here who want to do this but didn't know how, and we tried to get them, but they was a little timid. So closed mouths don't
Yeah,
get fed. Either you trying to
and
work or
then
you ain't. That's all it is to it.
some people had different, classes and workshops that they wanted to go to. So it was like, damn, I can't, sit around and wait type shit. Next time we're gonna try to have more than two
Set
setups.
up.
That way we could catch more
Yeah.
motherfuckers. If we got, 3 or 4 setups going on in different spots, it'll make it a little bit easier so people don't feel like they gotta wait in line for 20 minutes. And then some people got the 30-minute story that they had to tell and shit.
So
Long
yeah,
ass motherfucker.
Well, we're with
See,
it.
some people just don't know how to read the room. You know what I'm saying? They
Man,
over.
listen.
You gotta.
If you
You
can't say
gotta.
your shit in 2 minutes, man, goddamn now.
something ain't right.
The fuck? You got
But
30. You got 30 smooth seconds to say what you need to say.
Right.
I'm just saying.
yeah, they starting this ghost town out here. If I don't know if y'all can see
Oh, they
this.
went all. They went away.
Yes.
Nah,
Oh, damn,
I
they've
know
been
the
cleared
party.
Well,
out.
they in
It's a
there.
party supposed to be happening soon, and then they got the closing ceremony and stuff
So
like
right
that.
now, if
Like
you look at
this is
where I'm
actually the
at,
last day.
yeah. Well, there's some shit tomorrow in the morning, like a little breakfast for VIPs and the Hall of Fame people. But right now in this room, they're having closing remarks and last couple little classes. Some dude taking ownership of your income and all that. So I mean, there's a lot going on, not just the party and then the bullshit. It's really like every day there's a different kind of class. Somebody teaching something about monetizing or, social media or, just being how to be better, be more intentional with your time when you're trying to schedule and, being consistent. And that's the main thing. A lot of these people have been talking through these hallways, especially like the first time people is like, I'm seeing a lot of people talking about being consistent. And that's the main thing a lot of people has been here for the first time is taking away is being more consistent, being more intentional with posting, with their time, with where they post, how they post, and some of the things that they do that they weren't doing before. Um, so it's just amazing. Like I said, if you haven't been to Podfest and you want to come, I don't know what's stopping you, but besides you, my camera's all over the place. But I don't know what's stopping you besides you because it's really a dope ass experience. Like even the second time, this time I was a little less intentional on talking to people because I wanted to, exhort the atmosphere. I've talked to some many people though, but I didn't go. We didn't go to classes like we did last time because those classes, was different this time. But it's still something for everybody down here, whether it's the classes or just the atmosphere, just talking to
It's
people, roaming the
the
hallways.
atmosphere
Just get
alone
here.
is worth the price of admission.
Just get here. The expo hall tickets
Yeah,
is only
for sure.
$100. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like you expo hall is $100. I think the creator was like maybe 100, 150, something like that, or 125, 150, something like that. And that get you so there's different levels. You know what I'm saying? You can be a VIP and you get access to everything, but it just depends on what level of podcaster you want to be. You know what I mean? And what you try to get out of this, because you get out what you put in. So a lot of people coming here just getting that energy, just being around like-minded people. Because a lot of us started in our basement or in our homes with pandemic, so we ain't really been outside around other podcasters. So that's the biggest takeaway for me. Like last year, it was like what I'm saying, seeing a star because we it was so much. It was sensory overload, but it was a lot of good shit to take away. And some of the stuff I took away last year is the reason why we was able to level up because we was not, I've learned so much. I've seen so much, became intentional, became more consistent, and really learned a lot and took away and reverse engineered some stuff. I heard guys say that, and I really didn't think about it. Some stuff I learned that I knew wouldn't work for me, but I broke it down and tried to make some things work for me and put some other stuff together. So I mean, it's really amazing. I mean, there's no other words that can really define what you're gonna get out of it until you get here and be in the moment. And that's the thing I was doing this year was kind of being in the moment, being around the people, listening, what I'm saying, not speaking, not talking about me, just listening to some of the people, listening to some of the stories, the first timers and how they feel, just really listening and getting out, a lot of information and a lot of connections and you know so throughout the year, using them connections
I've
is
been
also
telling
important.
I've been telling a lot of people this year. They like, what do I get out of it? What do I want from it? And I'm like, man, don't come walk in this building looking for money. Walk in here looking for connections. Build with people. Because
Yeah,
you never know
yeah.
where that shit gonna take you. Like honestly, the crazy shit. I go in the fucking bathroom today, right? I'm taking a piss. And DC and Troy can probably relate to exactly what I'm about to say, right? I'm taking a piss, and guess what dude stand? Right the fuck next to me. Like, why the
Right
fuck
next.
is you right here? Like it's a whole nother joint over there, but you stand right next to me. So I started to say, yo, what the fuck, dude? But I didn't say nothing. I let it live. And then he started talking to me, and I really was ready to say, what the fuck, dude? Why you talking to me while I'm
Bro,
with my
what the
dicks out?
fuck?
Like, the fuck going on? Like,
Yeah.
but then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna let him live. The others don't understand boundaries. They, what I mean? So it is what it is. So then he started talking about his podcast, and he was like, oh man, my podcast, I talk to the family members of celebrities, and I'm like, damn, you know what? That actually sounds dope. Why don't
That's
you
kind
come
of
over
hype.
here and talk to us on the camera? Now, mind you, I didn't get deep into the conversation with him. Come to find out, this is fucking Vanna White's brother.
Chip that was on here earlier.
Yeah,
That's
That's
crazy.
Danny White's brother.
you never know who the fuck you gonna meet in here.
So
Never know who
I
you
just
gonna
want
meet.
to let you know what I took away from is you met Chip in the bathroom with your penis out.
Man, shut the fuck up, Amron. See, this is why the
That's
fuck I don't tell you shit. That's
that's
why the fuck I
that's
don't
what
tell
you
you shit,
heard,
Amron.
Amron.
That's
Out of
exactly why I
all the
don't tell
shit
you
you
shit.
heard, that's what you took out.
Yeah, see, fucking
Uh,
Amron, man. That's why I don't tell
It'd
you
be
a
like
fucking
that.
thing. You ain't get none of my stories no
Funny
more,
as hell.
Amron.
I'm
Fuck that.
sorry. So you can open up. I'm sorry.
nah,
You know,
this ain't a safe
hey,
space. This
pause on
ain't
that.
a
You
safe
open up
space.
shit too. Fuck is you talking about? Yeah, no more story time for Amron. Fuck that.
My
Fun
bad.
facts only.
That's crazy.
Fun facts only. But I need to go find me some morsels
Yeah.
and see what's going on. So I'll be back a little bit later. But until then, I see y'all's when I see y'all's.
All right, we gonna hold it down.
No
Uh,
doubt.
Sure am.
I'm gonna wait till
We'll
he
see you.
talk. I thought that was him. But nah,